pronounce it differently, forgive me. So Petimeter is a multi-use meter. So it does have a thermal hygrometer. It has a pin moisture meter. It has a non-penetrating moisture meter included as well. And it's a really good meter. It really is. There are some drawbacks. There are some drawbacks to having a multi-use meter. One of them is obviously your meter is done and you've now lost all your meters. That's one. In the past, some of these meters that had all the functions did not have each function wasn't top notch. You'd have two of the functions that were top notch and the third one was okay. And I'm a big believer in having really good meters for certain type of projects for each one of those functions, whether it be a hygrometer. So you need to understand what application you're doing. But obviously times change, technology improves. Some of these meters are really good. This particular meter is really good. The kit comes with all kinds of accessories to measure different things, to be able to tap into wood, to be able to go past these little pins over here to go past the drywall and be able to measure and see if insulation is wet. You have multiple meters that do this, like that Delmhorst Navigator that I mentioned also is a good combo meter. My biggest drawback with combo meters for personally is that, a lot of the times they have a lot more functions that I need on my projects. Number one, and number two is if I lose that meter, I've now lost all my meters, and it's not something that I really want to face on a project.
Well, that was one of the things that I had seen over the years that you had just mentioned about the sensitivity of the meters, that you give up some sensitivity when you have all these different devices combined together. It's really good with one or two things, but a few of the other ones aren't as good. And of course, the other thing is if something happens, you drop the meter, you break it, you've lost everything,
Absolutely. And the other one is they are pricey. They are pricey to have a combo meter. They're less pricey than buying really good meters of each one, mind you, but nonetheless, as to have one meter that can go bad or get dropped or now you're talking anywhere between $1,200 to $1,500 for top end meters, in the hands of a technician can be a problem. It's if it's your personal hands and you're very good with your equipment, you take care of it like I do, they'll probably last you for a lifetime. But we know that as it goes from hand to hand, that level of care might change. So that also comes into play. How rugged are your meters? And that's one of the things that I look for. I like rugged equipment. I like equipment that I can take on a construction job, and it's going to make it to the end of the day. So that's important to me. Absolutely.
One of the questions that comes up a lot is, what should I buy, a pinned or a pinless? And I always talk to them about, well, the pinless doesn't do any damage. You got to go to a different level of dealing with the consumer that you're working with about having pinholes all over the place. And depending on what you're doing, if you're testing carpeting, you're not going to see, like you're testing sheetrock, all these little pinholes all over the place, so you got to be prepared to build back. But, you have a favorite either way, pinned or pinless?
Well, my particular answer to that is always I have both. And because it also depends on application, right? You do a lot of assessments. You've done a lot of assessments in your time, and during an assessment, in an assessment, a lot of the times you're not really looking to poke holes into a drywall, because like you're saying, you're creating damage to the drywall. On another type of project, for example, a drying project, that becomes a little bit less important. You're in an emergency situation and you need documentation that's going to be easy to explain down the road, either to maybe it's an insurance claim to an adjuster, maybe you go to court, something like that. And in that case, a pin moisture meter is definitely going to be a lot easier to explain, because it's showing you some moisture content versus a relative reading. And relative readings can be one of those things that's difficult to explain or people to grasp in a short amount of time. On the other hand, both are great. So one of the things that I tend to do is I start with non-penetrating, and then I'll document the edges, the far corners. So once I get to the far corners, I'll document them with a pin moisture meter. I've gotten really good at taking those pin moisture meters in areas where you're not going to be able to see those little holes. There's ways to do that. And then I'll take one in the center, so I have some serious documentation with my pin moisture meter, and then I have a little bit more documentation with my non-penetrating. But both are incredibly important. Some of the stuff that you are going to be measuring, you're not going to be able to poke holes in either. Stuff like tile, really nice wood. You're not going to start poking holes all over the place for really nice wood. So they both have a place in it, and sometimes I use them both because, as I mentioned in class, I never trust any piece of equipment or any measurement by itself. I want to be able to compare it to other things and be able to say that makes sense. What I'm seeing makes sense, because, like I said, they both have limitations. And one of the limitations of the non-penetrating meter is that it's not really measuring moisture. It's using RF signals. Most of these are using RF signals, and depending on what's behind that drywall or in front of the drywall, you can have readings that are incorrect. For example, if you have a pipe, if you have wood, if you have actually some wallpapers actually have metal in them, and you'll detect it higher. Pin moisture meters give you a little bit a little bit more of I guess an accurate reading in those type of situations, but they can also have issues where they don't go as deep, because the pins on those moisture meters tend to be really, really short. As a matter of fact, one of the tips that we talk about in class is if you have like a thick piece of wood, like a 4x4, the proper way to measure that is to drill 2 stainless steel screws right into the middle of the wood, 2 inches, and then you measure with your moisture meter to those screws. So now you have an accurate measurement into that wood, because the pins are too small. So like I said, all this equipment has limitations and it has capabilities, and we just need to understand each one in each application that we use.
It's funny, one of the classes I was watching as we were doing in our water class, they talked about drilling screws into a wood floor from underneath and taking samples like that with the big caution, don't drill through the floor.
Yes.
Come up on the other side. A
Absolutely.
little too far there.
Yeah, and by the way, we've all done that where we've gone a little too far. So it's just be very, very careful.
So I would say, from what you've described here and the types of technology that's used, I guess the next level to go to would be moisture mapping, and how that's done and how this equipment plays into moisture mapping an area, and different ways of doing it.
Right, and there are different ways of doing it, and that's where, once again, selection of equipment depends on what you're doing. Depends on the level of equipment that you need. One of the meters that we see here is a very economical meter. This is one of the things that we'll find at Home Depot for $30, $40, $60. And we're putting it next to another meter that's $500, $600. For certain things like moisture mapping, they could be excellent tools. That your meter does not have to cost $1,200 for it to be functional for your operation. One thing is very different when you're doing an assessment and when you're actually doing a drying job. They both require a moisture map, but the level of accuracy in that reading is not the same for each project. It's not the same. During an assessment, we're really looking that it's hitting that threshold, that it is wet. In drawing, we're going to want to measure every day the actual progress, and we want to be very exact with those numbers. And we want to have equipment that can read really fast readings in between each reading, so it can adjust quickly to its environment. So that's one of the things that is probably different from economic meters to others. Expensive meters tend to have electronics in there that react a lot quicker. So in moisture mapping, I guess I could use the same page here to talk a little bit about moisture map. I'll scroll down to the bottom, and then I'll get back to some of these little other tools if we get a chance to, that we use in moisture mapping. So I'm going to explain the way that I like to do moisture mapping. This is the most common way that I'll do moisture mapping. And what I'll do is I'll use a little bit of drawing. So forgive me, I'm not an artist, and I'll just try to explain to you graphically exactly the way that I would do it. So if I had, for example, this. So if I had a wall that kind of looked like this, and we'll call this wall right here wall A, wall B, and wall C, and I would actually label them. So let's go ahead and do that. I'll do this really quick so it won't take too much time. I'll do a top bottom view, so you can actually see it from the top, and you can see the 3 walls. And then for each one of these walls, what I'll end up doing is I'll draw a separate wall. So this would be wall A. Wall B. Move the filter base. Okay. Let's make it look like this.
For those of you watching, I think he is having fun doing this.
I am having fun doing this. I love doing this kind of stuff. So this would be the areas that, for example, we would, in wall A, I'm a wall B, and if this continued all the way to wall C, I would do it, but I'm just doing it so we don't spend too much time drawing here. And the other thing that I would do to make it a little bit easier for everybody that comes down the road is I would do something like this. I would actually have a piece of blue tape across that wall. And about every 16 inches, I would put a vertical line. And so that would be the first section would be A1, A2, A3 across that blue tape on that wall. So, and I hope I'm explaining myself correctly. If for some reason I lose you, please let me know. And below each one of those sections, every 16 to 20 inches, I would take a moisture measurement as to exactly moisture content on that wall, or the reading, depending what type of meter I'm using, and the height that it went to, and I would document it around that blue tape. So on A1, I would put day 1, it would be the moisture content and the actual reading, and I would do the same thing on day 2. And what this does, it actually shows the sketch of the property. So if I had a whole property that was wet, I would probably, it wouldn't be these 3 lines, it would be the actual sketch of the whole property. And for each wall would have a front facing picture, which shows me exactly how it was wet as I found it and as I measured it. And you could write right here and take pictures as well. And on my sketchbook, I would actually write on the picture what the moisture content was at that time. So that's one of the ways that I would do a moisture mapping. You can simplify this. You don't have to go as in depth as I go sometimes. And sometimes I keep it very simple. One of the things that you can do is, depending on your application, as an assessor, you can actually use the blue tape to go ahead and outline your moisture map area. And I do this quite a bit, for example, on ceilings. When I have a patch of a ceiling that is wet, I will go ahead and outline it, and I will lay in, and sometimes I'll mark it right on the blue tape exactly what I saw. And what that does is, for anybody that comes after me, whether it's a remediator, it's an adjuster, it's anybody, they can really quickly see the areas that I found to be wet. So I'll actually moisture map it with my tape, document it with pictures. If I'm able to, I'll do what you see here, which is a graph or a sketch of exactly the area from 2 different angles. And the whole concept, everything that I do regarding this, and the reason I take a little bit extra time is, I always ask myself is, if I was in court in front of a judge and the judge had nothing to do with the restoration industry, how can I easily explain to him or show him exactly what was going on here? And that's always the basis that I take on my approach of either writing a report or doing a sketch or trying to explain something, because the reality is that we're not always going to be talking to people who completely understand restoration, who completely understand mold assessment, indoor air quality, any of these issues. And so it all ties together, from understanding how your equipment works, selecting that equipment, using it properly, being able to explain it, and then documenting the results into something like a moisture map. It all comes from basic thing is we need to understand why we do the things that we do and how our equipment works. Very
Well,
simple things.
looking at what you're doing here, I mean, to me, it makes a lot of sense, and hopefully everybody that's watching understands this too, but it also looks like a very labor-intensive process. I know there's other devices out there. I mean, I've used thermal imaging and stuff like that work hand in hand with moisture meters. So how would you draw the differences or comparisons to using that additional device in conjunction to a moisture meter?
Okay, that's a great question. Well, one of those devices, I actually have a picture of it right here, which is this hydro sensor. And this is what this is. It's not a moisture meter, it's a moisture sensor. So right over here in the tip, you'll actually get two little spikes. And once you put it into a something that is wet, it's going to beep. So it's going to let you know, hey, this is wet. Obviously, once I find something wet, I'm going to confirm it with a moisture meter. But this is a really easy way to be able to do a moisture map, for example, on a large area that has carpet and all the carpet is wet. So you don't have to bend over. This is the original intention of this product was to be able to do that, to be able to walk around and be able to then do your moisture map on carpet. But it has great other options. For example, when we find cabinets, and the toe kick is removed on that cabinet, how do we reach all the way in the back behind that cabinet to see if that drywall or whatever material is back there is dry? And my hand, I can tell you right for now, my hand won't fit. So this tool allows me to just go right under there, reach all the way to the back, and do moisture testing across the back wall and see if any of those areas appear to be wet. Also, they're great for HVAC closets and little spaces in between the air handler and the drywall. Normally, you have 3 to 4 inches, and once again, I can't reach, but many times I find the moisture with this tool allows me to reach high places as well, ceilings and anything like that, without really having to get up on a ladder. Or if it's a high ceiling, I don't have to get up on a really high ladder because I have a little bit of more reach due to this tool. So it's a wonderful tool that I think everybody should use. Saves my back, and it saves me a lot of time. I use it quite often. The other one that you mentioned is thermal imaging. So thermal imaging is a wonderful tool, probably one of the best tools that we have for efficiency in our industry and for breaking the ice with the customer. But once again, for you to be able to use it properly, you need to really understand how it works. So one of the first things I always say is get certified, understand what it does and what it doesn't do, and always question what it's showing you. So a thermal imaging camera, we all know, can give us false positives, and any dark area is going to be dark because it's cold, not necessarily because it's wet. It's definitely going to be colder than its surrounding areas, okay, but it does not mean that it's wet. But you can also get false negatives, and that's one of my biggest concerns all the time with infrared imaging. You can get false negatives because for you to be able to see anything on that camera, there needs to be temperature differentials within the material that you're observing through the lens, and that's not always the case. For that material to be able to show a differential, wherever it's wet, that liquid needs to be evaporating. That's actually how thermal cameras capture that something is colder because it's wet, is because when you have a surface and that surface is wet, I'm going to pretend I have a wall here. As those water molecules evaporate, they're taking energy with them into the air. That means they're leaving the surface of the material cooler because energy cannot be created or destroyed. It can only be transferred. And that water molecule, as it leaves the surface and it goes floating into the air, means that all that energy is up here. You have less energy here. And less energy means less heat, less temperature. So that's what the infrared camera is capturing. But if that's not happening because environmental conditions, because you have some sort of material or paint that does not allow that wall to evaporate, it's not going to show you anything. And that whole entire wall might be soaked. It's happened to everybody. It's happened to me, where I've said, well, this is dry. And I said, well, let me go check, with my other meters anyway. And sure enough, and then you learn, I always have to check with moisture meters. I cannot trust the infrared camera by itself. I rarely trust any single piece of equipment by itself. I always want it backed up to give me confirmation saying, hey, yeah, what you're seeing is truly what you think it is.
Well, you know, part of every certification course I've ever taken or seen for thermal imaging always goes back to document it with another device, usually a moisture meter. And that's your confirmation. You're not seeing moisture, you're seeing an anomaly or an exception to what's normal. And the other electronic device is what confirms what you're seeing.
Absolutely, absolutely. Now, having said that, if the area that you're scanning with your thermal imaging camera does show up on your thermal imaging camera, it is a great way to moisture map, right? Because now you can see the entire wall. You can document it with pictures. It's showing you the area that's wet. You can do a couple of, you can do follow-up moisture meter readings that you can document, which I also, by the way, not only do I document it with my regular camera, I document it with my infrared camera, because I like to show that that meter was exactly where the dark area was. So there's no question or doubt as to exactly where we took that measurement. And so it is a wonderful, wonderful tool. I don't leave home without it. Absolutely.
You know, some of the newer equipment now, thermal imaging, even the lesser expensive ones, do image over image photography, which is they're showing you an infrared image with the regular digital image over on top of it. So you get to see the outline or the structure of what you're looking at, plus the thermal patterns on the wall. So it really creates a very good description for anybody looking at as to what's going on in that environment, after you've obviously also documented it with moisture meter.
Absolutely, absolutely. As a matter of fact, nowadays, to me, it's the only way to go. Dual camera, so you're taking a regular picture and an infrared picture right next to it. So when your report comes out, that's exactly what you see. You see the regular picture, and right next to you see the infrared. It makes it a lot easier, once again, to explain to somebody that doesn't know anything about infrared cameras. So I'd rather spend a little bit extra on better resolution and be able to have that dual camera. And nowadays, like you said, even some of the economic cameras are coming up with or do have that function, and it's a function that to me is it's absolute must.
So we've gone from the basic moisture meter to the advanced moisture meter to the hydro sensor to the thermal imaging cameras. For somebody new starting out in the business, you know, a piece of equipment to start with. You don't go out and spend $50,000 on a thermal imaging camera.
Right.
Where do you start? Especially when you want to start dealing with moisture in your assessment or your remediation projects.
That's a wonderful question. On an assessment project, you have so much more flexibility per se on equipment. Because you're looking for different things that necessarily you would be on a drying project. You're still looking and want to make sure that stuff is wet or dry. You want to do a comparison. So you do have a wide range when it comes to non-penetrating and penetrating. So you can start with a less economical meter. The key, once again, is find out how it functions and read the reviews and watch the videos online for that manufacturer. And you should do that for a number of meters within your price range to find the one that is highly recommended and that actually does the job that you're looking to do. Some other ones, it's a different story. For example, if you see on your screen right now, this is a hygrometer. So you have non-penetrating meters, you have penetrating meters, you have moisture sensors. Now another way to measure moisture is moisture in the air, which is where we'd use a hygrometer. And on hygrometers, once again, an assessment, it could be, a little bit more flexible, because what you're looking for is a couple of readings during your assessment project, and a lot of hygrometers out there will do that. If you're in a drying project, for example, there's very few hygrometers that can stack up to the requirements of a drying project. This is, for example, one that would. This is a one that I like quite a bit. It says Phoenix, but I believe now the manufacturer is Vaisala. And what the differences are, for example, this hygrometer I can put in front of a dehumidifier, which has extreme temperature and moisture readings and low moisture readings, and pull it away and get very accurate readings right away in another location. Other hygrometers, less expensive hygrometers, you're going to have to wait a number of minutes to be able to get an accurate reading per location. So the hygrometers tend to be one of those things that the better you get, the better it's going to be for you for efficiency, because you don't have to wait all that time for the sensor to be able to adjust. Better sensors also tend to last longer before they become uncalibrated. So those are things, the newer hygrometers that are high end, you can also change the sensors. You can buy just a new sensor and put it in. So depending on the piece of equipment that we're talking about is dependent more on my guidance. So as to penetrating and non-penetrating meters for assessment and an infrared camera, I might say, listen, here's some baseline products that I think were great. I highly recommend. For example, FLIR makes I think it's the MR40, which is a penetrating moisture meter. It's a pen. It looks like a pen. It has a little flashlight on the other side. And I think it's $60, $70, $80. It's really inexpensive. And I think it's a wonderful moisture meter for assessments. Wonderful moisture meter, especially because it is so light that I can stick it pretty much anywhere, on a wall, on a ceiling, and it will stick and keep my reading, which means that I can document the picture with pictures a lot easier. I don't have to have my hand up, especially if I'm on a ladder or anything like that. It becomes dangerous. I don't have to hold it sticking to the wall and taking the picture. I can just stick it to the ceiling or to the wall, take a step back, take a picture up close, take a picture from far away, and it does a wonderful job. With a hygrometer, I would say definitely do your homework, get a little higher end, make your life a lot easier. And on a thermal imaging camera, one of the economic ones now is the C4 or C5 from FLIR. Those do a wonderful job. They do have their limitations. One of the things that I don't like about it is that the battery is not external, it's an internal battery. So once that battery starts degrading, basically your infrared camera starts degrading, because keeping it charged does become a headache. You have to have it connected all the time, but that happens over time. That doesn't happen immediately. The higher end cameras, like for example, the E series, the E6, E8, I really like those cameras. They have, batteries you can swap in and out, so it's a lot easier to always have a piece of equipment that's functioning. You can have multiple batteries. They do have the drawback of a higher cost. You're probably looking $2,000-$3,000 for those cameras versus $500-$600 for a C5 at this time.
Very cool. Well, we have a few minutes left. I don't even know where to start to say. Would you want to sum up what we've talked about, other than come take the CMA CMR class, or one of the advanced classes? But how would you sum up tonight, at least for the folks watching?
Actually, I have a pretty easy way to sum this up. Okay, which is what we talk exactly in our classes. Is when you make a decision to move forward into an application, to say assessment or drying, if that's what you do, know what your application is, know what you need, and then go study the equipment that's out there and choose your equipment based on that need, not on pricing. Okay, not on, Bobby told me this is a really good piece of equipment, they have it on sale at John Don or Answer or wherever it is. Just do your homework. Read the manuals, understand what it is that you're doing, understand how your equipment works, and most importantly, understand why you're doing it. What's the purpose of you using each piece of equipment, so then you can properly document that purpose and properly express that purpose through your documentation to somebody that has absolutely no clue what it is that our industry is about. That is if you take the whole entire idea, that is the basic idea of what we do. Take really complicated things and make it less complicated, make them simple, so somebody that doesn't know what we're talking about can learn it in a quick and efficient manner. And the way to do that is you need to understand every step of the way, and most importantly, understand how to properly use your equipment.
Well, thank you, Mo. Actually, I'll ask you to stop sharing your screen for a moment so people can see who you really are.
Absolutely. Go ahead and do that.
All right, there he is. Well, I want to thank you for your time. I think we're going to have to do this again and maybe pick another type of equipment, maybe air pumps or Matterport or some other equipment that I know that you use and you're familiar with, and do some more segments on this.
Absolutely. Sounds good.
So thank you for your time, and we look forward to possibly another segment in the near future.
Hey, thank you for having me. Have a wonderful night.
You too. I want to welcome Rachel Rebellet from Air Answers to our stream today. And I've talked with her before. It's always interesting when we meet up with the people from Air Answers. They're always coming up with something new and more high tech into the industry of indoor air quality, allergens, and some really cool scientific stuff. So, Rachel, how about a quick hello and we'll start chatting.
Hi. Well, thanks for having me, Lance. Really happy to be here. And hello to everyone out there in the Normie universe.
Well, it's funny you say that. We're broadcasting this on all kinds of channels through social media, and it's going to be out there in a lot of places.
Well, that's
But
exciting.
again, it's technology, and it's there to be used, just like the stuff you guys are coming out with. So, with that, I got a few questions for you.
Of course.
So first of all, I heard that you guys have some kind of newsletter coming out. What's that all about?
Yes, we're going to have a quarterly newsletter we send out with all of our updates, update on our testing that we're offering, information about partnerships or conferences that we're going to. And there'll be a link on there to set up a consultation with us. It'll be a short 15-minute free consultation to learn more about the technology.
Can anybody sign up for that newsletter?
The newsletter goes out to all of our customers, all Normie members. So yeah, I mean, anyone who's interested in it, go to our website and fill out the contact us for more information link, and we'll provide you with a newsletter.
That's what I was looking for. So yes. Okay. Because I know a lot of our members, even if they're not using your services as yet, may still want to get that newsletter.
Oh yeah. Great. Yeah. Sure.
Okay. I'm just curious, what prompted that? I mean, because you haven't done that in the past.
Well, we thought it would just be, we always have so much going on, and we don't feel sometimes that we're getting that information out there. And this time around, we've decided we really wanted people to know what we're doing, new things that we're adding, things that would be potentially more interesting to different businesses. And, we just want people to know what's going on.
Okay, very good. Well, I'll be signing up for that because I don't think I'm getting it yet. And
No.
I just found out that you're doing that. So
no. Oh, you'll get one.
Okay. It's important to stay up to date. And just so you know, I just want to segue into this really quick. I am using the official Air Answers coffee mug that I got at the last convention with you guys. It's an amazing coffee cup. I'll talk about that later.
It's the best coffee cup.
Yes, it is. All right. So as far as technology, and the coffee cup is a lot of technology because it keeps stuff warm for hours.
Exactly.
I know you have new tests coming up. I mean, we've talked quite a bit recently, and you keep describing new processes that are coming. Can you talk about some of the newer ones and the old ones too, but definitely the newer ones?
Okay. Well, one of the things that we have coming out this week for anyone who's working with, cannabis grow facilities, we're adding botrytis onto our menu. We have powdery mildew, and then we're going to be adding botrytis to that. That is going to come out by the end of this week. It's going to be available for purchase.
I know from what we've done in the IAQ industry, the grow houses are really concerned about the different powdery funguses and stuff.
Oh yeah.
And I'm assuming that's what you're talking about here. I didn't know the specific name before, but I know that they have to submit samples to different government entities for testing purposes, and that's one of the things they're really concerned about, because they could lose an entire crop if that's out of control.
Oh yeah, the whole crop can go because of botrytis or bud rot and powdery mildew issues. But also for people who are working with those cannabis growers, one of the state requirements for a lot of different places is aspergillus. So we do have that aspergillus option as part of our mold genera testing as well, which could be helpful. And then we have one of our other panels, opportunistic fungal pathogen panel, There's there's two species of Aspergillus on that one as well that could be helpful in this area, Aspergillus niger and Aspergillus fumigatus, which are two of the four Aspergillus species that are problematic for people who want to pass their state requirements.
Are those the specific species that affect people with aspergillosis, I believe it's called?
Yes, it's people who are immunocompromised, or
Yeah.
it makes perfect sense. I mean, if you're going to be inhaling something or you're going to be using something for human consumption, you don't want them to inhale a bunch of different spores or kinds of molds that could potentially cause serious respiratory problems.
Well, I know you've been expanding out all the different types of testing, and I know we've talked over the last 2 or 3 years about this, especially when COVID came out, because you do testing for COVID also.
Oh, yeah.
What
Yep.
else are you testing for, or can you let us know that you'll be testing for in the coming future?
All right. Well, this is all new information, so I'll give you just like a little sneak peek, but we are going to be expanding our viral panel. And so we will be adding more viruses to that, and viruses that would be potentially interesting to people in schools and people in buildings and everything else. So we're working to expand that. So we're going to be adding not just COVID, we're going to be having other viruses as well.
I mean, it sounds specifically the way you're talking, like it's also targeting a little bit more into the medical industry. I mean, we obviously know the indoor air quality is desperate need for all of this testing, but it sounds like the medical industry may have a bigger interest in this.
Could be. I
Yeah.
could see the medical industry being interested in this as well.
Yeah, I know that, we've run into issues over the years with the medical industry has been resistant to deal with more of the environmental issues affecting people, but I think that's changing now. And I think stuff like your technology is making a big difference where it's accessible and understandable to the lay person and the doctors.
Mhm. I completely agree.
All right, cool. All right. Well, if you think of anything else while we're chatting here that's coming out that you can share with us, please do.
That's what I have right now.
All right,
But,
well, let's
that
see.
one will be coming soon.
I know we were at, I believe it was the ISSA convention was the
Yeah.
last time. And
Yeah.
I think you guys are going to be at the IAQA convention also.
That's correct. We will have a booth at the IAQA, and I will be participating in a panel conversation moderated by Michael Pinto on mycotoxins. So there'll be a group of us in that panel discussion, and that'll take place at the I think it's I forget what night of I think it's like 4:30 or 5 o'clock on Tuesday. But it's during the IAQA. So keep an eye out for that panel discussion, and it should be really interesting.
I know Doug Hoffman is going to be at the IAQA show. I'm not sure if I am or not yet. I have a few things coming up, so I may not be able to get there, but I know Doug is going to be there, so you'll be probably chatting with him.
Oh, yeah.
Michael Pinto, is one of our senior instructors. I mean, he runs some classes for us that are really specific to sensitized individuals. And one of the important things in his teachings is also your technology,
Mhm.
because, the people that are sensitized, which I believe now they're considering between 20 and 25% of the population out there. It's like 1 in 4 people are considered
crazy.
sensitized,
Oh, yeah.
and it's not that it's really been that different over the last several years. It's just become an awareness now. And now people want to know what's going on in their environment. And that's really where your type of technology really comes in.
Oh, yeah.
I keep calling it technology, and I don't want it to sound science fiction like, but
You don't want to say electrokinetic capture technology?
no, it's too early in the day for that.
Haven't had enough coffee yet?
Yeah, pretty much. No, I don't want to do that. But I do want to say that, we had talked, a few months back about the teaching of your technology to like our members and the public. And you had come up with some specific short videos
Yeah.
that really went into detail but quickly so people can understand it, how to use the technology, what it could be used for,
Mhm.
and actually how to just to turn it on.
Yep.
We found with a lot of the technology that's out there that people don't want to read instructions any longer.
Yeah.
I'm guilty of it myself. You open up that furniture you want to put together, no, we don't need these. And some of the companies now have been putting out just pictures, no more
Mhm.
words, as instructions. But you went to the next step and actually did videos showing people how to manipulate the cartridges, how to turn things on and off and reset, which was extremely helpful. And we
Well, if
actually
there's
have it on our
anyone
web-
else who needs, I mean, if there's any other videos you can think of, we're gladly put those together as well, if they will help to provide more information.
Be careful what you offer to do.
No.
And because we never know. I mean, we're dealing with several different generations of assessors, inspectors, remediators, and the general public, and they all learn differently. Some people have to read directions. Other people have to look at pictures. Other people need to just have a video explaining it to them. And
Yeah.
having all these different ways out there really makes a difference. So, yeah, we may be asking you to do a few more of those
Great.
things.
I understand. I'm very visual myself. So, I mean, I put together I got a table from Amazon the other day and it went right to YouTube and it had a whole video on how to put it together. So, I completely understand.
Can you talk a little bit more about the types of allergens that you guys can test for?
Yeah.
I get a lot of questions from people about, I know I have allergies, but I don't know what I'm allergic to. Or I
Mhm.
went to a doctor and he said I'm allergic to these 4 things, but I don't know. I don't think I have, anything in the house related to a cat, but they say I'm allergic to cats. That type of testing.
Yeah. Yep. I completely understand. We've had quite a few people who moved into places and they don't know, everyone automatically goes to mold. It's like, well, my eyes are itchy and I'm having these problems directly because of mold. And then you find out that, we find cat allergen in the home. So what we specifically test for is we have a cat allergen, dog allergen, dust mite, cockroach, mouse, and 3 different types of pollens. So we do tree pollen, grass pollen, and ragweed pollen.
I got to go back to the dogs and cats for a moment.
Okay.
Is it testing, because this is a question I get all the time about the allergen portion of it, is it testing basically the saliva aspect of it or the dander, or what is it looking at?
It's actually testing for a particular protein, and that protein is what the allergen is. And that allergen can be found in saliva, it can be found in urine, and it can be found on the animal dander. So it can be in any of those things. So we're specifically targeting the actual allergen.
That's interesting because when I've talked with people that have dog allergies, cat allergies, they're always worried about the fur and the dander that's all over the place. That's what they think they're allergic to, but it's basically the proteins
It's the
that exist
proteins.
on that,
Mhm.
from licking themselves or whatever.
And that's what we found with, people think, oh, I got a hypoallergenic dog or hypoallergenic pet. And they say, well, it doesn't have any allergens. Oh, yes, it does. It still has allergens. It's not going to lose its fur as much. But I mean, there's still allergens in its saliva. There's still allergens in the urine. There's still allergens coming from that are, on the skin. So, I mean, it still has allergens. They just don't shed as much. So when we do testing in homes where people have hypoallergenic animals, we're still going to find those allergens because they're still going to be there.
Let's change the subject here for a minute. We're in the process of working with several entities in different parts of the world, and they're very interested in using the technology from Air Answers.
Mhm.
Is there a time limit on shipping? Because it does take a little bit longer to send stuff into the lab here in the US if they were overseas. Is there any concerns there?
With time of shipping, or, well, the stability of the sample is fine. So there's no concern if you're sending it into the laboratory and it takes a week or so that there's going to be any kind of issue with stability. So that's really not a concern. So,
Okay, very good. Because that was one of the discussions I was involved with about using the Air Answers lab, was concerned about it taking several extra days to get in, and if it was a concern, just like you know, a regular swab sample of mold, you
mhm.
know, it could incubate and stuff like that. So very
Yeah,
good.
yeah.
So let's see. Could we ask you to run through a list, if you can, of all the different things that you test for, and then maybe summarize it by how long these tests take? Because I know there's different
Sure.
time periods. Is a day, 3 days, 5 days? I mean, there's all different time periods for different types of testing.
Great. And I'll go through this list and I'll actually provide you with that information as well. So if any Normie member has questions about that, you'll have that information to help them with as well. Okay, well, I will start with our beta glucan testing. Our beta glucan testing is our marker for actively growing mold. So, you know, for anyone who wants to know if mold is actually growing in the environment that you're assessing, then, you know, beta glucan would be the test to do. Beta glucan, you would run beta glucan for either 24 hours or a 5-day run. And the turnaround time for beta glucan in the laboratory is a 24-hour turnaround time. So once we receive the cartridge in the laboratory, it's going to be 24 hours, you know, to get that sample, to get the results. Sorry. The next one, I will go through the mold genera. The mold genera is 8 different types of molds. I'll try to name them all.
Didn't want to
Penicillium.
put you on the spot, but
Oh, you're fine.
yes, I did.
Aspergillus, Penicillium, Stachybotrys, Fusarium, Catonium, Fusarium, Cladosporium, Trichoderma, Memnunella, and I think that was 8. Was it 8? I don't know. Oh,
Well, you definitely hit our 5 no tolerance molds.
Exactly. I hit your 0 tolerance molds there. So those are indicative of severe water damage, correct?
Correct.
Great. So that test, you could run it again for either 24 hours or 5 days. And then the turnaround time in the laboratory is 24 hours for that one as well.
Before you go on, just real quick, on those tests where you said between 24 hours and 5 days, can it be run for shorter periods in there, like 3 days, if that was only the accessible time? Or does that cause a
The
problem?
reason why we tell people either 24 hours or 5 days is because part of the calculation that we provide the results, part of that calculation has to do with time and volume. And all of that is kind of worked into our laboratory information management system. So it's to provide people with information. And then also what we're doing is building out a database so that we're able to develop our own levels of these different things in the air, since there's really nothing to compare it to. So part of that is why we recommend just 24 hours or 5 days so that we can provide people with accurate concentrations and then track those. So.
Okay. That's why I was curious, because I was asked that by somebody and I didn't have the real answer, but now I do.
No, you do. Now you have a bunch of information I just provided. Hopefully you can sort through my my ramblings.
Not a problem.
All right. And what next? Mycotoxin testing. Mycotoxin, we test for 4 different mycotoxins: trichothylacine, aflatoxin, ochratoxin, fumonisin. And that is, again, 1 or 5 days. And it is a 5-day turnaround time for the mycotoxin testing. We have the opportunistic fungal pathogen panel, which is Aspergillus fumigatus, Aspergillus fumigatus, Aspergillus niger, Mucor, and Candida albicans. And again, 1 or 5 days, and that is a 2-day turnaround time in the laboratory. We have the allergen testing. Now, the allergen testing is only 5 days. That's only been validated for 5 days. That was based on case studies or testing that we'd done before, and running on different lengths of time. So 5 days was the best amount of time to get the whole vicinity or the whole type, all the different types of allergens. So 5 days, allergens only, 5 days. And that is a 5-day turnaround time. Now, we do have multi-panels as well. We have a total mold panel, and that is beta-glucan, mycotoxins, and genera. That is you run it 1 to 5 days. It's a 5-day turnaround time. We have the beta-glucan and the allergens together. That's a 5-day run. It's a 5-day turnaround time. We have the comprehensive panel, which is beta-glucan, genera, mycotoxins, and allergens, 5-day run, 5-day turnaround time. We have the cannabis panel, which is the powdery mildew and the botrytis. That can be run 24 hours or 5 days. That is a 2-day turnaround time. We have the COVID testing. The COVID testing is a 3-day run, a 2-day turnaround time. Now, what also is interesting is you don't have to use a different cartridge for each test. If you want to do beta-glucan and genera, you don't have to do one for genera and one for beta-glucan. You have one cartridge. We can run a whole plethora of tests on them. So you want to start with beta-glucan first to see if there's mold growing in the environment. You can do that. And then we keep the sample for 60 days. You can add on other types of tests onto the sample. The only time where you're going to have to run 2 cartridges separately is if you're wanting to run viruses and, the molds and allergens and everything else. You're going to have to run 2. And that's just because our laboratory process to remove those samples from the cartridges are different. So viruses, different sample, but if you have the, one sample, you can run everything else on it. You can have, beta-glucan, you can do all the genera, you can do the mycotoxins, you can do the allergens, you can all do that off one cartridge. So there's
as long as it meets the minimum time requirement.
Exactly. Yep.
So running a 5-day sample, you could basically test for any and all except for viruses.
Yep. If you're doing just the 1 day, you can run all the molds, the allergens. We'd recommend that you run it, another sample for 5 days. But if you want to run it 24 hours and do, beta-glucan, mycotoxins, all the mold genus assays, the opportunistic fungal pathogens, powdery mildew, you can run all that off of one cartridge.
There's a lot of options there, and it sounds like you can mix and match and do everything. But, for the people watching, it's really about testing for what your specific concerns are, or
Exactly.
what the assessor or remediator considers the concerns.
Yep.
And it's getting you data. It's getting you information to help you come up with a plan.
Yep, definitely is. So we do provide a lot of different options. One of the other things is we love to hear what customers want to test for, because with the molecular type testing we do in our laboratory, we can build out our menu quite a bit. So if there's anything that we aren't offering right now that we could potentially offer in the future, please just let us know.
Well, you know that we use the Air Answers device in the training for our NCEAA program, which is the normally certified environmental allergen testing and assessment program. And it's one of the pieces that we teach about using just for that reason, because of all the allergens that you do. And we just encourage people to do that. I do want to stress, and I talk about this in all the trainings that we do, if you have the technology, if you have the Air Answers device or any other piece of equipment, use it in your home or office first. Don't go out to a customer's location and use it for the first time. Any piece of equipment, sitting there reading the instructions is not the place to do that. Or calling me and saying, how do I do this? Because that does happen. So please, I always say, please use it in your own home. Find out what's in your environment. Become a believer in the technology.
or sit in your office, watch those short videos, and those are just, how to put the cartridge in, take it out, where to send it, it's just some information. So it is really helpful to try it first before you take it in somewhere.
Absolutely. Good advice. Well, is there anything else that we haven't chatted about that you would like to talk about? I always put it out there like, do you have questions for me? If not, that's okay. I'm good with that.
Well, what's new with Normie?
Well, we're busy. We're going to be at the different conventions. We're going to see you guys hopefully there. I might even have to get another coffee mug. Again, amazing coffee mugs. If you guys have them again, I encourage everybody to go to your booth and try to get one because they keep things hot forever.
Oh, well, great. We'll make sure that we have those at the next conference then.
Well, I'm just putting it out there. I could use another one. Well, I do want to thank you for your time. It's greatly appreciated. I know you guys are busy.
Oh, well, thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate it.
No, it's our pleasure. We enjoy getting the information from you guys and working closely with you. I look forward to seeing you at one of the next conventions.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Looking forward to seeing you too. All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Welcome, everyone, to a very special episode of our podcast. We're diving deep into the transformative world of healthy living, clean air, and the game-changing insight of Normie Connect. I'm Paul Lutwin, your host, and I couldn't be more excited to take you on this enlightening journey. And who better to guide us through it than the man who's been at the forefront of Normie since 2006, the Executive Vice President of Business Development, the one and only Lance Eisen. Welcome, Lance.
Thank you,
Good to have you
Paul.
today.
Glad to be here. Thank you.
So, first and foremost, tell us, what is Normie Connect?
Normie Connect is a concept that's come out of a lot of functions that we already have in place. We've already had a Normie TV channel. We do social media. We're really trying to reach out to the public and to the contractors. It's two-pronged that we do with our communications and keep them informed and up to date on indoor air quality. Recently, we've expanded what we've been doing with a lot of our media that we're broadcasting on TV. Actually, we've even added radio, which I guess we'll talk about in a little bit. And the whole concept behind Normie Connect is to connect with the contractors in the industry, connect with the public that have questions, that are looking for answers, how to deal with their personal problems or indoor air quality. So we're trying to put it all in one place under the one umbrella of Normie Connect. And we've had a very, very positive feedback so far since we've been doing this.
That's great. That's great. I know I've been around Normie for quite some time, and I remember seeing some emails regarding Normie Connect. So is it brandy new, or tell me about that?
Well, we've been broadcasting on our TV platforms since 2018. We've had like 55,000 hours of broadcasting or watching or something. I mean, the numbers are gigantic with that. But we found that over time, people are busy. People can't stop and go watch a video, like the video on demand stuff. People don't just know to search for that. So we wanted to keep streaming in a free-flowing live format. But again, people are busy. So we look for other ways of reaching out to them. And we know that people like different platforms to watch their media on. Some people like YouTube, some like Twitch, some like to go to LinkedIn or Twitter. We're on all of it. And we did that for convenience of the viewers.
Yeah, I know. I noticed looking around on that, there was a ton of media types and platforms. So can you tell me why you're broadcasting on so many of those?
Well, and that's the whole thing. We want to be able to reach people in their comfort zone. Again, we go back to people that work and leave work at, let's say, 5 o'clock in the afternoon, drive time. Well, it's hard to watch a video while you're driving. Sometimes picking a podcast may not be exactly what you wanted to listen to. You wanted something that was newer or fresh. And that's why we came up with the radio concept, where we're broadcasting streaming audio on 3 different radio platforms. So we're trying to put the media out on all these different, I call them flavors that people would have a preference for: chocolate, vanilla, strawberry. Some people drive Chevy, some people drive Ford. It's their preference, and we're trying to reach out to make it easy, convenient, and enjoyable for everyone.
So having that broad range of Porsche drivers and Ford drivers and Chevy drivers, who is really your target audience that you're looking for?
Two pieces. No, let's back up. First of all, and we say this kidding, but it's really true. The only people that really need to worry about indoor air quality are people that breathe. It's a niche market, about 8 billion people across the planet. But the reality is, people don't pay attention to issues unless it becomes a personal issue for them. So we're reaching out to the contractors who are in the industry: mold remediation, mold assessment, home inspectors, air conditioning contractors. These are people that are every day dealing with indoor air quality problems, water drying companies, and there's a whole list of verticals. And the consumer, because the consumer, at least since the explosion of the internet, have become starved for information. And they want information that is correct and meaningful, not just people making claims. And that's where we try to keep the reality of indoor air quality, how it can affect them, why it's a problem. We do everything because of building science and the way things are constructed. And we try to reach and give them an understanding so they can improve their own situations, whether they need a contractor or not. And on the contractor side, we try to keep the contractors educated to a professional meaning level. We have our own professional practices that we talk about. We teach those in the 5 licensing states. And I say 5 because there's only 5 states that actually require licenses to do mold assessment, mold remediation work. And that's counting Washington, D.C. as a state. So we try to keep that higher standard, and we try to standardize everything across the industry.
Well, you
Again,
mentioned the
consumer
public.
and contractor.
You mentioned the public. This is important. But does the public have the exact same access as your normie members do for this?
Almost all of it. The only difference is within, and I guess the best way to describe it is we have something called the Normie app, which you can get on Google Play side or on the iPhone side. And that app is kind of like the starting point for all of Normie Connect. You can go to our regular websites, normie.org and things like that. But if you go to the app itself, you have access to all of the different platforms we're talking about: radio, TV, podcasts, social media. It's all there for you. There's training that's there, and this is all open to the public. We have public service announcement broadcast. We actually have it running where we do training on hurricane awareness, flood awareness, what to do before, during, after. So that's out there for the public. The only part that's restricted is access into the Normie member section. So we do have stuff that is specific to Normie members. They're able to go to the app, and from the app, sign directly into the member area. But the general public, the contractors that are not Normie members, can access most of the stuff that's there, just not get into the member-specific areas.
It's great. That's great for the public and for the members, and hopefully all the members like myself. I'm just starting out getting into it and using it, and I really love what I see. What about initial feedback from members or some public viewers that's involved? Has it been good? What have you heard so far?
Oh, I mean, everybody that's been using it or that has heard about it gets very excited. And the reason for that is because now they're finding a single location they can go and get a lot of information. Do we have all the information that's out there? Absolutely not. There's no such thing. I mean, there's new stuff coming up every day, but we have access to a lot of the different information that comes out as it's happening. And we try to bring that information out as soon as possible. Actually, through Normie Connect, if you have the app, we're able to put out what they call push notifications. So anybody with the app, we can just do a notification and it will hit the app almost immediately, any place in the world. So if something new comes out that's really important or urgent, or some type of specialty training that just came about, we're able to notify people immediately of when a broadcast will be, when a new training is available, when some new legislation has just been released. Several years ago, I was working with, it was part of the legislative side in Texas when one of the large hurricanes devastated their area. And I was on the phone with the governor's office with one of his assistants while he was signing off on an executive order suspending licensing laws.
Wow.
Basically, as he signed it, the assistant said, okay, it has now been signed. All licensing laws are suspended. We put out a text notification, not through the app. We didn't have it at that time, through another platform, to our members that were following us by text. They immediately knew about this. That's the kind of stuff that we try to bring to the people within our organization, people that follow us under Normie Connect and all the other platforms.
So is that Normie app? Is it again? It's up in the Play Store and the App Store, but can the public download that as well, or is it just for members?
Absolutely, it's a free app. You know, there's no cost to it. It's something that we provide. If you go to either one of the app stores, Google or for iPhone, just search the word Normie, Normi, and it'll pop right up. You hit it, it loads, and you have access. We've even put training type games on there, you know, where you can go through little adventures about indoor air quality, whether you're a contractor or a homeowner, you know, just to make you think about the situations you could be facing.
Awesome. Now, I know with Normie, clean air and healthy living, it's a big part of it. How do you see the Normie Connect fit in with the already amazing Normie concept? How does that work?
The problem that we run into, along with I think everybody else out there, especially people using the internet for marketing, is reaching people and reaching people in a meaningful way, not just throwing and spewing information at people, because people aren't going to retain it, but giving them a platform to go to where their comfort zone is met, where they can learn the way they need to learn. You know, whether they're a visual learner that needs to watch a video, or somebody else could just listen to a podcast or streaming audio from a presentation, two different ways of learning. You know, I myself am what's called a tactile learner. I like to touch and be involved directly with what I'm learning. Many people are like that. We try to give that to the public and the contractors with all the training that we do, and putting it on all these platforms gives them a variety of ways to absorb it.
Yeah, that's really important. Is there a schedule, or there's programming, or tell me a little bit about that?
Yes and no is the answer. There is a schedule of upcoming events. And if you go to normie.org and you click on the Normie Connect drop down, you'll see the TV channel there, Normie TV. You'll see a schedule of upcoming trainings that we do on Tuesday afternoons. We do a continuing education or recertification training every Tuesday afternoon at 4 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Central on normie.tv. So people can go there, they'll see ahead of time what the presentation is going to be, and they can choose to tune in or not. A lot of those broadcasts are eventually put up on our TV channel that we broadcast 24/7, and we stream audio to our radio platforms with the same information. So again, if you're driving in your car and you want to listen, you can. If you're just getting out of work or you can't make the meeting because you're traveling, you can still listen to it or watch it, depending on what is more comfortable for you. And again, it's all about connecting with the listeners. And that's the hardest part, because people are so busy. So we try to make it 24/7 available.
Off topic a little bit with Normie TV. I know you mentioned that there's continuing ed credit lectures or course curriculum that's up there. This is a crazy question, but if I can't make it live, or Normie members that need that continuing ed credits, if they can't make it live, can they still watch it and then somehow log their hours in where we'd be able to get the credit for it?
Yes, they can. And that's a function of the restricted area that we have for active Normie members. We require so many continuing education credits or recertification credits every year to keep their certifications active. And we try to stay consistent with like requirements of some of the other states, like Florida, for instance. They require 14 continuing education credits every 2 years to keep the license active and be able to be renewed. So we try to follow that, and we have a very large market of people that have Florida licenses all over the country, because most of the country does not require a license to do mold assessment or remediation. People are getting licensed through us in the state of Florida. Not that they're going to work there, but they're at least licensed by a government entity to do that type of work. And it's giving them
Interesting.
credibility. So we provide that training every week, 48, 49 times a year, so they can get their required credits. And they don't have to be there every week. It's only, a handful that they have to attend, but they're staying connected and they're getting the information they need under, again, Normie Connect. There's the word.
Yeah, that's important. That's super important. What states can our license? We're a licensed state of Florida remediator or assessor. What states are we allowed to use that license to by their law?
Unfortunately, even though most of the licensing laws talk about reciprocity, if you have a license in one state, you can use it in another state that requires it. None of the states have the same requirements. Different hours of training, different CEU or recertification credit requirements. Some have to be state approved, some have to be live, some have to be online. So it's all over the place as far as that goes. However, the license itself, once you have that, you're able to, especially the Florida license, you're able to apply to Washington, D.C. for their license. You're able to apply to Louisiana for their remediator license. They don't have an assessor license. Now, it's not the license that is what you're applying with. It's the training that you receive to get the license in Florida that those states are looking for. New York is completely independent. They have their own curriculum. We're approved to teach it. We've taught quite a few of the New York classes. Texas is also independent. They have an extremely strict training program, and it's actually the longest one. Their course is 5 days. New York's assessor is 4, their remediator is 3, Florida's remediator is 3, DC and Louisiana, they're like 3. So, that's why there's a difference. However, once you get licensed and or certified through us, that type of recognition that goes along with that is what is good for the rest of the country. Again,
Right.
there is no licensing laws, but it helps, especially with insurance companies.
Oh, I bet, for sure. Switching over to that Normie Pro task force. I know it brings together a team of professionals, kind of collaborate in advisory capacities, focused on environmental health. How does the Normie Connect program associate themselves with the Normie Pro Environmental Task Force? How does it all work in connection with each other?
Well, the Normie Pro Environmental Task Force is a 501c3 organization, meaning it's a not-for-profit public charity. So it's able to accept donations. People that donate to the Environmental Task Force, they're able to claim tax deductions based on its tax status. So that's an entity unto itself. Now, we have a lot of supporters through Normie, through the Environmental Task Force, through Normie Connect. Any kind of donations made through the task force is what helps us support the Normie Connect program. It's helping us fund a lot of things that we do. The funding from the Environmental Task Force goes to a lot of other things too. Like we've worked with several military bases where some of the on-base housing has been terrible as far as mold conditions. We've been able to donate air purification equipment and cleaning technologies to some of those families to help them where they've really not had any other means of dealing with the problem. That's all through the task force. And because it's a not-for-profit public charity, it gives us the ability to help do that kind of stuff.
Interesting. And how does one become a member? Is it do you guys just take applications? Do you have to be a
For the
certain
task
level
force?
of experience? Yeah.
The task force is really a function of being a Normie member. And the reason behind that is we need to ensure that the people that are involved are trained properly. Not someone that just took an online course and got the certificate the same day they got the booklet for the training materials. So we make sure that they have met certain criteria for us if they want to be part of the task force. We do have a requirement that they take some of the FEMA training courses and produce the certifications with that. And again, this stuff is all free. It doesn't cost anything for these FEMA courses. Actually, they're called ICS courses or NIMS. And the whole incident command system, ICS, is what we want people to be familiar with, because under the task force, if we do any kind of reach out to a community after disaster, and there's federal or state agencies involved, especially, they all function under this ICS protocol and NIMS. And you have to understand what they're doing and why they do it. Otherwise, you're just in the way. So once you become a Normie member, once you have reached certain training levels, once you've gotten certain FEMA training, you can then be part of the task force. And if we do any reach out, if we do any on-site stuff, you're more or less invited to that. There's also some other requirements that we're doing now through, it's a federal grant through ISSA. They're like a really close partner of ours. They're the largest cleaning organization in the world. And we're doing something called Cleaning for Health. It's a basic training that's provided for free to people wanting to take this course, funded by federal grants. And we're teaching this in multiple states, multiple locations. I know we just went through the first pilot program and we surpassed the requirements of the grant greatly by the amount of people that we were able to train just on the first go round. So there'll be more coming. And that's all of the training that we want people to have, whether they're going to be on the task force, whether they're going to be doing their own home remediation or working as a contractor.
Very cool. Very cool. So I know you guys have a lot of going on, you and your team for sure. Can you give me and the viewers a little insight in what the future holds for Normie Connect specifically?
Yeah, we use a term, and I don't know if you've heard it. We say Yasny. Sounds like a made-up word. Well, it kind of is, but the letters stand for "You ain't seen nothing yet." We're always deploying new things and expanding on stuff that we have out there. There's a lot of stuff I can't talk about right now. We have a lot of things that hopefully by the end of the year will start to become public, at least through the Normie organization, of expansions and other things that we're doing. I mean, new stuff alone, just under the Normie Connect. I mean, we started with broadcasting on one streaming TV platform. We now, especially when we do our Tuesday trainings, we're broadcasting on 15.
Wow.
You know, we're on 13 podcast platforms and 3 radio platforms now. So we're always adding. We're always trying to reach out to more. We're adding new trainings. We're bringing in more instructors to do specialized training. Like an example would be Michael Pinto teaching on sensitized individuals, which a few years ago was 5% of the population. They're estimating now it's 20+% of the population are classified as sensitized individuals. So we're training on that stuff. And that's all new and it's all coming. And Normie Connect gets that information out to people. Matter of fact, this coming Tuesday in October, I believe it's the 17th, we're going to be doing an interview that Michael Pinto just did with us on mycotoxins. Big buzzword in the industry now, how it affects sensitized individuals. That's going to be broadcast at 4 o'clock Eastern, 3 o'clock Central next Tuesday, which would be the 17th of October. And that'll be out on all the platforms for the public, for the contractors. It'll be out there. And that's the whole purpose of doing that, getting all this new information out to people.
Yeah, I watched a little bit of him explaining the mycotoxins, and I know myself being in the industry, a few of my clients have severe mycotoxin poisoning where we were able to link the levels in their body and their blood to the contamination in the air. And it was quite interesting to see how now the doctors want to play with that. And, you know, it causes serious effects that most people really don't know of. So it's definitely a scary thing. One last question for you. And I know, again, being a Normie member and involved with Normie, and my colleagues out there who are also involved, I know sometimes it gets overwhelming with all the features and the information on the Normie site. To be specific, so when they listen, how can they find the Normie Connect?
Well, the easiest way to get to it is normieconnect.com. We have a direct link right to it, takes you to the area where it will introduce you to areas to access the TV, the radio, the app, the podcasts, excuse me, all in one place. And going to normieconnect.com is a great place to start. However, like you had said, there's so much information that it can sometimes be overwhelming. Don't let that happen, because we also use a lot of technology, and don't let that frighten you away. Don't fear the technology, embrace it, because it's going to be there, kicking and screaming. We all have to go in that direction, but we try to make things as simple and user-friendly as possible. And if you ever have a question, you pick up the phone and you call us.
There you go. And that's it. So is there anything, Lance, that you want to touch base on, having the public and Normie members kind of give me one insight in your head? I know you mentioned a million of them, and I get it, but one main important topic of Normie Connect and why people need to log in, why they need to have that app, and why they need to follow it. One big main focus.
Meaningful and realistic information. That's the easiest way to describe it. If you go to normieconnect.com, you're going to get options right in front of you to choose how you would like to receive information or view information or participate in training and information without having to search all over the place. And the information you're going to get is what's been accepted by insurance companies, accepted by the states that require licensing to work in this industry. And that's where the credibility comes from. Somebody didn't just sit around and think something up and say, hey, let's talk about this. It's all stuff that's backed by industry standards. It's part of professional practices. It's right there.
That's great. Well, Lance, I thank you for your time. All the listeners, there you have it, a little glimpse into the future of healthy living, innovative Normie Connect platform. It's been great speaking with you, Lance. I appreciate it. Until next time, we'll keep everybody updated, keep striving for a healthier tomorrow, keep breathing, and I know Normie and Normie Connect to make the world and this industry a little bit better, one breath at a time. So for now, my name is Paul Lutwin. I'm going to sign off, and Lance will be in touch, and I appreciate your time today.
Thank you, Paul, for having me.
You got it. Thank you.
I want to welcome today's guests from Robert Pettyjohn Cleaning, Mr. Robert Pettyjohn and Katie Ruther. Guys, want to say a quick hello?
Hello there, Lance. It's a joy to join you and the millions watching on their computer.
Thank you, Robert. Hi, Katie. How you doing?
Thank you. I'm good, Lance. How are you?
Good, good. Well, let's get started here. And for those that don't know, Robert is one of our senior trainers. He's involved with our certified mold assessor, mold remediation training, and he does quite a few other things for us. So could you tell us a little bit about your background and how you got involved with this indoor air quality industry?
Well, Lance just started by cleaning carpets. My wife, Karen, and I were living in Kentucky at the time, and we were looking up at the light fixture on our ceiling and saying, we're going to be here the rest of our lives, or we're going to do something else. So we had an opportunity to go to Hawaii. So we sold everything we had and bought 2 one-way tickets to Kauai and sold jewelry on the beach for a couple of years. And then, like everybody should do, but then we had a little baby born over there. This little girl here to my right and to your left. Little Katie was born over there on Kauai, and we couldn't imagine raising her far away from my mom and daddy or Karen's mom and daddy, Mr. and Miss Chapman in Easley, South Carolina. So we came back to South Carolina, and I did a few odd jobs, and one thing led to another, and I felt the Lord lead me to come up here to Southeastern Seminary to get a PhD in world religions. But he obviously had other things in mind because we were stone cold broke when we got up here. I said, Lord, what are we going to do? I answered an ad in the newspaper that said, clean carpets, make $800 to $1,000 a week. I said, well, that'll pay a few bills. So I started doing it. It was a carpet cleaning company is what it was. So I started doing that, and then one thing led to another, and I realized that I didn't know everything I needed to know. So I went looking for some other resources, and fortunately I found them. But that's how we got started cleaning carpets in 1989 here in Wake Forest, North Carolina.
You know, we've talked in the past about diverse backgrounds and, you know, where people are today and where they came from. So I just want to get this right. I'm visualizing it's the beach bum surfer becoming the doctor PhD, you know, in a short trip.
Well, we did a little bit of windsurfing, but not that other stuff like they do in the pipeline in the North Shore of Oahu or any of these other big surfing venues. And I was accepted into the PhD program at Baylor University and also up here at Southeastern Seminary, but I never enrolled. We were just too broke, and I had to do something else. So I never became the doctor, but that's okay.
Well, I'll tell you, Katie, I know you were dragged through this, probably kicking and screaming most of the way. And if you would like to tell us a little bit about your background, if you're comfortable with that.
Oh gosh. So I grew up with the back seat of our minivan on the front porch to accommodate the carpet cleaning machine.
Oh, that's right.
And that's okay. Fond memories. But I think I officially started working in the business when I was in 3rd grade, pulling hoses. And as far as I know, I was the only 3rd grader that had a sizable bank account. So I guess I appreciate the life lessons and responsibility that came with working at a young age. And I worked on and off, went to college, tried to find a different career. And after college, I came back and worked in the office a little bit in the field. And I got married. We ran away for about 4.5 years to California and decided this is probably where we really need to be. So we came back and have been ears deep in textiles for the last, I keep saying 6 years, but time keeps ticking. So it might be closer to 8 years by now.
Wow. Amazing.
So here we are. Not at all what you plan for your life, but somehow, you're doing what you're supposed to be doing.
All right. Very cool. Well, I like to know a little bit more about the backgrounds, and a lot of our viewers, want to know who the people are that we're talking to. So thank you both for that. So let's get down to it. I know what you do is fairly technical as far as the technology that's used, the methodology for cleaning. It's not just spraying a chemical on something and cleaning it. So how did you figure out how to do this? Did you take training, or did you just reinvent the wheel, or how'd you wind up doing what you're doing?
Well, we got started in our training because I had done some work. The guys at the shop figured I was the smartest one, so they sent me the worst, most difficult cases. And at this time, I went and bleached the guy's carpet and made a big mess. And that was $650 that Petty John's did not have. But we had to max out our credit cards in order for that to happen, so we did it. So I figured I better get some training. And as a result, I asked around a couple of places and found out that there was a class at Sunbelt Cleaning Supply House here in Raleigh. And the great Lee Pemberton from McKeesport, Pennsylvania, was the one who was teaching the class. And thankfully, I got the right teacher at the right time, and he told me everything I needed to do and to know in order to get started properly. And I could not be any more thankful for that. So absolutely, training and education, there is no substitute whatsoever for that unless you have a bottomless bank account that can handle all your screw ups.
Okay. Well, with that, in the world of indoor air quality, which is where we all work under, I know there's a lot of trade organizations and support groups and things like that. Did you ever try, or are you still working with those types of groups, trade associations, organizations that helped you through this?
To back up to education for just a moment, one of the fun full circle parts of being in a family business is while my dad took classes from Lee Pemberton, I think I was able to fully explore my love of upholstery cleaning from Lee's son, Jim, a few years ago. So, or, many years later. So I think that their family business becoming full circle as our family business has become second generation is one of the beautiful little components that you don't just see everywhere.
That's very well put.
Yes, it is. But does that really mean that when you were in 3rd and 4th grade, you were helping him with his homework?
I don't know.
You're exposing all our family secrets now.
I just wanted to make it clear for everybody where we were.
Well, that one of the benefits of being at a class like that is that you usually are associated with people that are where you want to be. And one of those people was a fellow named Chubb Safrit, S-A-F-R-I-T. He lived in Concord, North Carolina, right outside of Charlotte. And Chubb at that meeting told me, he said, Robert, if you want to do this business, you do this and this and this and this. And I did that and that and that and that. And then one thing led to another. And now here, what is today's date?
24th.
The 24th of what?
March
24th in 2023. I'm being interviewed by the great Lance Eisen and the Normie crowd, along with my baby daughter, Katie. And I'm so very thankful to be here. But that would not have happened had I not been in the right training organization, doing the right things by people who knew what they were talking about.
Well, I understand, and I thank you for that. And I understand that you've been a part of and some leadership in organizations too along the way. That's where I was trying to go to with this, to kind of talk about your path to where you've gotten to now with the different groups, support groups, organizations, things like that you've been involved with.
That's a good question. Well, you ask good questions, man. Thank you very, very much, Lance. Well, yes, both my wife and I have been privileged to serve as president of the Mid-South Professional Cleaners Association, the finest regional trade association anywhere in the country, without question. My daughter Katie is on the board of directors right now at Mid-South. We were the founding members of the Association of Drug Care Specialists that is headquartered in Dallas, Texas. One of the charter members of that organization. I'm one of just a handful of certified rug specialists here in the United States, the only one in the Southeast. I'm also privileged to be a part of the Restoration Industry Association, where I'm one of about 125 certified water loss specialists in the whole country, and that's a real big deal. So whenever years ago we used to go get gas, and we had to get paid for it inside the convenience store. And when I came home, Karen said, "You went to the gas station, didn't you?" I said, "Yeah." "How do you know?" "Because you smell like smoke." You remember that everybody smoked inside those gas stations. Well, that's the way it is now. You start to smell like the people you hang around. And fortunately, being a part of this national organization, Remediators and Microbial Inspectors, known as Normie, I'm beginning to smell like you, Lance, and I'm so thankful for that.
I know there's a compliment in there someplace. I'm just not quite sure how far I have to dig for it. So I'm just going to kind of move on, and let's talk about indoor air quality, as long as you talked about, smells and things like that. Rug cleaners, carpet cleaners, I've seen these guys with their trucks, and they go out and they spray some stuff on the floor and vacuum it back up, and they're off to the next job. But why wouldn't they be more focused on how it's affecting the rest of the environment with indoor air quality? So, I mean, how do you view that component of what you do?
Well, one of the benefits of being involved in an organization like Mid-South is that back in 1989, when we first started, we ran into a fellow. His name is Dr. Michael Berry. He was in charge of the Research Triangle Institute, and at the time was a very, very close friend of the Mid-South Professional Cleaners Association. As a matter of fact, one of his students, a guy named Donald Pumphrey from up in Brown Summit, North Carolina, did a cleaning of the Frank Porter Graham Child Care Center in Chapel Hill and discovered that the recidivism rate for people who got for the kids that were in that carpet cleaning, they got their carpets cleaned regularly, was much, much, much less. They almost never ever got sick. So Dr. Berry, in his book called Cleaning for Health, I don't know if people can see this. This is the one that Dr. Gavin McGregor Skinner is very interested in working with right now. But he says in his book some very, very powerful things about this business of cleaning. He said, in carpeted buildings, check entrances. It is especially important for you to analyze how or where unwanted matter gets deposited inside. This matter can be wet or dry or oily when it rains or snows or whatever the case may be. But he also says something very, very profound. He said, with housekeeping, we manage and take advantage of the sink effect we find inside. Kitchens have a literal sink. If dirty dishes and garbage are allowed to build up in it, bacteria will proliferate, and someone is likely to get sick. Some surfaces are better sinks than others, Dr. Berry says. Carpets and fabrics are very effective sinks. Pollutants stick on or fall into their fabric surfaces due to gravity or electrostatic attraction. Such complex webs of fibers can trap and hold pollutants for a very, very long time. Housekeeping that makes the indoor environment biologically clean promotes long-lasting health. We were fortunate in 1989 to be associated and to be acquainted with Dr. Michael Berry. And even as my role with the ICRC, I was fortunate to serve on the board of directors and the executive committee of that organization for 6 years, for crying out loud. But one of the people we met was a brilliant fellow who worked with the Journal of Cleaning, Restoration, and Inspection. He wrote an article called The Influence of Flooring Type on Allergen Levels and Airborne Particles. This thing right here. An amazing, John Downey is his name, an amazingly brilliant fellow. But he says, and I'll just read one short sentence or two. In conclusion, the results outlined here do not support the common recommendations favoring hard flooring rather than carpet that are currently given to those with asthma and allergy concerns. Adds to the growing body of research that suggests no flooring type is definitely preferable over another. We hear so many people, Lance, as you well know, say, rip the carpet out, take the carpet out. Well, no, the carpet is an effective sink. With every 1 square yard of carpet, there's 1.4 acres of surface area in that. That's a great sink or a reservoir, as Dr. Gavin McGregor Skinner says. But that reservoir, that sink needs to be emptied on a regular basis. Hence, what we're here for today is we are impacting people's indoor air quality in ways they will never have any indication. So
Well,
industry that does this, that allows us to do this, sir.
let me toss up a softball to you guys for you guys to take a swing at using a baseball metaphor here. Here comes the pitch. In most structures, what is the largest filter in that facility or home?
Katie?
The carpet.
There you go. Pretty much what you just said. I mean, it's a massive filtering system, and it's so important to address it the right way.
It's crazy when the largest filter has been ripped out and replaced with a filter that can't hold on to anything, like a hard floor. It changes the whole maintenance protocol for the house, the whole level of expectation for the homeowner, for the inhabitants and their respiratory existence, in my opinion.
But your opinion is right. And the fact is that big sink that filter has got to be cleaned and emptied on a regular basis. I'm sorry, nobody put a gun to your head, made you buy that carpet or buy that Oriental rug, but still you got to maintain it. Nobody made you have babies. Nobody made you buy that house, but still you got to maintain it properly. I'm not sure what
Absolutely.
you're
And that
talking
was the whole
about.
purpose for asking that question like that. You know, when you do take out the carpeting, it does change everything. The whole indoor air quality structure changes. So let's get a little bit more into the technology side of it. Could you give us some examples or demonstrations? I know you have some videos that you were talking about in a previous conversation we had about carpeting and cleaning and things like that.
That's a very good question, Lance, because cleaning carpets really does impact the 7 elements of indoor air quality. And those 7 elements, of course, are particles, odors, gases, biopollutants, temperature, relative humidity, and comfort. That's how you got to measure something somehow. So let's measure it with these standards, these criteria that Mr. Hoffman and Normie have established as extreme, and research over the decades as established as necessary elements of healthy indoor air quality. How does what we do impact healthy indoor air quality? Katie, how does all that happen? How would you show that?
I would like to start with reel it back a little bit and talk about why before how. I think one of the questions that is often overlooked when it comes to how are you going to clean my rug? Can you clean my rug? What are you doing? Why should I choose you over someone else? Is come back to why are we even doing this in the first place? And the Sunday school answer is indoor air quality. But there are other answers to those questions, and
those are going to be very simple. Why do you do what you do? Because it's important to your precious customers for one, but you've got to also understand what you're doing. Where does this rug come from? Where do these textiles come from? How did they come about even in the first place? And I think you may have a couple. We're going to show you a couple of videos, Lance, and your audience too. They're short videos. They're not going to last forever, but sometimes a picture says more, 1,000 words, 10,000, or whatever it is.
Short videos, like an active picture, so you can just catch a little glimpse of interaction and not necessarily watch the whole movie.
And you got some of those videos?
I think I've got a few.
Oh, that's great. Let's do it.
Okay, we'll go for it.
Good.
All right. So let's do a share screen. Eeny, meeny, miny, moe.
So why do we clean rugs? Oh,
One of the first whys is this right here.
can you see that, Lance?
Yeah, absolutely. And being a grandparent, I mean, that speaks volumes to me.
All right, that little bugger is my nephew, and clearly, oh, there's my niece, and this is one of the primary reasons I clean things, because I've got little kids and nieces and nephews that are crawling on my floor, and I've got a dog at home, and I know what the dog has done. I know what my kids have done to my floor, and while they're not this young anymore, literally eating the carpet as they pull themselves along, it's still shoes in my house. I know what's this close to their face. And it's important to keep the little people in my life safe.
Plus, their respiratory systems are much less developed than the rest of us. And there's that bell curve of life that from the very beginning, you're more sensitive, and at the very end, you're more sensitive too. So not only for babies, but for seniors in their homes, for people who are having elective surgery, for people who are bringing children home from freshly been born. Oh gosh, there's all kinds of reasons. But this is why we do what we do, dadgummit, is because there's people lives that are dependent on what we're doing. We're cleaning for health, my friend. That's a big deal.
Well, one thing that's a little different is most indoor air quality mold assessment work is measuring environments in that 4 to 6 foot breathable range. That's kind of the standard that most industrial hygienists look at, and testing is done at because most people exist in that area breathing wise. The children that we're looking at, they don't fall into that range. They are way below it. They're down in the more humid area. They're down where the bigger particles are collecting because they're heavier. So they're more exposed to more, and the carpeting. So I agree with you completely.
And if people don't take their shoes off when they come in their house, that's the single most important thing you can do to maintain your carpets, by the way. We clean for a lot of Asians, and they're accustomed to taking their shoes off, and their slippers, they call them. We lived in Hawaii, and everybody would take their slippers off when they came into the house. Well, these people that we clean for from the Philippines and from other Asian places, their carpets, I said, what are we here for? And they said, to clean your carpets. Well, they look fantastic. Why? Because they don't walk on them with their dadgum shoes. They take the shoes off before. It makes a huge difference. Okay, let's look at some more videos. Let's have some fun today. Okay, Kate?
All right. So as a company, Petty John's, we do a lot of Oriental rug washing, area rug cleaning, loose rugs, not to differentiate between installed carpeting. And
matter of fact, there's a rug on the back right behind us in the screenshot. That is an Afghan war rug with the tanks. Yep, the tanks and all that. That was made at a special time. We have a rug here on the wall from Tabriz in Iran. We got a bunch of rugs out there from Iran and from Turkey, Syria, from up in the Four Corners area of our country where the Navajo rugs are. Big deal. Let's show the video and see where they come from.
so before you clean something, it's helpful to have an understanding of how it's made. And I like to differentiate between loose rugs and installed carpet because there's a lot of, can't you just clean my rug in my home? It's sitting on the floor just like my carpet is. Well, the construction difference between broadloom carpet that's installed in your home and a hand knotted Oriental rug or even a machine made loose rug is wildly different. The density of the tufts, the material, the backing in and of itself is just wildly more accessible and meant to be cleaned in home on a broadloom installed carpet versus a hand knotted rug, which is super, super dense, and a lot of that dry soiling is going to get driven into the foundation, and it's just not accessible from a cleaning standpoint in the home.
While Katie's looking at these videos, let me say one thing to you, Lance. You used the term broadloom a while ago.
Hey, Robert, hang on one second. If you're guys are gonna talk for a while, stop your share so we can see you on the big screen instead of just a little screen with your files.
Okay.
Oh, that's fine. So I understand. So that was just the tiny amount of background before we get into where does the Oriental rug come from, or where does the hand knotted rug come from?
Oh my, this is taken in the Luri area of Iran. There are two major nomadic tribes there, the Luris and the Qashqai's. And you can see that this is a big deal in their lives. I mean, this was only taken just a few years ago when I had the privilege to go to Iran and see these sites firsthand. This is something that you just don't see very much at all in our society, particularly in America, but gosh, almost anywhere. And then look who's bringing up the rear, being sure that the job's done right. Two Women by George. Isn't that fascinating? Wow.
So we start the journey with the sheep walking on a dusty road, and we are going to go to
the sheep have got to be shorn, and the wool's cut off. It's got a very high lanolin content in it, so it's got to be washed first. Once it's washed, it can be put into a dye vat and dyed almost any color imaginable. And these guys that do this, these dye masters, using all kind of natural vegetal dyes, are some of the most incredibly brilliant people on earth. They are the most highly respected anywhere along this rug chain. It's those people who know how to match colors and to get them exactly what the customer's looking for. Those are really huge. And I've had the privilege of getting to know some of these folks and to watch how hard they work. Man, you just never see them taking breaks.
So one of the questions we pose to ourselves before we clean a rug or anything in reality, what's it made of, what's happened to it, and what's the value? We're going to dig into the what's it made of portion right now as we've been. And
so people may find this awful pedantic or something kind of, why you show me all these things like this? Well, there's got to be an entertainment value to what we're seeing. You're seeing some stuff that you've probably never, ever seen before. We're lifting up the sheets, and now you can see what's going on in between. And it's a beautiful story of what all has been happening over the years. And to see that this, by the way, the oldest Oriental rug discovered was in the Pizric Mountains of Russia. It dates back to 5000 BC. It is constructed exactly the way that Persian or Iranian rugs are constructed today. Amazing, amazing. This here, you're seeing a lady in the Luri tribe. She is spinning the wool that's been cut off of the sheep, and it's all been cleaned up, and now they get big old skeins of this stuff, and it's got to be spun now into a yarn that can be used in a rug. But just look at all the times that this is being held by the human hand. Look, all the oils, look at the soil that's on the ground. I mean, these things, you'll see how this is taken care of down the road. This is a beautiful process. And whether you're washing upholstery, whether you're cleaning dishes, whether you're cleaning up a television set or whatever, you got to know how things are constructed. And look at these incredible ladies there in the Kashka'i tribe that are actually weaving a rug on the ground. These are nomadic tribes, much like you read about in the Old Testament. And these girls are all dressed up, ready to meet their husband should he come by. And it is, I mean, literally, that's the truth. And just look at what they're doing on the ground, for crying out loud. Wow. If this doesn't want to make you want to preserve the investment, we're, as Ron Toney says, who's the IICRC #1 certification, by the way. Ron Toney says we are able to preserve time spent. Oh, what other job can you do that can preserve time that's already been spent? I've got 2 daughters, and a lot of these people who are making rugs, as you'll see in the videos, they're all women. Men are out there smoking cigars and drinking tea and trying to sell something. But no, these ladies are the ones working. And by washing a rug properly, we're preserving the time that they spend on it. Just look at the incredible dexterity that these ladies have got in their hands. They're taking 2 or 3 of these yarns together, and this lady is cutting this yarn off as she goes. Those knives are unbelievably sharp, but her fingers, no slices whatsoever. Just a beautiful, beautiful context of why we do what we do. If you don't know why you do what you do, it becomes a game of gossip. Somebody has said. No, you've got to know why you do what you do. This is why we do it. And once the rug is finished, it's got to be finished. So let's see what's going on here. If you've ever felt a wool rug on the back of the rug, it can feel kind of scratchy and kind of rough. Well, in order for that not to happen, they actually set fire to the bottom of a rug. Wool, on the other hand, wool rugs do not catch a fire. That's why they are used exclusively in the airplane business. You look at the airplane that you fly on, the Delta, Pan Am, whatever you got. There's not Pan Am anymore, is it? No. Okay. But any other airline you fly, they all have wool carpets. Why? Because they don't catch a fire and burn.
What does the burning actually do?
The burning actually removes the scratchy stuff that's on the back of the rug. And there's an aesthetic value to having an Oriental rug. And one of them is it feels so soft and so plush under your hands. You can pick it up and look at the back side of it. But now, after all those rugs are dealt with so many times, they got to be cleaned somehow. Let's watch and see how these folks are washing the rug. There's 6 elements to any cleaning process. There's chemical action, mechanical action. This is where you're brushing your teeth or your hair or your dishes or whatever. Chemical action, mechanical action, dwell time, temperature, rinse, or dry. Those 6 elements. You can see that they're wetting this thing down. They're actually using laundry detergent to wash these rugs out on. And they want to wash them and get them as clean as possible but you just look. Are they rinsing them out completely? Are they really getting those things completely clean and rinsed out? There's the question about that. Let's continue. Now, once you wash something, you got to dry it up. This is Mr. Reza Zolanbari, one of the most brilliant and compassionate men you'll ever meet. He has Zolanbari rugs. You can look them up. And these are, you see the rocks out in Iran, that sun is beating on those rocks all the time. And they've taken these rugs, they've turned them face up, and the rugs, the bottom of it, what Mr. Zolanbari is explaining is that these rugs are drying from the bottom and from the top with the sunshine and a little bit of air. There's not very much air movement. Temperature, air movement, and dehumidification are the 3 factors that influence drying anything, whether you have a flood in your house or you're drying wet rugs. Temperature, air movement, and dehumidification. You're seeing that process. Plus, they're being exposed to the UV light, which is helping to deepen the colors in these yarns. They thought of everything over the thousands and thousands of years that they've been doing this. It's in the book of Judges. You can read it. But when you make a rug, you got to sell it. So here they are, flipping rugs. It's called flipping rugs to the public. Here's what that looks like. And this was taken in Iran or Persia, whatever you want to call it, by some of the most careful, beautiful human beings. Just look at these textiles. Look at how beautiful they are. Oh, my stars.
So many hands are involved in the production of the rug before a brand new rug gets to a showroom or gets to your home, where it's new and presumed to be clean and ready to use. And the concept of clean, the definitive clean, it's kind of vague because, hold on just 1 second, you'll see in this video, it's about 2 seconds away. You're going to see
Oops.
that has just potentially touched a brand new item that you're going to bring into your home and your child's going to crawl across, or you're going to drop a little crumb and you're going to pick it up and eat it because that was a really good blueberry muffin and you just bought the rug so it's clean. So
this is actually the very first rug I ever bought. It's actually a grain bag. I bought this at the Grand Bazaar in Istanbul, Turkey. And to be able to, and what happened was the folks used to put the grain in these bags and put their bags on top of, on the back of the horse and take them back and forth to wherever they needed to go. So this is now, fortunately, this has been cleaned. And that man that you saw in there has got a huge, huge heart, but he is unfortunately no longer with us. A dear, dear friend of our rug industry, and he's no longer with us. So, but this is understanding where these come from and how they get around and how they make it into people's houses. There's a story behind every one of these rugs. There may not be a story behind a carpet, but there's almost always a story behind an Oriental rug. We bought this rug in Ephesus on our honeymoon when we were on the Mediterranean Sea. We bought this, the very first purchase we bought, we went downtown and bought it at the rug shop. And now this is the first thing we ever bought as a married couple, somebody would say. Or I don't want to start crying or nothing, but my granddaddy taught me how to dance on this rug. Or this is when my brother and I used to play the Hot Wheels around the outside edges of the guard border on these rugs. All kind of stories behind them. And you just mentioned one about your mama a while ago. There's stories behind them all. And these are very, very real. A lady brought a rug into us the other day, about 6 or 8, 9 years ago, something like that. And it was a polypropylene, tore up and all that. And I said, ma'am, if you'd prefer, we could just go ahead and put it up back there. And I was pointing to the dumpster. She said, oh, no. This is the only thing my mother ever gave me. I can point to you in our shop right now where the two of us were crying, and we cleaned it just like we cleaned the governor's rugs, even better. This was a big deal to me. We made this just like it was. It belonged to Jesus himself. So that's just.
You know, when you're talking about how the rugs were made, the care that goes into them and everything else, I mean, just like with anything that you would want to clean or repair or fix, you have to know what it's made of. You have to know how it's constructed. Otherwise, you're blindly going in there and possibly doing something to damage it, throwing bleach on it to get the dirt out. Well, that's going to take out the color, or using the wrong type of equipment to disassemble something. So it's really important to understand how things are constructed, which is what you just showed us. So thank you very much for that.
Whether it's a rug or whether it's your hardwood floors or anything, I know that you and I have had water damages in our home. As a matter of fact, today I'm getting all the CPVC plumbing removed from my deadgum house, so I don't want to come home to a flood. And they're replacing all that stuff. Well, I've had floods in my house when we came home and it was wet, and you've had floods in your house too. And to know for the restoration contractor or the remediation contractor to know what it's made of before he starts just sawing into something is just really huge. You made an excellent point, Lance. That's a beautiful point. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Well, let me ask you a question. If you were able to talk to homeowners and business owners, what would you tell them to do to protect their rugs or floor coverings, whether it's carpet or a throw rug type of a thing, Oriental rug?
Oh, that is a great question. You should know the answer to some of that, Katie.
How to protect your rug? Well, I like to kind of refer to the American healthcare standard on this one, and you can kind of go one of two ways. You can go preventative or you can go corrective. A lot of people find it easier to just go corrective. I'm going to eat this now, and if my pants don't fit, I'm either going to buy new pants, or if the doctor tells me to lose weight, I will. It's almost always easier and to your advantage to be preventative
and cheaper.
And cheaper. Maybe a little more expensive in the short term. Always cheaper in the long term to go preventative. That means taking your vitamins, get your butt out of bed in the morning and exercise, or do some sort of meditation or something and get yourself right for the day. Also, preventative is imagining in the future what's going to happen. Somebody's going to spill something. Somebody's going to find something you said so funny that their soda spews out of their nose. They're laughing so hard. Then you've got to deal with cleaning up. That's happened. That's why I said that.
Well, and you're exactly right. We have the ability to think and to project ourselves into the future is really, really huge.
Well, one of the components here that's so important is by showing people the reality of how things are done, how things are made, and how things should be. And now talking about the preventative compared to reactionary. That is a major issue with most people today. Nobody, and I say nobody, the governments particularly don't want to spend money preventatively. They don't budget for prevention. They budget only for reactionary. Unfortunately, a lot of people are exposed to that too. A lot of people are short on funds, so they're not going to spend money to fix something that isn't a problem as yet. What you're demonstrating to us is the risk to that and how much more it costs down the road. I guess the easiest example for most people to understand would be driving your car for 10 years and never changing the oil. Well, it seems to be running fine. I'll leave it alone. Well, one day the engine seizes and that, $10 can of oil just cost you $5,000 for a new engine. So, it's taking care of it now before it becomes a problem is so important.
Sure. I 100% agree. I highly recommend putting a protective coating on your textiles when they're new or freshly cleaned because of the simple, buy yourself some time in case of a spill. Make your vacuuming more effective. You're going to vacuum anyway. You floss your teeth regularly, and your dentist knows when you don't. Your rug cleaner knows when you're not vacuuming regularly. So put the protective coating on there. It makes it almost extends to the point where it can save relationships in your life.
Oh gosh, yes.
Because at some point, your child might spill a chocolate milkshake on your dad's rug. And
Is that what your child did?
I think so.
I think so too.
And even though the rug was protected, there was a very brief moment that was captured. You could feel it, the tension in the air. Had that rug not been protected, I know what it's like to spot clean a protected rug and know what it's like to spot clean an unprotected rug. It's just a lot more difficult. And I don't know what the result's going to look like. But it was a timeout. Everybody stay calm. I need a paper towel. I need a spoon. I need a little bit of water on a towel. And the milkshake scooped right up into the towel. And within, honestly, about 2 minutes worth of work, we had that rug back to pre-loss condition. And there were no hard feelings other than the milkshake, the effort put into the milkshake, which you can't help.
But stuff is going to happen. But you bring up a good point. A lot of times, people who are visiting with you in your home, they'll spill something and they'll never tell you. They'll just overlook it and hope you don't notice it or something. And now you've got some funky mess somewhere down the road that you got to deal with. Had that rug been protected properly, like you said, or at least have the knowledge of somebody that knows what they're doing in order to clean that rug or that piece of upholstery or whatever the case, those things are very, very expensive. And being able to take care of that. And that is also one of the components of indoor air quality, which is odors. And some of these odors don't show up until the humidity maybe get high in the air or something. Now it gets kind of funky. So these are real life situations that we come across with all the time.
So to bring one of your previous questions back full circle, what does the carpet cleaner, what does the rug cleaner even have to do with indoor air quality? I have a video. I will share my screen again. A video that's going to kind of walk us through, now that we know what a rug is made of, how it's constructed, we can look at the entire rug cleaning process and see what is important about the rug cleaning process and how it is critical to the indoor environment. I can pause this as needed if we get chatty about something. So this in our shop here's another war rug. Clearly we have a theme in my household because my husband was in the military, and this is not a true Afghan war rug. It was made in Pakistan. And I do hate that. Let's go back. The first thing we do is inspect it just to be sure that we're all on the same page with the client, because no matter what kind of service you're providing, setting the expectation with your client on the front end always makes it easier to do your job right.
That's the same way it is with mold remediation or anything we're doing at any company, whether we're doing mold remediation or carpet cleaning or upholstery cleaning, whatever.
House painting, whatever it is.
By the way, that's Andrew right there.
That is my husband.
By the way, this guy in this video is an Iraqi war veteran, a Purple Heart recipient, a man's man. He's not scared of nothing. And he happens to be my son-in-law, and I'm very, very thankful that he's part of the family.
So the last little portion was the tumble duster, and this is compressed air, 125 CFM, 125, what else?
PSI.
PSI, man thing, that's okay. And this is the dry soil removal that is critical to the first step of the cleaning process.
Because can you pause it just a second?
Yep.
Procter and Gamble back in the 70s did a study of what was in dirty carpets, and they did a dirty upholstery because they wanted to sell a product over the counter. And they discovered that about 78% of the soil that's in carpet is dry particle soil that can be vacuumed and taken away. The other 20% is a roughly 10% water soluble soil and solvent soluble soil, the other 10. So knowing that, we got a rug or your carpet care professional, whatever, gets 80% of it clean by simply vacuuming or dusting it correctly and properly. Amazing how much of that. And hence, what are we doing? We're improving indoor air quality. Because if that's all we did to that rug right there, it goes back in as a much more healthy part of that customer's indoor air quality. But look at all that dry particle soil, and these are big chunks. We're not seeing the little stuff.
So you see the dusty, the skin cells, the things that come in off your shoes. And I think you've said in the past, if you were to only do this, you'd still get an 80 on the test, which I'd like to point out as a child was not acceptable. And, as a rug cleaner, I still don't think it's acceptable. So we'll continue on. I am slightly embarrassed that's how much came out of a rug from my house. That's okay. So here is 1,200 gallons of naturally softened rainwater that we harvest from our roof. And we will put a rug, depending on structural integrity, condition of the rug, and soiling. Will go into the wash tub. A couple different factors will play a part into it. So swimming around with a little cleaning agent, the rug will release the water-soluble soils and things that can be addressed by the cleaning agent. And if there's urine in the rug, it'll spend a little more time there. This is one of the elements of the cleaning process.
There's 6 elements to any cleaning process. Chemical action, like you saw some detergents inside that wash tub. Chemical action, mechanical action. This is mechanical action. You brush your teeth, for instance. This is brushing your rug's teeth. Chemical action, mechanical action, dwell time. You don't stick a rug into that wash tub and then pull it right back out. Give it 30, 45 minutes of dwell time. Chemical action, mechanical action, dwell time, temperature. That rug is at a certain temperature. Then rinse and dry. Those 6 elements. If you wash your hair, you rinse it. You don't just walk out of the shower. No, you rinse yourself off. The same thing happens in a rug. You rinse it off. And this goes into the wringer rinser to where it's rinsing a rug off. If you could stick yourself in there, it would be really good.
That would hurt.
No, it hurt, wouldn't
Okay.
it?
So we have a little bit of warmth to the water, not hot water. A little bit of warmth because we know that does a little better job of rinsing out the cleaning agents. It's going to slowly creep through this process. And on the other side of those jets are those little rubber guys right there that kind of squeegee out a lot of the loose water. So
That's just like Granny had it in her wash thing in the back on her back porch.
Yes.
She kept all the National Enquirers in there though, instead of washing rugs in it. Did you?
I don't know.
Okay.
And then the rest of the water is spun out in the centrifuge, which is going to spin at about 960 RPM. And it's a little faster than the Gravitron at the fair. It would literally liquefy you if you got into it. And
That's 10,000 PSI is what it is. That's the RPM.
Yep. And then the final grooming, when you wash your hair, you comb it when you're done so that it doesn't dry out and knotted and tangly. And then you dry it. So then our rug is going to go into the dry room where we duct in hot, dry air and recirculate that heat, duct out the humidity, use air movement and temperature and dehumidification to get this rug dry. Most rugs are going to be dry in that 4 to 8 hour window because we're able to really seal it in and get it nice and warm and a very effective drying system. And then the next day we'll detail any little spots that maybe didn't come out because they're solvent soluble, detail the fringe as needed, roll it up, put it on the wall and say, come get me. So that is our rug cleaning process. And that is how you pull particulate out of a rug to make it a clean, healthy filter again.
And we do the same thing with upholstery too. We blow it off to get the dry particles out of there. By the way, we've had extremely good success, even with moldy upholstery, to be able to blow it off, to put a disinfectant on there first, blow it off completely with 125 PSI, 125 CFM, and then wash it again thoroughly, and then blow it off again, and then test it and send it off to the lab, and it comes back food grade clean. We've taken rugs that we put 15 gallons of raw, untreated sewage, doo-doo, on those rugs, rolled them up for 4 days, and taken them off and cleaned them and got them washed and clean. Send them to the lab up in Grand Rapids, Michigan, where they test all the cereal boxes and all that, and it comes back food grade clean. That's a huge, huge deal for people that have mold in their homes, or they have any kind of an illness or something that's causing them to have bad indoor air quality. Well, we can now, my goodness, we can save the roads, and there's people all over across the country who can do the same thing. One of the things that Katie was talking about is preventive maintenance. One of the preventive maintenance ways that you can do this is to research your area and find somebody who is a certified rug specialist with the Association of Rug Care Specialists, ARCS, or look up Normie, Normi, and look for a Normie professional. That guy should have done his homework enough to know who the rug professionals are in his area, who the textile professionals are in his area, because none of us is good. Well, almost none of us is good at everything.
Speak for yourself.
Well, before you kids start arguing, let me jump in here and say that obviously the passion is there for what you do and how you care about your customers and their property and how you take care of it. So kudos for that. Absolutely. We only have
It's only the way we were raised. It's only the way we were raised, Lance. Mr. and Miss Chapman ingrained that into Karen, and my mom and daddy surely did the same thing for us.
Well, they did a good job, but we have a few minutes left. So is there anything you'd like to wrap up with or say to anybody watching this?
I just want to reiterate the fact that cleaning your textiles in your house impacts the indoor air quality of what you're breathing. Mr. Hoffman says that these cleaning techniques and all that are for people who like to breathe, and we enjoy breathing, and our customers enjoy breathing. And these rugs. Oh, I'm glad you put this up. This is from Shaw Industries, by the way.
I'm not screen sharing
Okay,
right now.
can you screen share it?
I can.
All right.
I sure can.
This is important. It was said of the parson in Chaucer's Canterbury Tales, but first he wrought her, and then he taught her. Well, if I'm going to sit there and tell you stuff to do, I ought to at least do it in my own dadgum house. So let's go to the next one, too.
Okay, so let's talk about this, though.
Okay.
The first lines of defense. We always say vacuuming is one of the best ways of maintenance, but before vacuuming, what can you do to reduce or prevent the load of soiling that's going to be on your floor covering? And the 3 zones, as Shaw calls it, zone 1, 2, and 3, is get the moisture off of your feet first, and then something to collect the bulk of like a scrubby, bristly kind of
Floor
floor
mat.
mat,
Yep.
and then something to get whatever might be left on it. So why does it keep going the same direction?
That's okay.
I'm sorry. Here.
This is my front porch, and you see that I've got some rug pad that was cut wrong, so we use it out there. That's absorbing the moisture off from the bottom of my shoe. And you see that little scratchy little green rug mat. That's an AstroTurf mat. I want to scratch the stuff off the bottom of my dadgum shoes. Studies have shown it takes 15 steps to remove the soil from the bottom of your shoes. So let's accelerate that, please, and we can do that. And then another thing we do is we put a nylon walk-off mat there and put our shoes over to the side so that we're not traipsing that stuff all in our house. Why? Because my wife and I breathe about 3,000 gallons of air every day, just like you and Andrew and your babies don't drink quite that much, but everybody that's watching this video, you drink 3,000 gallons of air a day. And do you want to get it clean as possible for your healthy indoor environment? And fortunately, we're starting them off young at Petty John's. But she needs to put the phone up and not talk to her friends while she's doing some work, though.
You know, Katie, you had spoken earlier about that whole child labor thing when you were growing up. And
Oh, gosh, no,
I see this isn't really skipping a generation.
Yeah.
Okay, just handcuff me now. You can go ahead.
Brendan's family, all of the little ones have been obsessed with vacuum cleaners, which is funny. Is it funny? I think it's in our DNA.
But it goes back to these things here we're talking about here, Lance. These cleaning for health. Research has shown that if you can identify where the reservoirs or the sinks are in your house, or in your office, or in your car, or anywhere, then you can identify the pathways that that reservoir takes to get into your lungs or into your body, that a germ or a virus or a mold spore or something would get into there. Then you can interrupt that pathway and stop that from getting into your body. This is one of the beautiful things that Dr. Gavin McGregor Skinner is teaching people to become essential cleaning professionals. And by the way, during the corona, you remember we called some politician's office and told him that we cleaned the governor's rugs. And he said, okay, you're an essential cleaning professional. So we got that designation early on. And how many times have we taken a rug and taken the ATP meter and before and after and seen the reduction in organic load almost non-existent?
We had fun playing with that during COVID when everyone was hyper aware of ATP meters and organic load, and we tested a random rug out in our shop. I think it had urine in it, so we knew it was going to have a decent organic load to begin with. And when we were done cleaning it, literally right out of the centrifuge, we groomed it, we put it on the poles like you saw in the video, did another ATP swab on it, and did one of those cartoon eye rub things, did another swipe with another test, and it said 0. We were like, did you do it right?
Unbelievable. No.
Well, I'll tell you what, I want to interrupt you here because I think you're giving away all the secrets to part 2 of Petty John Cleaning here. So we're just about out of time for this segment. So if we can wrap this up, maybe we'll do another segment in the near future and go into some more detail on that.
Well, fortunately, this business is in our blood. My granny lived at 25 Liley Street in Somerville, Georgia, right across from the Bigelow Sanford rug mill. And she babysitted all the children for the executives of that place. My uncle was a dolpher there. Both of my aunts worked in that rug plant. And my daddy's PhD is in organic chemistry, for crying out loud. And he worked at DuPont for 35 years as a senior research chemist with them, and developed a lot of different textiles that we use today, as a matter of fact. And fortunately, it's in our blood, but also a respect for the people who made this rug is in our blood, and respect for our precious customers is in our blood too. We're not here John Donne says, no man is an island unto himself. We're not here by ourselves, and we're part of the whole. And what we do impacts people's lives. And that's the beautiful thing about Normie, is that Mr. Hoffman and you, Lance, and Roger, and all those guys, and David, and all those guys out there are just are preaching this sermon over and over and over again. And it's taking. I think our society and our culture is really beginning to develop a huge appreciation for proper indoor air quality. And thank you, Lance, for what you've done and for allowing us to look under the sheets to see what's going on at Petty John's too.
Well, Katie, Robert, I thank you very much for spending this time with us. Very educational, and maybe we'll do this again with the part 2.
Well, that'd be fun. Thank you. Thank you so much, Lance.
Thank you, Lance.
Take care. Hi, everybody. I would like to introduce you to my guest tonight, and it is Jeff Cross, who is the media director for ISSA. And for those of you that have heard us talk over the years about Clean Facts Magazine and the ISSA magazine, he is the man. So, Jeff, you want to come in and say a quick hello and tell us a little about yourself for those folks that have not met you yet.
Well, thanks, Lance. Yeah, I've been around the industry for many, many years, and I'm the media director for ISSA, as you mentioned, which is 3 magazines, but the one that most recognized is Clean Facts, which is the one for cleaning contractors and restoration professionals like you normie folks are. So I used to own my own company, and I was a journalist in my early days, started my own cleaning and restoration company, and got the itch to write again. And sometimes when I'm stuck at the desk, I wonder, why did I ever do that? Because I think that right now it is beautiful, a beautiful day, and what a great day to be out there going from one job to the other. But I'm stuck at my desk looking at you, Lance, which is not a bad thing. But so I've been doing this work for quite a while, and I love it. 3 magazines. We do videos, we do webinars, we do everything with media to promote our industry. So I've been with ISSA for about 7 years now. Yeah. And other companies before that owned Clean Facts.
So what are like some of the main differences between the different publications? I mean, they're obviously for slightly different markets or verticals.
Yeah. So Clean Facts, which is the one that you folks help us to promote. I know when you do a class, you send us subscribers to this. It's like I mentioned for cleaning contractors, carpet, floor cleaning, commercial cleaning services, and restoration. We focus on both. It's a split audience. We have the largest print distribution and email distribution out there. So that's one of our publications. The other is CMM, which is Cleaning and Maintenance Management Magazine. And that's more for your building service contractors, your in-house facility crews, those that clean buildings and maintain them, the ones who manage those operations. So some who are out there trying to get jobs or get land accounts, and others trying to hold them and keep them in-house. So a split audience there in a way, but it all works with our content, and we make sure that we have something for both sides of that audience. And then ISSA Today magazine is our member benefit publication. So if you're an ISSA member, you receive this in the United States. If you're outside the US, it's an email delivery. And that's more of a higher level. We call it the C-suite, which means people with important titles like CEO, CFO, COO, and all that. So when you think about our media brands, we have something for everyone. But if you're doing anything with mold, inspections, cleaning, Clean Facts is your magazine. And I know Doug he writes for us. In fact, if you look at the next issue of Clean Facts, you'll see an article that Doug is featured in, a really good piece that we put together.
Yeah, I know he's been writing a bunch of stuff for a while now, but To me, well, first of all, you had mentioned about the ISSA magazine, and that's something that all the ISSA members get. A lot of our members do have a dual membership with ISSA. Actually, we have a special discount arrangement for our normie members that want to join as a dual membership with ISSA. So that's something that they would be getting, correct? That magazine?
Yes, and if they're not, if they're watching this recording, if they're watching our episode here, they can reach out to me and I'll figure out what's going on. But if you're a member of ISSA, whether it's with ISSA or the dual membership, we will send you the print copy. So as long as we have the address, sometimes that's the issue. People might sign up for an organization, we don't have their address, but if we have their email, they're getting the digital copy as well.
Okay. Well, from a business standpoint, being involved with receiving all these different magazines, it's input, it's information coming at you. And there's so many different verticals under indoor air quality, which everything that we're talking about here really comes under that. I would assume that they would get a lot of insight from the different facets of the industries from these different magazines, because they are different. And they're looking at it from different perspectives, whether it's the maintenance facility side or the actual contractor side. And I can only see that as being helpful.
I agree. It is helpful and it is a different perspective. We all have the same goal to clean, to restore, to bring back to conditions that are acceptable, to protect health, to make buildings, homes safer, cleaner. And when it comes to media content, we all know that you have your devices, you have your iPads, you have your computer. I know I consume my news in digital format for the most part, but our magazine brands, the print, the digital, they're more thought leadership. They're not so much the breaking news as the things that we need to know about as professionals. And some of it might be a reminder because we have many seasoned contractors who are a part of our audience. And we know a lot of our publications are used for training as well, because, Lance, you've been around a while, just like me. You might get an article and it's like, yeah, I know that. But do the people who work for you or that know that? So a lot of our material is forwarded on and shared amongst others.
I think that's the biggest thing that has been lacking in this industry previously. The amount of information that's out there that's really available and credible being passed out to the masses that really need it. And that's not just the contractors. Like you said, you have a magazine for facility management, and we haven't even talked about the public, because we know there's a need in the public. We just don't have the want there yet. But that's changing since COVID. All of a sudden, I know you've noticed it, and I have, that people are like, this whole breathing thing is a thing, and indoor air quality is important. And I'm sure that's affected your business and your publication side.
It has. So, we focus, we're a B2B media team. We focus on business to business content. So when we write something, it's for people like normie members, ISSA members, it's for them. But we get a lot of traffic on our websites from consumers. And we know when someone's looking at something and the numbers are astronomical on the topic, the ones reading that is probably outside our industry to some degree. So people out there that you're working for that might be in the buildings we clean or the homes, they're looking for content as well, because they want to have the same thing, clean air to breathe. What do I do to make my house healthier? The air I'm breathing inside, I can see the dust particles in the sunlight. What do I do with that? They're looking for information, and they're finding it with groups like ours.
Hey, we're constantly putting out the same message about how important breathing is, how to improve your environment, how to make it healthier, safer, cleaner. Those are the tag words that we go with. And that's really the direction that I think everybody here is really striving for. But the consumer, they're hungry for this information. And the more that they come in contact with our organizations, the more specific they are as far as who does work for them. I get calls from contractors that are like, how do I get certified with you? I said, well, we have our No, I got to do it right away. Well, what's the rush? I'm working with the customer and they won't let us do the work unless we're normie certified.
Well, good for normie.
Well, the word's getting out there, and that wasn't a shameless plug for us. That's just the way the phone calls come in.
You're allowed 3.
3? Oh, okay,
3.
That's one. Keep score. but the reality of it is people are seeing that there are stable and reputable methods out there. And they're starting to learn that. And they're learning it because now the want is there. People want this type of environment to be in. And it's publications like yours, it's the training classes that are going out there from all these different organizations pushing the same message. I think that's making the biggest thing.
Mhm. That was if that's a question, that's the longest one I've ever had, Lance. That's a good one.
It's from working with Doug for so many years. You ask the question and you get the whole delivery.
I hope he doesn't see this, but
I'm sure he will.
so
Go ahead.
so to comment on your comment, I think that things that make real change in our industry is going to be consumer driven. So if you have a product to sell, if you have an air purifier or a mold removal product or whatever it is that works, then contractors, sure, they'll buy it and they'll use it. But what if the consumers demand it? You mentioned someone had to be certified by Normie to do the job. Consumer demand. And that's where it's at. We think of green cleaning. You know, if that was not in demand by the consumer, by those who are paying the bills, who we work for, it wouldn't happen. Think of recycling. You know, we all know we should recycle, but where's that demand? By the consumer. It's driven by them. So that's cool that someone called you and needed to be certified. We had that with ISSA as well. When the pandemic started, we have our GBAC division, and we had people saying, I need to be certified right now. Like, okay, here's the process. No, I mean, right now has to be done. Well, think about it before, you know, hopefully you're a member, got certified, or is a member now, but any professional out there that might be watching this, you got to plan what you're doing and be ready instead of being reactive to the demand by the consumer. But I think that's it, Lance, consumer demand. And I think Normie's probably been successful because people are aware of what you're doing, and thus the professionals need to be part of you.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. But you mentioned something a minute ago about GBAC, and a few weeks back we did an interview with Gavin, and he's a big player with the GBAC side.
Mhm.
How does that affect the magazine production that you guys do? I mean, what kind of involvement is GBAC with what you're producing?
Well, having Gavin on with, you know, on our videos and stuff with his Australian accent has helped tremendously.
Yeah.
But besides the accent, and he's proud of that, by the way, Gavin writes for us, and Patty Ollinger, our executive director, writes for us as well. And we have Michael Diamond now, who's part of our team. We're using these experts to write, to be on video, to provide content and quotes, to help the industry out. The reception's been great. They know what they're talking about. I'm not the expert. I'm the journalist. I'm asking the questions. And they, you know, a journalist who doesn't know the answers is probably a better one. So that's where I'm at. I asked them to provide the content, like that interview I did with Doug and Gavin for the article that's coming out. I asked, I don't know, 8 questions or so, and the content that we have in that article is fantastic. So it'll be in two of our magazines, actually, ISSA Today and Clean Facts. So when you deal with issues like clean and disinfecting and remediation, all of these things that are high level, you want the very best experts. And I think that's what we have with GBAC. You know, they've been with us a few years now, and they're doing great work. And of course, we work with Normie as well, and the training you folks do is great. I've nothing but respect for the programs. And the thing is, people have to embrace it and take it and use it and tell their customers about it too.
Well, that's the biggest thing. And the word spreads. And again, that's why I mentioned the call, but we get a lot of calls like that. And usually they pass them over to me because that's some of these, you know, crisis. I need to be certified now. Well, that's nice. You know, we'll see what we can do to help you out. But there's only so much we can do because of our requirements. But that's something that does happen quite a bit. But I do have a few other questions for you. And then I think we're going to switch this around a little bit. We're going kind of a different direction. But
Yes.
I understand that ISSA is approaching a 100-year anniversary. And I mean, you don't look a day over 99. So, you know, I'm sure you could give us a little insight as to this 100-year path that they've gone on.
Sure. I look very young because of the makeup. You know, when you're on camera, you have to have someone put the makeup on you. So there you go. And you look great too, Lance, by the way.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
And I love your office too. Very fancy. That's why you get all those phone calls.
That could be it.
Advancing.
There's nobody behind me answering the phone. That's the problem.
Right.
That's why they're all
It's
coming to
empty.
me.
Yeah, so ISSA is, we celebrate our 100-year anniversary next year. So if you want to send a present or something, I'll let you have my address. So that's always welcome.
Okay.
But it started like with 7 companies. And I think the first trade show was in Missouri in 1923. So it started with a few people getting together saying, hey, we need some collaboration. We need to unify the industry. What can we do? And so about 100 years ago, they got together and ISSA was formed. And over the years, it's grown. So it started with those few members. And over the years, people recognize the value, because really, what is a trade association for? It's to provide member benefits, and we have a laundry list of those, but also a place to be heard. We have our government advocacy department. We have a way to speak to leaders out there in the world. And we want to make cleaning a better place, the industry a better place. So it started small. And since then, now we have 10,500 member organizations. And you think about what that means. We're not talking about people, we're talking about companies. And a company can have 100 employees, it could have 10,000 employees. So the number of those who are impacted, who can take advantage of ISSA, is a tremendous number. And we're also global. We have offices in Australia, in Korea, Italy, and we reach the masses. We have offices to help with that. So I can't remember how many countries we're in, but it's significant. We're global as an operation. And we're always looking to provide whatever people need, whether it's through media. I get an idea from a member. Hey, what about this topic? We'll create it. We'll put it out there. We have training. We have our trade shows, and we have other events as well that we put out there for our members and others as well. But we concentrate on our members.
You mentioned global. We had been talking several years back, just prior to COVID, and we were going to be going out to Australia to do some training out there. And one of the delays that we ran into was the wildfires that were covering the whole continent. And so that delayed us going out, and then COVID hit and we couldn't go. So COVID did create a situation where we weren't able to go out to Australia and provide the training that we were going to be doing. But at the same time, COVID created such a worldwide awareness of breathing issues, indoor air quality, viruses, bacteria, and all these other health things that were always there, but kept, out of sight, out of mind kind of a thing. They put it right in front of everybody. So it did change the way that our model kind of functioned. We lost out a little bit on being able to do the training at that time, but it created such a worldwide awareness that it has really opened up the markets. And our members are seeing that. I am sure that the ISSA teams are realizing that too, that it's a whole new game now.
It is. And the concern I have is keeping that momentum going. So you're right. When COVID hit and we have the pandemic, in a way, it was good for our industry because it did raise that awareness. But what about now? I looked on the news this morning. It looks like the numbers are going back up right now. They're talking about another surge, but eventually this is all going to level out and we're going to get past the pandemic. What do we do with the awareness? You mentioned indoor air quality and breathing. I know that's a big component of what you do at Normie. What are you going to do to keep it going, Lance? What are you going to do?
Well, theoretically, people can't stop breathing. So, it's kind of like even in real depressions, food services continue because people need to eat. So, the other industries slow down. So there's certain things that you can't stop. So the breathing industry can't go away. It's just whether it becomes something that's reachable for people to be able to decide whether they're going to have less quality of the air they breathe so they can afford food, depending how bad the times get. And hopefully we never reach a situation like that. But with the awareness, I don't think that's going away anytime soon, at least for a generation. People have a generational memory, I think is the way I've heard it used, that, as the next group grows up, they have different things to focus on, and the previous generation's issues and problems, well, it's not theirs.
Yeah. So like I mentioned earlier, things are driven by consumers or people who use buildings who are breathing that air that's so necessary, as you mentioned. And I've seen cases where in technology where people can monitor what they're doing, monitor what they're breathing. I think that's going to be a game changer because your generation coming up, they like the data, they like the assurance. So you think about someone in the past, they just look at the surfaces, they say it's clean or it's not clean. Does it smell good? It smells good, so it must be clean. But now we can look at the data, we can look at the testing. And I think that's going to drive things. So consumer awareness is going to help. And I see your point about it's going to be around for a generation, but how quickly we can forget when things are put aside. That's my concern. We don't want to lose that momentum. So we got to keep that going.
You're absolutely right. And you mentioned about the technology and the data. And, we had talked, previously that we're in the process of rolling out an entire monitoring program on a nationwide platform, and eventually it'll go international. But it's about monitoring data at locations and making that data available to the people that make adjustments and decisions monetarily as to what they do with their indoor air quality, plus the public. I mean, the short version is all this data that's being captured can be put on a very simple 60-inch TV at the front door of a big corporation as you walk in. Your current indoor air quality conditions are, and people see it walking in. So,
and they might walk out.
And walk out. Yeah. No, that's absolutely correct. It's kind of like the restaurant that you go into that all of a sudden the health department's gone in and given them a C rating instead of that A+ rating. It's like, maybe I'll go eat next door. It's another way of showing confidence in your facility and your ability to keep it clean to the consumer. And again, it's all consumer driven, like you said. So, I mean, this stuff is what's going to keep this going, for some time. Our monitoring program will be launching next month. That is something we've had a lot of excitement about. And I know we haven't talked in a lot of detail with you about that, but it's something that's going to break quickly. The people involved in our beta testing right now, I mean, I've gotten nothing but favorable remarks about it. There's a lot of excitement around it. So I think that's part of what's going to help this education going forward continue.
So it's a cool project you're working on. And I have to think that anyone walking into a building and they see the air quality. I mean, when you're on the interstate and you're driving and there's an alert on the sign that says air quality is whatever, you pay attention to that.
Absolutely.
Why is it low? And what is that fog I'm driving into? So I know you're talking about a higher level product that's going to really show the data, but we do want to know where we're going. And when we get there, what's it going to be like? We have to breathe, as you mentioned, but what are we going to be breathing?
Well, that's a funny statement because you mentioned before about, having the air smell better, and there's things we can do to make the air smell better in our environments. But what you're doing is actually adding VOCs or volatile organic compounds, chemicals to that breathable air to give it that smell. You're not really smelling roses. You're smelling something that's artificially creating that smell, and you're inhaling chemicals.
Are you a myth buster or what?
It's just that whole reality check thing. Yeah, it smells good, but what are you really smelling? And is that affecting the air you're breathing?
Are you saying in my orange Gatorade, there's no real oranges in there?
Doug uses the example of, I'm trying to think, I think it's the FDA that puts limits on contaminants in water. And they say that water containing 50 parts per million of arsenic is acceptable. I don't know. I just leave that question out there. Is that acceptable? You're drinking arsenic? You good with that?
Only a little bit.
Only a little bit. So, it's that kind of stuff. If you have a choice, I'm sure you would want to drink the water without the arsenic.
I would vote for that. Yes.
Right. So with indoor air quality, if you have a choice of breathing air that doesn't have the chemistries in it to make it smell better, covering up a real problem, that might be something you would choose.
Yes. Agreed.
So
and come put one of those machines in my house and I'll look at the signs and I'll know if I'm safe or not.
Okay. We'll talk about that after. I think it's something that, this is the right time. That's the only way I can describe it for this type of technology. About 15 years ago, I worked with a company that we had tried to bring a similar technology to the marketplace. Actually, it was using Motorola equipment at the time, and it was using telemetry. That's how far back we're going with the way it communicated. The internet wasn't stable enough. There wasn't enough speed. The technology wasn't there. It was ahead of its time, but the technology wasn't there to support it. 15 years later, wow, now, computers and everything, as far as they've gotten advanced, can handle all this with everything cloud-based. So this now would be the time for this type of deployment. And I think that's where we're at.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm trying to remember, there was a few things that I did want to talk to you about, other than, basically, the magazines. It's kind of like, what else you got in the works? Any surprises you can kind of like let out or not let out that you can accidentally let out?
Yeah, well, if there were surprises, it wouldn't be if I let it out. But no, I can't think of any big secrets to share with you, Lance. But looking forward to trade shows coming up and getting out and meeting people. We've been doing that. We've done a couple of trade shows already, and it was nice seeing people in person. So that's good. No, every day is fun, and I'm always looking for some angle for media. Our video program is doing great. We're approaching 1 million views on that in the past couple of years. So we're no Justin Bieber or some famous rock star that gets millions and millions for each video we do, but we're happy with what we're doing. People are watching just like they do with yours. And it's a small industry in a way, but important people. And so we're trying to make sure we give them what they need. That's the constant thing, always doing that, trying to provide content that is consumable, that they can't get somewhere else is easy.
No, you're right with that. So with that, let's flip this interview around a little bit. You're very comfortable in the interviewer type position. So is there any questions you want to ask me?
Yes, a few questions, and I am more comfortable asking questions. It's a little easier to do, I think, but I enjoy being a guest on your show, Lance. Very nice. And I've been around a few Normie folks at other training opportunities, so a great group. But tell me, how long has Normie been around?
2004, July 4th, I believe, was the actual creation date. And I've actually been with them since 2006.
Okay. And what was the purpose back then? And has that changed over the years?
Well, Doug tells the story that prior to Katrina, he had started doing some training on indoor air quality, and it had a lot to do with being able to help with the sales of purification technologies and stuff like that. People being trained and having knowledge of the industry and products make it easier to sell the products.
Mm-hmm.
So they started doing training. They became a training organization, and I believe it was the state of Louisiana approached Doug to do training for them. And then, a year later, Katrina hit after they had been doing training, and then it just took off from there.
Okay. So thinking about the training classes you've been doing, how have they improved? Someone looking in, why would they choose Normie?
Well, the training, just since I've been on board, which is 16 years now, it was a lower level, intro level into doing indoor air quality and mold assessment, and then touched on mold remediation after that. And that's expanded out by need and want. We went from an 8-hour inspection type class on how to do sampling and create a business model to 3 days training as our basic class now for mold assessment and mold remediation, followed by some really high-end classes, advanced stuff, like a CAIA class or indoor air quality assessor class. It's an advanced course. It's a 2-day, I'm going to say round the clock course, because Doug and I both teach that, and we take a small group into a hotel setting, and we are together for 3 straight days. It's really intense the way that it's taught. We have a few other classes. Michael Pinto is one of the instructors teaching some really high-end classes for us, and a few other people that we are bringing in. So the level of training has exponentially advanced over the last 15, 16 years where we are today. And it's really the industry standard.
So you think about a company that's maybe getting started or it's been around a short time. It knows what it's doing. It's got, it's out there doing some work. When they become part of an organization like Normie, what real advantage does that give them? Can you think of maybe a case where someone joined and just, wow, they really excelled at what they're doing now?
Well, I can give you a few examples just from the comments of our classes. We'll have a lot of people that come that have been I've been in the industry 20 years. I've done everything, I had to do everything. And usually by the end of the first to the second day, they'll start meeting with our instructors saying, I've learned how much I really need to learn. It's a different set of eyes. They're looking at the industry when they come to Normie. And there's a reason for that. Doug, who actually has created the direction of Normie, has a very, very strong building background. He was a builder. He still has his building licenses in, I believe, Florida. And we look at the industry from a building science perspective, not from a water loss or an event, not from what college classes you've taken, but from building science. And a lot of people that have been out there doing this work never approached it from that specific side. And they start to see that, well, yeah, the building is kind of like a living creature that as things change in the building, so does your approach. And that's how we look at it. And we teach that concept that, you're working with a building that's an entity. And it's very different. It's a different approach. It's a different way of dealing with the problems. And people are very surprised when they see that and say, I never thought of that.
Mm-hmm. Have you ever had someone come in, kind of like what you just mentioned, with some experience? They thought they knew what they were doing, and they no doubt did, but they came in with an attitude like, yeah, I got to take this. I have to get the certification to get the jobs. The customers want me to have this. And they had attitude and they changed.
They usually become members. and truthfully, because it's different than what they were used to. It's different than the pattern that they've been doing for the last 10 or 15, 20 years. And all of a sudden they see by looking at it with a different set of eyes, different verticals, different prospects that are out there where they can increase their revenue share. I have a good friend that owns a very large air conditioning mechanical contracting company. And for years, I talked to him about indoor air quality. And he's like, I stay in my lane. We're really good. We're a multi-million-dollar company. We stay in our lane. COVID hit. And he started getting the phone calls about indoor air quality and filtration and
opportunity
and proactive stuff. And he called me and I started talking to him. He is fully on board. He sees that there's an entire new market out there for indoor air quality. And it changed his perspective of what they do, which they do very well. And now they've added to it. They've enhanced their product offerings because of looking at it differently. So, I mean, yeah, it's very positive when people come to us like that.
Yeah. Indoor air quality as an acronym has been around a while, but it's really meant something with the pandemic. Let's talk about mold. Mold is in your name.
Yeah.
Normie, mold. Water damage is not. What do you do with those who want water damage training?
At the moment, we're actually approved to teach the WRT class. So we do offer that. We have the instructors from the IICRC. They actually come in, they teach that. And we just take that and we go from there with building science to the next step and go, well, your next option would be mold remediation. You've done your water drying, mold is another aspect of that, but so is bacteria. You get all different types of water losses that create all types of, I'll just say in general, pollution problems within the environment. So you go from the water drying to the next piece of mold to bacteria, then you get into more, again, back to the indoor air quality, the bigger umbrella, just the starting point that you're at.
So my last question is, what is going to happen next? What's the next big thing for Normie? you're doing training, you have products coming out. What's going to move the needle for you folks?
Well, it's already moving. And again, I'm beating the same drum, but as we're educating
We do that
the-
sometimes.
Yeah, we're educating the public that it's not just about seeing mold on the wall. You know, I've been asked the question, is that good mold or bad mold? I said, do you want it there? They go, no, so that it's bad. You know, it's that simple. Yeah, there are different types, but we're dealing a lot now with sensitized individuals. That's become a very, very large piece of the market share. It's estimated about 20% of the population is reaching that classification of sensitized individuals. 350 million people in the US, it's about 70 million people that fall into that category. It's a very large piece, and it requires a higher end of training. You need to know how to deal with these customers and their projects differently than you would from a regular mold assessment or remediation project. That's a big change that's coming. This monitoring program, very big change to the industry. It's going to be awareness. It's the awareness shock factor, I guess, equivalent to asking somebody, how many times a day do you take a breath? Well, I don't know, a few hundred times. I said, how about 20,000 is the average? No, you know, and you see that shock factor on them that all of a sudden the reality of what is really happening is there. So the monitoring is giving them a live view, an understandable knowledge base of what's going on in their environment. And now they have the ability to control it. So like that shock value of we spray chemicals to cover up the smell, to how many breaths a day do you take, to now having control over your environment and managing how many breaths you take and the quality of air. That's big, and that's going to continue.
So circle back to the sensitivity issue. Sensitivities to what?
Well, the
The 70
biologicals,
million.
the biologicals are the common thing. You know, I'm allergic to pollen. I'm allergic to dust and dander, mold. You know,
The
things like
triggers.
that. I'm sorry.
The triggers.
Yes.
Those it.
The basic triggers. But now with the awareness of everything else that's going on, you had mentioned earlier about, you know, spraying something or using chemicals to make it smell better. People are as reactive to that as they are to the biologicals. The chemicals that are in there, chemically sensitized individuals. And that's also part of the sensitized program of how do you clean somebody's environment or make it better without making it toxic on the chemical side. You know, the off-gassing products that'll off-gas for a year or two. You know, formaldehyde increased in all the products that we're bringing into our homes, furniture, carpeting, things like that. That does affect people. And, you know, it's how to help them, which is this whole new industry.
I've heard of formaldehyde in products, and I've heard some say that that's not true. Are formaldehyde used in products that will off-gas in our homes?
Heavily.
Okay.
Especially products that are coming from overseas. There was a big recall several years back on flooring that came from China, and it came in through a discount firm, and it was heavily contaminated with formaldehyde, where the floors, after being installed, had to be completely ripped out. So yes, it is a thing. FEMA, I believe, had an issue with the emergency trailers that they brought in for Katrina. They were contaminated with formaldehyde. And I'm saying contaminated, not like somebody sprayed formaldehyde in there, just the materials that were used to build it were treated with formaldehyde as preservatives, but they continue to off-gas and the trailers were unusable.
And that can be monitored. That can be detected through technology.
Yes, it can. Actually, the monitoring program that we're doing has a formaldehyde sensing module in that. So it will give you ongoing readings of that.
Well, that's a huge number of people that are potential clients of Normie members or ISSA members, because you can't ignore that.
No, and you know, it doesn't have to be a chemical that's going to appear on, you know, the periodic table. It could be something that's simple, just by putting, I don't want to say too many people, but a larger number of people in a room that's not designed for that many people. or not bringing enough fresh air in, so your CO2 levels go up, not carbon monoxide, carbon dioxide, where that's just a product of people breathing.
Mhm.
Well, you start getting very high levels of that. People get headaches, they get tired, so those are things that are very easy to control now if you know there's a problem.
Sure. Well, and I think too, I don't know how long you want to keep talking, but if someone has an issue, that's going to expand in their mind. So they may have the psychological aspect of this as well.
Well, absolutely. And you see that with your readers.
Mhm.
I'm sure you're getting feedback from people when these articles come out, how many, and you can tell just by the numbers of how many people are actually opening your media and stuff like that,
Mhm.
that there's a great increase there. I mean, you have to be seeing that, especially when these things come out with these hot topics. Again, I go back to indoor air quality, or mold or viruses. As soon as these words pop up, I'm sure your readership goes, much higher on those articles.
They're definitely searched for more. That's true, and opened through emails and on our digital publications.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, I'll tell you what, we've chatted a bit. I've interviewed you, you've interviewed me, unless we pull somebody else in the room. I think we're good for now, but I've enjoyed this.
Yeah.
We may have to do this again, and we'll do the dual interview type of thing here.
Well, and from this conversation, Lance, we need to do something in media about that 70 million people.
Absolutely.
The opportunities
Absolutely.
there, the need for training to address those concerns.
Yeah, I mean, and it is true. I mean, I'm sure anybody that's going to be seeing this has to know somebody that has allergies or is going for allergy shots, or for some reason their breathing condition has changed or their health has changed recently. It could be as simple as the new carpeting they brought in the house,
Yeah,
So,
that kind of
yes.
person, there's one 30 feet from me. So
Yeah, there you
we
go.
all do know someone. Yeah.
All right. Well, I
All right,
appreciate
Lance.
you being here. Thank you for taking the time. And again, it was enjoyable. And
Yeah, thank you.
hopefully we'll get some really positive feedback from our members about this and more people taking on to Clean Facts.
I only want the positive. Don't tell me the negative. No,
there
tell me
won't be-
everything.
There's not going to be negative. So stand by a second, would you?
Yep.
The following broadcast is made possible by supporters of the Normie Environmental Task Force, the Experience Trade Show and Convention, Reusip, EnviroScreening Lab, and Best Living Systems.
I want to welcome today's guests, Kana and Ramu Sankara from Reusip. We've been working with these guys for quite some time. We've spent a lot of time at some trade shows together, and well, we'll get into that as we're talking through this. So, guys, want to pop in here and say a quick hello and tell us a little about yourselves?
Hi, I'm Ramu. I'm Kana. We're identical twin brothers and co-founders of Reusip.
Well, could you let us know a little bit about the company? I mean, we hear the name, we think we know what it's about, but give us a little bit more detail for those that don't know who you are.
Okay, so I think what we're best known for is our making the world's first reusable dust barrier zipper and the world's first magnetic entry strip, which is essentially a self-closing dust barrier zipper, also reusable. And it essentially works on a hook and loop system where you're just buying these things, which is essentially loop Velcro strips. This is the only consumable part. And then the other ones are reusable. So it's almost like the Dollar Shave Club of zippers. So I guess that would be the easy way to summarize it.
Well, I'm gonna put you guys on the spot in a little bit. I got a few questions I'd like to really go over with you to kind of set the stage here, but I'm gonna ask you to do some demonstrations if that's all right.
For sure.
Yeah, totally.
Okay, so I know getting in touch with you guys, I've had some issues because you're always traveling. I know you're at all the trade shows all over the place, and you're always someplace. It's kind of like, where are these guys? So, what? How does it work out for you at the trade shows? Because I know I've seen you at quite a few of them.
Oh, I mean, it's almost like we need a triplet, because it's like we're always slammed at all these things. which is great. I'm not complaining, but we're exhausted after these things because there's always like lines and we're demoing this thing over and over. And we're very grateful that it's something that's very, that people care about. I know it's a small thing like a zipper, but we know on the job site, they're interacting with this part of the containment all the time. And we're happy that we can provide some value there.
Well, I know at the experience show and some of the other shows we've been at, you've actually been with us in our booth, and we've set up walls and demonstrated containment with your equipment, which has always been a big draw. Like you said, there's a lot of people there with a lot of interest.
Well, I can say in the very, very beginning, we went to an experience and we're just, we didn't know what we're doing. You guys saw our product, and actually you're probably one of our first supporters. You took our magnetic strip and put it on your flood booth, and which was awesome of you guys. So we'll always be grateful for that. So thank you. And thank you for having me on.
Oh, you're welcome. And you know what? It was a real good add-on because we were demonstrating containment and all the different ways that you can do that, and you have to access containment, and it was just a natural fit with what you do. Matter of fact, in our CMA and CMR classes, we demonstrate the reuse systems, I'm going to call it, or products, because you have several different ways of doing stuff, and there's no one size completely fits all. So we show your stuff. We do show a few other types of processes, and then pros and cons. And, having that in there for the students to get their hands on it, touch it, use it, see it, experience it, makes all the difference in the world. So I'm going to thank you for allowing us to use that in our classes, because it does make a big difference.
Well, obviously, we're yeah. Thank you. But we mentioned what we make, and I think I should say why we made the zipper and what makes it different, because people think, well, there's dozens of other options like it. What we believe is that the entire restoration industry simply adopted what was around, and what was around was, we believe, remodeling and general dust containment zippers. And ours are designed, what we believe is designed for critical barriers, and it was born out of the restoration industry and made more specifically for this industry. But the quality is such, and the price points are such, that it's good enough for healthcare, construction, and mold remediation and more critical environments, but it's priced that all industries will benefit from it. So our mission is essentially to develop products for critical environments, and at the end of the day, it's going to benefit everyone.
Well, speaking of the critical environments, your system will work with negative and positive pressure, correct?
Yes, and in the beginning, people didn't actually believe, like when we showed the magnetic entry strip, people assumed, and I think it's because of the old way of what they're used to, is they're probably buying magnetic doors, that those don't hold negative air pressure. But we proved over the last 2 years during the pandemic that these things will hold over 5 pascals of negative air pressure. Probably, I believe that's double what's required for isolation rooms and healthcare. And these were used for self-closing COVID isolation rooms in hundreds of hospitals and medical facilities, like senior living, dental,
A bunch of government facilities.
Yeah. So we kind of went away from restoration for a bit, and went into really focusing on, and we got up in the morning to help, like, I don't know, we almost made it a personal mission to help with the fight against the pandemic. And because we knew we had the only product that can remove, not just hold negative air pressure, but works in open concept, because you can position this thing, anything on a barrier, and it works with any size barrier. So all the barrier constraints are eliminated. But it was great to be able to partner with the restoration companies that would listen, because we actually enabled them to get jobs, like lots of jobs, because they would just use their containment skills to build barriers of all kinds of shapes and sizes, and then just install our product. So it was kind of a big win-win.
Locked doors.
Yeah. And totally forgot about that. One problem that we're happy to have solved is when we put these on, and I'll show you the demo later, but we would solve the self-closing access through isolation rooms. And we were happy we were able to get the doctors and nurses away from using the zippers, but they had brought up, well, one problem we have is gurney access with dragging the plastic over the gurneys and all that. And we told them, well, since we've eliminated the barrier constraints, you can actually use two of them like side by side at variable widths, and you can accommodate, you can create the first ever magnetic flap door. So now we're doing flap doors and double flap doors, and our products open up all kinds of different containment techniques. And there's several. There's several from even one feature. Oh, you got it.
They can go over the benefits and pros and cons.
Yeah, even the simplest thing like this, which is we added a grommet at the bottom of our zippers, so you can do lockout, tag out by overlaying here and putting a cable lock through here. And people were doing that in facilities where they were not fumigating, was it the gas treatments with the
sanitizing.
yeah, sanitization. And they would put the zipper on, lock it out, and let it sit for an hour. And then with our system, you can actually peel off the zipper and put the magnet in its place. The zipper and magnetic strip are interchangeable.
On the same mounting strip that's already installed on the barrier.
That's one of the things that I like about the system, especially for any kind of medical environment. You don't have to physically touch anything to gain access. You literally can walk, with your shoulder, it opens up, you walk through, you don't have to zip, unzip, and have that a touch point that becomes an issue with transmission of bacteria, mold, viruses, things like that. So as far as the different verticals that this could work in, I mean, you've named quite a few of them. It could go down as far as just a regular dust barrier too, not just, decon chambers and positive and negative pressure environments.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost countless. Every day we're getting different industries buying from us, from grow rooms, so that might be like mushroom farms and cannabis facilities, to people doing HVAC thermal control inside of trailers and RVs and retail facilities and food facilities. So
Greenhouses and
yeah, outdoor greenhouses, which, another technique that's a good point is that we helped someone doing an outdoor greenhouse where they put the magnetic strip on the inside of the barrier, and then they put the zipper on the outside because there were severe wind gusts, but he still wanted to be able to go hands-free access. So he'd go in and out and then just use a zipper on the outside. So you can actually use them in combination, which is yet another technique. And so we feel like we're going to open up the type of techniques and empower the contractors, because I mean, we've seen some skilled contractors and see how proud they are with the containments. And if we can give them, I mean, it makes us happy if we can give them more tools to do what they do even better.
So I was surfing around your website earlier. I just want to see if there's anything new since the last time I was out there. And what comes to mind is it's 4 terms, but you've answered some of it. I just want you to expand on it a little bit more. The words I found were reusable, reliable seal, cost-effective, and versatile. I know you've talked about versatile already. Can you touch on some of the others? I'll give them to you again. We talked about reusable. So you're only replacing the bottom piece?
All right, so let me just do a quick breakdown of the entire zipper.
yeah, break down the
Okay.
zipper, the points, what we saw with the reusability.
Okay, so with traditional disposable dust barrier zippers, the complaints that we see all the time are the zippers jamming, breaking, and separating from the barrier, and people having to use additional adhesive to keep it on there. We've eliminated all three of those because with this, for break resistance, we have a 7-gauge zipper versus a standard 5-gauge, so it's higher break resistance. There we go. The 2-layer system. So this is the peel and stick mounting strip. This will be added on. The two layers are too thick to get stuck in the zipper head, so they're essentially jam proof. And you don't need a special knife that cuts a gap or anything to create that jam resistance. You just use a regular utility knife down this cut guide, and it is the poly sheeting is not going to get stuck in there, and stuck in the zipper head. So jam resistance. And then if you look at the back of this mounting strip, it's 100% high grade adhesive. You're not going to have to put on additional tape and, to prevent the zipper from coming down. We've heard about people who literally sent their technicians out to check their zippers to make sure the barriers haven't, failed or the zippers aren't coming down. The other great thing is replaceability. In the worst case scenario, the zipper breaks. Well, with other containments, you have to redo the entire containment. With ours, peel it off, put another, just replace the zipper, and you're good to go. This zipper is probably the same, if not less, in cost than a disposable zipper anyway. And then the mounting strip is about a third of the cost of a zipper. So continual use will actually help you continue to save money. I mean, people essentially make money off of our zippers if they're using it more than once. And if they use it only once, it's not like you're out of pocket, like extra or anything, because it's comparable in price to a heavy duty zipper.
All right, one last question before I ask you to show us a little bit about how these things work. I see you have a setup behind you. Pressure and strength. As far as how much pressure can they really handle? Has it been measured? You have documentation on that?
We would say we had it field tested. We don't have it documented, but it's essentially been used in the field, measuring over 5 pascals. We hit 7. Some people got it to hold like 11 pascals.
I believe at one of the trade shows, just to test the disposable zipper strength and versus our reusable, I think we did hit over 30 pascals, and some of the other disposable zippers started separating from the poly and ours didn't.
Yeah, that's ripping down the containment before our zipper's even coming off.
Okay.
With the Velcro, it's I can't say Velcro, it's hook and loop. There's a little bit of give that you don't, and adjustability that you get that you won't get with the disposables.
Okay. Well, I see, I mentioned it before, you have a setup behind you. Could you give us a demo on how this works?
Yeah.
Just remember, we may not be able to hear what you're saying if you're far away. That's all.
We're going to be moving the camera. All right. So, in the interest of time, we already put up the mounting strip. So the peel and stick mounting strip goes on just like a disposable desk barrier zipper. You'll add it, you'll peel and stick this on, and what you'll do is just add the zipper and put it down. You'll open it up, and then you'll just cut down the cut guide, and then you got your zipper on. Alternatively, you can cut first, add one side at a time. And once you've got it on, you also got this feature, which that's where you can either put a cable lock through the front or pierce through here and do it all the way through. And then you've got the lockout tag out with the zipper. So here's, I'll show you how we can interchange between zipper and magnetic strip. So we'll just roll up the zipper, and it has these fastener tabs right here, fastener tabs that'll hold it in place neatly. And then we got this carry bag that'll go into, I'll show you that a little later. But here's how you switch from zipper to magnetic strip. So this is the magnetic strip. Same thing, has a hook on the back, magnetic columns. And the trick here is you'll put on the mounting strip, cut it first. This way you'll prevent from cutting the magnets. So you'll put that and cut it first. You'll fold this in half. So the magnetic columns are stacked. And then you simply by one side Come down. Yeah. So. So, yeah, and then this is right off. Easily fold back up.
How much training do you need to get that right?
Not very difficult. If someone's already using a desk zipper, it's pretty simple.
Very good. I mean, it does look simple. And when we've used it in class, I've never done a switch like that. I mean, we usually put one up or the other, but it's just as easy, I guess, to switch, which you just demonstrated.
Yeah, so one of the first medical facilities that used our product was Orlando Regional Medical Center. And there, I believe there's a board of people that were discussing our product, looking for a solution because they couldn't hold maintain levels of the proper level of air exchange in the isolation rooms because the nurses and doctors were leaving the zippers open. They had initially they had access to our zippers, so they put those up and they wanted the magnets. They're like, okay, we'll give it a shot. They went ahead and put on the zippers because that's what they had because they needed to get something up immediately. And he said, go ahead, do that because you're going to be able to switch out to our magnets. And then they did, and it ended up solving their air exchange issue. Obviously, because the nurses and doctors are not leaving it open. But then we also proved that it can actually hold the levels of air pressure required. Then after that, more and more hospitals started kind of catching on and doing it. So we've been trying to get the word out there, but right now it's a lot of individual locations. But we had like Patterson Air Force Base, HCA, Dignity Health, Kaiser, like some of the big names. And recently Canadian Special Forces ordered for their medical facilities. So, you know, it's out there. We've proven it all over the place. And, you know, this is going to help us hopefully get the word out more to industries you guys work with too.
Well, we're definitely going to have this out there for our members and our followers, so they will see that. So without putting you on too much of a spot, which I don't mind doing, is there anything new coming that you can talk about? I don't want any trade secrets here, but anything new that you can let us know what's coming. If you say no, that's okay too.
Let me maybe hint at it. Only because we're trying to be a little careful.
Enough said. Enough said. We can go with that.
Yeah.
So where can somebody buy this stuff?
You know what? Better to cut me off. Yes, there
Yeah.
are going to be things, and I'll just say there are going to be things coming out. They're going to they're going to add even more containment techniques, and it's like we're excited about it. It's coming soon, but yeah, you'll see it real soon. Yeah.
Okay. So where can somebody purchase this stuff? Is it in the big box stores, to distributors, from you guys? You know, where do people go to get the reusable systems?
So we sell it directly online and on Amazon, but we also just recently, actually as of yesterday, just launched with Wesco Hazmasters Connie Safety. So that's in Hazmasters in Canada, Connie Safety's in the US. There are several locations of Aramco that have started carrying it. So we believe it will start going more system wide. And we have several big distributors testing this out right now. And so hopefully it's going to be everywhere soon. No big box yet, but we have companies like HD Supply and people like that reaching out to us to test it. So, and we're in some locations in UK and Australia, and we're starting to spread. So
But that's good to hear, because we've also recently been doing stuff in Australia, the UK, South Africa. So we're definitely having an impact in a lot of different locations too. And for us, it makes it easier when we refer to a system or a product or at least a type of technology, people are familiar with it, especially when we're going outside the US. So that makes a big difference. So that's a good thing. All right. How about contact info for you? What's your website? for people to
It's
go to?
www.reuzip.com. You can contact us at email at info@reuzip.com.
All right. Any last question here? Any upcoming trade shows we can find yet?
The next one, we'll be at Serve Pros trade show, their big one in Tampa Bay in June.
That's their
Okay.
national conference. That might be more exclusive to them, but yeah, nothing on the schedule just yet. We've been focusing a lot this year on the new products that we got coming out, but we'll be back in the circuit again probably next year.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you spending the time with us. I know it's a big time difference. I'm on the East Coast, you're on the West Coast, but I do appreciate you being here. And we'll do this again when you can tell us about some of the other super secret stuff that's coming out.
No, we'd love that.
We appreciate it, guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lance.
I want to welcome Michelle Blevins back to Normie.tv. We've had Michelle on here in the past. It's always fun interviewing her, and she's a wealth of information. She also happens to be the owner and editor of CNR Magazine, which is cleaning and restoration, which is really what our industry is all about. And that's what we want to talk about today. So welcome, Michelle.
Thank you very much for having me back, Lance. I'm always happy to chat with you and be here. So thank you for the invite. I appreciate it.
Well, like I said last time, it's fun doing interviews with you, and you were going to be back, and here you are. So thank you for that. So the reason I really wanted to talk to you today was I received an email from CNR Magazine. I'm on your mailing list. I do get these updates, and something caught my interest. You have something out there called Restoration Kindness. And I started reading about it, and it just really intrigued me. Could you give us a little bit of background about what that actually is?
Sure. So Restoring Kindness was founded in 2015 by A&J Property Restoration in Madison, Wisconsin. Kent and Lynn Rawhauser were, they have since sold their company, but they were a wealth of knowledge in the industry and also highly involved in their own community as well. They, at the time that they owned A&J, they were heavily involved in the RIA and DKI and organizations like that. And, also Believers, that was kind of their foundation. And so they worked on launching this Restoring Kindness project. And the idea of it was to help, restorers and cleaners are giving back to their customers all the time, right? Like that truly is at the heart and soul of what our industry is all about. But the idea is kind of removing the business aspect of it and thinking of ways that we can give back to our local communities when it's not so much tied to work, right? So the Restoring Kindness project is all about finding ways to show kindness in your community. It is a year-round initiative to be part of, but we do a big push during the month of May. We call the month of May Restoring Kindness Month. And we can go a little bit more into it, but we have last year we had over 40 restoration companies that were involved in this, that were doing random acts of kindness throughout their communities across the entire US. And we were really able to create quite a buzz across social media channels and across the industry of all these things that restoration companies of all shapes and sizes were doing. Some vendors got involved as well. It wasn't just contractors. So we had a lot of vendors that were doing great things as well to give back to their communities. And it doesn't need to be complicated, right? To show people kindness doesn't mean that you're spending a bunch of money necessarily, or that you're having to go way out of your way to do things. So like one of my favorite stories from last year was a company that went to their local farmers market. And I wish I had one, but we have a bunch of resources that we can provide contractors who decide to partner up with this and be part of the Restoring Kindness movement. But there are little postcards that you can download off of the Restoring Kindness website, put your logo on there, and then you just print them off and take them when you're doing your random acts of kindness or whatever. And so there was a company that went to their local farmers market on a Saturday morning and bought a bunch of pints of strawberries from one of the local vendors, and then just stuck the cards in there and said, "Hope you have a sweet Saturday. Enjoy this pint of strawberries on us." And then the little postcard in there. And something like that would make me smile on a Saturday morning when I'm at the farmers market and picking up fresh produce and stuff like that. So that blessed the community and also probably blessed the farmer or whoever had grown those berries. You know, that was something super simple and out of the box. I can give other examples, but I don't want to run away with the conversation. So I'm going to let you steer this where you want to go. But that's kind of the crux of what it's all about.
Oh, it's my turn?
Yeah, it's your
Yeah.
turn.
Oh, okay. No, just checking. You know, I've been with Normie since 2006, National Organization of Remediators and Microbial Inspectors. And one of the things that I always come across is I'll get phone calls from people, our members, our trainees calling in for support saying they have this situation, the customer really can't afford to have the work done. They can't afford to do something. And we always wind up talking through an incremental process to try to help them out, because there's so much passion in the people that are doing this work for the customers. They want to provide the help, even if they're not getting paid or at a reduced rate. And that's what piqued my interest when I saw this about restoring kindness. I said it wrong. I'm sorry about that earlier. But it's, you know, just something that really stands out with the people that work in this industry.
Mm-hmm.
And I just thought it would be a perfect fit. And truthfully, after this, we're going to be introducing this to the entire Normie membership. And we've trained thousands and thousands of people. And we're going to put the concept out there because, you know what? It doesn't take much to make somebody smile.
Mm-mm.
And
It-
your customers remember you when that happens. What were you going to
Yeah.
say? I'm sorry.
No, that I wasn't. I was just agreeing with you. And what you just said is exactly the point. Like, I think it's probably obvious, and this isn't really the point of why we're doing it, but this is a fabulous marketing tool for cleaning and restoration companies. This is an outside of the box, very simple way to build brand awareness, to build trust in your brand, to build visibility in your community without it being directly related to like doing a fire or mold job down the street, right? Or teaching CE classes. This is a way to be totally hands-on in your community. Like maybe you're taking breakfast to the teachers at your child's elementary school before the end of the year and putting a card in there and, oop, look, they just learned about your company a little bit, but it was really, you're just doing something nice. And maybe it's putting coins in parking meters to pay for people's parking downtown, or handing out flowers on the corner, or whatever it may be. There are a lot of very simple ways to get back. There are people who've done bigger things, like gotten their entire team together and gone to pack meals for homeless people or whatever that may be. But there are so many ways to give back. And this is a good way to think outside the box and also have a big impact in your community and get noticed. I mean, there are companies that have been doing this year over year, and people recognize it now, like, oh yeah, you're the company that does that restoring kindness stuff. That's so cool. And then hopefully that marketing thing, top of mind, if they have a loss at their property, it's like, oh yeah, what was that company that was doing nice things in the community? They weren't really selling me anything, but they were out in our community and showing that they cared. And that's a big deal.
You know, I use a guideline when I talk during trainings that I'll do. And I'm sure people watching this have heard me say it many times in the past, but I learned this when I was younger, but it came back when I was watching my kids go through school. And the teachers were hammering into them with these extracurricular activities to do the right thing because it's the right thing to do, not for any other reason. And then good things happen because of that. And, you know, when you do that, people get the impression that you really care, and you really can't buy advertising like that. You're really giving back to the community. We have several programs in Normie under what we call the CAP program, the Community Awareness Program, where we encourage our members to go through some very basic training that we have for them to present these classes. And they go and they teach the emergency services, EMS, fire, police, just awareness of things to be aware of in microbial issues. Now, we know they're all trained in hazmat and everything else, but nobody teaches them about, you know, walking against a wall that has mold on it and things that happen from that. We teach that. We teach it to realtors. We don't charge for that. It's all free. And, you know, it's all about giving back to the community and helping them be aware of what's going on. I really think that's exactly what this is.
kind of a roundabout benefit as well is the morale that it builds within your team and even retaining your people. I mean, people want to work for a company that cares about others, right? And people want to have the opportunity to do things sometimes above and beyond what's at work. So giving them the opportunity to go do good in the community with their company shirt on or whatever that may be, that's a great thing. And people really care about that. That can be a great way to draw people into your company and to retain them as well.
I run another TV channel for emergency medical services, and on there's a brief slide that comes up. It's a recruiting slide to get volunteers. Different parts of the country are big with volunteers, but on the slide it says, "When's the last time somebody thanked you for saving their life?" Now, the feeling that you get from that is just what you're talking about now, this random act of kindness doing for somebody. It elevates people.
It does.
So yeah, like I said, it caught my interest, just the name of it. And then I was reading a bit about it, and it really, really stood out as something that could be very helpful for the community, for our Normie membership, people in general. So I also noticed that there's some displays as far as banners and buttons and things you can put on your websites. You talk about that a little?
There is. So there's the postcard that I already talked about. And then you can shoot me an email, or I believe there's a way on the Restoring Kindness website. It's restoringkindnessusa.com is what the website is. You can also find it through the CNR website if you don't remember that. But when you sign up, we will also send you a badge that says you're a Restoring Kindness partner company. And you could put that on your website so that people know that you're a partner company as well, if you want to. We also have stickers that I'm going to have with me at RIA, at my booth at RIA this week. And I will also have them at Access and some other conferences that I'm at this spring. So if you want to take those and start sticking them on your collateral or whatever that may be, you can do that as well. We're working on, this is new news as of the last few days. We're working on some t-shirts and team representation type things that we'll be able to have, so people can buy those if you want to try to, logo up your team for Restoring Kindness and maybe put your company logo on there too, or whatever, to show that you're all together when you're going out into the community. We want to make that possible as well. We're trying to provide as many resources as possible. So you need to figure out what you're going to do in your community, but we have all the collateral for you, and all you have to do is stick your logo on it and off you go. We also are teaming up with John Isaacson, who runs Socktember later in the year. So in the month of November, we're going, which we can talk more about this later, but it fits so well into Restoring Kindness that John had reached out and asked if we wanted to partner, and I think it's a perfect fit. So we will be there will be teams across the US. And this is just about raising socks to give to a local nonprofit, whether it's a shelter or whatever that may be. Socks are always in demand, especially in the winter. And so there's these teams across the US that try to raise as many socks as they can, and whoever has the most socks wins. There's a big trophy, bragging rights you get to pass around. So that's something else that will come later this year for people who are like, May is like, now I can't even wrap my head around organizing something now. There's going to be organized events later in the year as well, if you want to wait to get involved, or you can do a random act of kindness in June, July, August, whenever that may be. It doesn't have to be in May.
Well, the timing is right, because I believe May is also the recognized month for emergency medical services.
Okay.
And that's, again, the other channel that I will let this interview run on. And it's getting the word out into the communities about it and raising stuff like that. I can tell you that a lot of, if not the majority of emergency medical services throughout the country is volunteer. And it's all about those people doing it, not for the money and the glory. It's obviously they're helping their communities. And this is just another extension of that.
Yes, it is. Yeah, and we want it. So another value that I will say is, people always want links and stuff to their website. So if you're a partner company with us, we put your company's logo right on the Restoring Kindness website with a backlink to your company, so that people know that you're a partner company. We can help drive traffic to you, or back and forth, or whatever that may be. All we ask is that when you do your act of kindness, or you do a project in the community, whether it's once or 10 times or whatever, take a couple pictures, throw it on social media and put the hashtag restoring kindness on there. My team keeps an eye on that, and we share as much as possible from what we see on the Restoring Kindness and CNR social media channels. We have Facebook, LinkedIn, and Instagram, all for Restoring Kindness and for CNR. So we try to share as much as possible. We also pull a lot of that to share on the website, and we do a big spread in CNR magazine once a year on Restoring Kindness and showing what people are doing and some of the big cool projects that people have done and all of that. So be sure to share. It's not bragging. We're going to do the bragging for you, just throw it up there, Restoring Kindness hashtag. Be proud of what you're doing. Be proud of what your team is doing, and let us share it with the entire country, with all of North America, now that we're partnered with Team Canada, and be proud. Our industry should be proud. It's all about giving back.
Absolutely. Have you guys considered any type of national event or any kind of a convention type of setup yet?
No, it's not a bad idea. Although I hear the word event in my head, like goes, oh, but it's not a bad idea. We are going to have, so RIA, we're recording this the week before the Restoration Industry Association event, and we will be talking a little bit about it on stage during the main town hall event on the first day. And then there's going to be some extra things happening throughout related to Restoring Kindness throughout the event. And then at Access, which is Alacrity's conference in Orlando in May, they are also a great partner. We're going to have a photo booth with some cute things to hold up for it and do some other little projects around that event as well. But an event by itself, not yet, but I like it.
Well, let's go to the next step as far as giving back. I'm sure that we could work with you and offer up. We have a Zoom webinar platform that if you wanted to have a global type meeting and invite all of the partners and everybody in, we would be glad to host that for you.
I love that. Thank you. I'm making myself a note, making notes as we go. That is a great idea. I thought about I wanted to do something like that last year, where it was even like a happy hour, virtual happy hour type celebration when it was all over, and get people together. And hey, if you want to join us, grab a drink at 4 p.m. or whatever, or don't grab a drink or grab a water or whatever it may be. But at the end of the month, so that hopefully that's a time when people are excited, it's all fresh on their mind, people can share what they've done, and it can be a celebration of what's happened over the last year. So I'll keep that in mind. It's a good idea.
So we went from interview to brainstorming.
We did. I like it. I'm all about the brainstorming.
That was a big shift.
You started it. You asked about you started it, Lance. You started it.
Following up on what you said about the different platforms that you're going to use of social media, we're actually going to show this during a recertification training that we do every Tuesday afternoon for our membership. But when we do that, we also go live for the public, and we're going to push this out across 12 platforms, including LinkedIn, Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, DLive, and a whole bunch of other ones, plus Normie.tv. So it's going to be out there across all the different platforms. For your people or anybody else that follows in that organization, we can get it onto your site too. And it's more than welcome for you guys to share it.
Perfect. I know we talked a little bit about that offline. I think it's a great idea. So I just have to talk to my dev team on my side to figure out what that looks like. I'm always in awe whenever you and I talk that you manage all of these channels, because some of these I haven't even heard of. And then you like Twitch. I recently heard another person mention that word recently, and I was like, oh, Lance talked about that. I've heard about that before. But the thought of managing all this to me makes my head want to explode. So good for you for.
Well, I'm not sure which rock you were under, but just so you know, Twitch is the third largest streaming platform in the world. They do over 140 million users a month.
Yeah, see, I'm under a rock. I know.
No, I'm just kidding. But no,
it's true. I know. Yes, it's true.
It's out there. And there are these platforms for people, and everybody has different tastes. YouTube, Ustream, there's tons of them. And we just try to get the word out, and that's what we're offering to do here to help you guys out with the Restoring Kindness. I think it's a great program to look into, to get involved with, and to give back.
Well, thank you, Lance. Thank you for having me and letting me talk a little bit about it. For anybody who is interested, you can just go to restoringkindnessusa.com and click to sign up, get involved there. It's super easy. And my team will be in touch with you to make sure you have everything that you need. And we're here to support any way we can.
Any other super secret things we should know about that you can't tell us?
It'd be fun if I did have something I couldn't tell you, but told you anyway. But I don't think so. I don't think I have anything new and exciting, I hate to say.
Okay, well, again, thank you for spending time with us. It's always fun when you're here. We look forward to getting this out and becoming part of Restoring Kindness ourselves. And hopefully a lot of our membership will jump into and take part in giving back to the community.
Love it. Thank you so much, Lance. Great to see you as always.
Thank you. Take care.
You too.
Hurricanes. If you didn't know any differently, they'd seem at the beginning like any other storm. And that's the deceptive part, the devastation, the flooding, the loss of life, the imprint of the loss of heartfelt memories, all occur after the storm has passed.
The latest technology gives us the opportunity to be prepared way in advance of impending danger, and yet we wait. Or worse yet, we decide to stay. We risk so much when the effects of these devastating events could be so easily diminished if we had only listened. As the storm approaches, it very quickly becomes too late to gather the important possessions and memories, too late to batten down the hatches, too late to protect our property or sometimes our very lives. With the aftermath of Katrina, I can assure you I have changed my game plan for the next Katrina, and I hope you have or will change yours. My name is Doug Hoffman, the Executive Director of NORMI, the National Organization of Remediators and Mold Inspectors. We train mold professionals to assess, evaluate, and solve the problems associated with water events, both major and minor, as those events result in mold damage to property, and in conjunction with the NORMI Pro Environmental Task Force are ready to help when disaster hits. Check our resources at normi.org and normiproetf.org for current ways you can help yourself and others when disaster hits. Sometimes an event is so horrific that it results in massive flooding and wind damage. We lived through Hurricane Katrina right here in Louisiana and have been privileged to help hundreds, maybe thousands of Katrina victims rebuild their lives after one of the most devastating natural events ever to hit the Gulf coasts of Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and Florida. We learned some very important lessons, and we're hoping this short video will help you prepare for the next major event that may hit your community. With thermal imaging and from a satellite, the images are staggeringly beautiful, but closer to Earth, in the midst of the rampage, frightening doesn't begin to tell the story. Being prepared for what might be coming and then managing the recovery will help you keep your mind on the important task ahead. The unpredictable nature of the season simply requires it. The dates of the North American hurricane season span from June 1st to November 30th. By no means will these dates prevent the forming or sustaining of a tropical event in the Gulf of Mexico, the Atlantic Ocean, the Caribbean Sea, or the Pacific, but these dates are a guide or a timeline based on previous storms over the last century. Dropping your guard or dismissing weather events outside of these dates could result in being caught off guard for an approaching storm. But these dates, in particular, are a time to be specially aware of the news and weather reports. 26 named storms churned in the Atlantic in 2005, and many of them hit land. Following their paths shows the unpredictable nature of nature. Because of the fickle nature and path of many tropical storms, a large part of the general population hesitates or fails to take precautions until the last minute. In the year 2005, an unprecedented number of named storms developed in the eastern and Gulf Coast, exceeding even the English alphabet, and many of those storms made landfall. And when that occurs, especially in densely populated areas, the results are mass evacuations, highway gridlock, and supply shortages. In simple terms, everyone that waited until the last minute is scrambling to prepare or leave. The following information is provided as part of the Community Awareness Program, CAP, from NORMI, the National Organization of Remediators and Mold Inspectors. Additional CAP programs can be found at normi.org or at flood.normi.org and include realtors awareness, first responders awareness, and other information targeted to specific groups. These are presented in an effort to fulfill our mission and fill a void in accurate and timely trainings. How often have you seen news reports about the long lines at hardware stores where residents of areas prone to tropical events are waiting in lines for hours to purchase plywood or other needed supplies? The general rule of thumb is if you find yourself in this situation, waiting in line to take your turn, you may have waited too long. Our goal at NORMI is to provide you with general preparation and safety information for your time before, during, and after the event. Let's get started, and please feel free to take notes or revisit this video often. Sometimes a reminder can be very timely. So let's get started. Plan to be prepared before the event. Know how and where to get emergency information from your local emergency management offices. Follow instructions for evacuations if you are advised to leave, and leave. Understand that if you do not evacuate or find yourself in a situation where you need emergency assistance during the event, you may be on your own until the event has passed. Emergency services will also be stretched beyond normal capacity, and assistance may be days or weeks away. Remember that people that choose not to evacuate when instructed to do so are either victims or survivors. Neither title is as a result of good planning. When you do evacuate, if you have carefully planned your evacuation route well in advance of the evacuation and you know where you will be staying, life will be much easier while you are displaced. So if you are not prepared to fend for yourself for an extended period of time, consider relocating prior to the event. If you have the time, tidy up the house, wash and put away the dishes, clean the coffee pot. When you return, you'll feel better about this kind of detailed planning in advance and appreciate the preparation you've made for your return. And of course, traveling during the event is not advisable in most cases. Some of the following information are recommendations from FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency. And they suggest, before the storm, make plans to secure your property. Permanent storm shutters offer the best protection for windows. A second option is to board up those windows with 5/8 marine plywood, cut to fit and ready to install. Tape does not prevent windows from breaking. Install straps or additional clips to securely fasten your roof to the frame structure. This will reduce roof damage. Be sure trees and shrubs around your home are well trimmed. Charge your cellular phone and refill your meds. Clear the gutters and downspouts of any extra debris that could become airborne. Secure your boat. Consider a safe room, a place where you will not be hurt by broken glass or structural damage. Take your outdoor furniture and put it indoors. Get evacuation information, which is readily available, and get a local shelters list. Where can you go if you need to? If you can't get out quickly enough or you get stranded because of traffic, where can you go? In regards to evacuation guidelines, there are really just two categories: what you should always do and what you could do if time permits. As my dad used to say, if you prepare for time to permit, it will. This list gives you these two priorities to consider. Always keep a full tank of gas in your car if an evacuation seems likely. Gas stations may be closed during emergencies and unable to pump gas during power outages. Plan to take one car per family to reduce congestion and delay. If time permits, gather disaster supplies and put them in a kit stored in your home. Always make transportation arrangements with friends or local government if you do not own a car. If time permits, make sure you've got sturdy shoes and clothing that provide some protection, such as long pants, long-sleeved shirts, and a cap. Always listen to battery-operated radio and follow local evacuation instructions. And if time permits, let others know where you're going. Always gather your family and go if you are instructed to evacuate immediately. Knowing your family is safe will give you a great peace of mind during the uncertainty of the events that might follow the storm. If time permits, secure your home. Close and lock the doors and windows. Unplug electrical equipment such as radios and televisions and small appliances such as toasters, microwaves. Leave freezers and refrigerators plugged in, or if time permits, empty them so that there'll be no risk of damage being done to those freezers or refrigerators. You should take some precautions on your way out. Leave early enough to avoid being trapped by severe weather. Plan to then follow recommended evacuation routes. Do not take shortcuts. They may be blocked. Be alert for washed out roads and bridges. Do not drive into flooded areas. And stay away from downed power lines. And of course the question always arises, when should we evacuate? Well, you should evacuate under the following conditions. First, if you are directed by local authorities to do so, be sure to follow their instructions. If you live in a mobile home or temporary structure, such shelters are particularly hazardous during hurricanes, no matter how well fastened they may be to the ground. A Cat 4 hurricane can remove the entire roof of a commercial structure, so what do you think it could do to something as light as a mobile home? And of course, you've always got the added concern of tornadoes. If you live in a high-rise building, you should evacuate. Hurricane winds are stronger at higher elevations, so your safety might be jeopardized if you decide to stay. If you live on the coast or on a floodplain near a river or on an inland waterway, flooding might be the biggest concern because a storm surge of some kind always precedes a hurricane. The Gulf Coast of Louisiana and Mississippi experienced anywhere from 15 to 40-foot surges, enough to totally wipe out the coastline for several miles back into the non-water frontland. If you feel you're in danger, you should leave. And if you have health issues that might need emergency or regular attention, you should go to a place where your concerns can be addressed readily. So what if you decide to stay? Well, you definitely want to listen to the radio or TV for information, so be sure to have plenty of batteries for both. Secure your home. Close the storm shutters, secure outdoor objects, and bring them indoors. Turn off the utilities, if instructed to do so. Otherwise, turn the refrigerator thermostat to the coldest setting and keep the doors closed. This will ensure the preservation of frozen foods for some time following the storm should power not be restored for a long period of time. Well, frozen foods could last for a couple of days in the freezer, even without power. Turn off propane tanks. Avoid using the phone except for serious emergencies. Moor your boat if time permits. And store a supply of water for sanitary purposes such as cleaning and flushing toilets. Did you know that a toilet will flush simply by filling it with a gallon of water? After thoroughly cleaning it out, fill the bathtub and other large containers with water. If you're unable to evacuate, have you considered the possibility of creating a safe room? If you don't have one, follow these simple guidelines. Make sure that you stay indoors during the hurricane and away from windows and glass doors. Close all the interior doors besides securing and bracing exterior doors. Keep curtains and blinds closed. Don't be fooled if there is a lull. It could be the eye of the storm, and the high winds could pick up again. If necessary for your own safety or that of your family, take refuge in a small interior room, closet, or hallway on the lowest level, but where flooding won't be a concern. And if you sense tornadic activity, which often accompanies a hurricane, lie on the floor under a table or another sturdy object. We have incredible technologies that give us advanced warning, tell us the intensity of what we might be facing, and track the storm from its inception to its end. What makes us think we can weather the storm? But we often try. The following are the basic emergency kits and supplies recommended by FEMA. Basic disaster supplies should be stocked in preparation for what may occur during and after a flood, hurricane, or other water event. Let's take a moment to simply list the 6 basic items, and then we'll talk about each one of them in a little bit of detail. This checklist will serve as a great starting place to be sure you are prepared. There are 6 basics you should stock in your home: water, food, first aid supplies, clothing, bedding, and sanitation supplies, tools, and specialty items. And keep the items that you would most likely need during an evacuation in an easy-to-carry container. Possible containers could include a large covered trash container, or a camping backpack, or even a duffel bag. First, water. How much water do I need? You should have at least a 3-day supply of water, and you should store at least 1 gallon of water per person per day. A normally active person needs at least 1/2 gallon of water daily just for drinking. Additionally, in determining adequate quantities, take the following into account. Individual needs vary depending on age, physical condition, activity, diet, and climate. Children, nursing mothers, and ill people need more water. Very hot temperatures can double the amount of water needed, and a medical emergency might require additional water. How should I store water? Well, to prepare safest and the most reliable emergency supply of water, it's recommended that you purchase commercially bottled water. Keep that bottled water in its original container and don't open it unless you need to use it. Observe any expiration or use by date. If you're preparing your own containers of water, it's recommended that you purchase food-grade water storage containers from surplus or camping supply stores to use for water storage. Before filling with water, thoroughly clean the containers with dishwashing soap and water and rinse completely so there is no residual soap. Follow the directions below on filling the container with water. If you choose to use your storage containers, choose 2-liter plastic soft drink bottles. Not plastic jugs or cardboard containers that have had milk or fruit juice in them. Milk protein and fruit sugars cannot be adequately removed from these containers and provide an environment for bacterial growth when water is stored in them. Cardboard containers also leak easily and are not designed for long-term storage of liquids. Also, don't use glass containers because they can break and they're heavy. If you're storing water in plastic soda bottles, follow these steps. Thoroughly clean the bottles with dishwashing soap and water. Rinse completely so there's no residual soap. Then sanitize those bottles by adding a solution of 1 teaspoon of non-scented liquid household chlorine bleach to a quart of water. Swish the sanitizing solution in the bottle so that it touches all surfaces, and then after sanitizing the bottle, thoroughly rinse out the sanitizing solution with clean water. Then you're ready to fill the bottles with water and seal them. Food. However you do it, you need a checklist. Put it in a magnetic clipboard attached to the side of your refrigerator, a post-it note on the inside of a kitchen cabinet, on your PDA or your phone app. But make a list now while you're calm and in your right mind. And remember these important points. Store at least a 3-day supply of non-perishable food. Select foods that require no refrigeration, preparation, or cooking, and little or no water. If you must heat food, pack a can of Sterno and matches. Select food items that are compact and lightweight. Avoid foods that will make you thirsty. Choose salt-free crackers, whole grain cereals, and canned foods with high liquid content. Be sure to include a manual can opener. That might come in very handy. And include a selection of the following foods in your disaster supply kit and put them in a waterproof container. Foods like ready-to-eat meats, fruits, and vegetables, canned fruits, juices, milk, soup, staples like sugar, salt, and pepper, high-energy foods like peanut butter, jelly, crackers, granola bars, trail mix, vitamins and minerals, foods for infants, the elderly, or special dietary needs. And don't forget comfort stress foods like cookies, hard candy, sweetened cereals, instant tea, or coffee. First aid supplies. First aid kits can be purchased, but some people prefer to make their own. So we've listed here 18 things that should be included so you could supplement a pre-packaged kit or develop your own. You'll need to decide which items you would want to include or exclude based on budget restraints, but even the seemingly least needed item could become extremely important in a life or death situation. Take the time to study this list, and we've provided a printable copy of this list as a resource at hurricane.normie.org website for your review. And a medical kit, again stored for safekeeping, could include the following items: aspirin or non-aspirin pain relievers, anti-diarrhea medication, an antacid for upset stomach, syrup of ipecac to induce vomiting if advised by the Poison Control Center, possibly a laxative, and maybe an activated charcoal, again for use if advised by the Poison Control Center. Emergency and safety items might also include these items, which would be safely stored but probably not in the same box with the first aid kit. Gas cans, ice chest or two, disposable cups, plates, eating utensils, and paper towels, black trash bags, vinyl gloves, maybe moistened cleaning towelettes. Again, having these items far in advance of an impending storm is simply the best way to avoid having to find them in an emergency and when you might be in panic mode. And by all means, take the time to contact your local American Red Cross chapter to obtain a free basic first aid manual. Clothing, bedding, and sanitation supplies are extremely important, and especially if you live in a cold climate, you've got to think about warmth because it's possible that you would not have heat. So include at least one complete change of clothing and footwear per person. A light jacket or coat, long pants, a long sleeve shirt, sturdy shoes or work boots, and of course waterproof would be preferred. Hat, gloves, and scarf, rain gear, thermal underwear, blankets or sleeping bags, and sunglasses. And on the sanitation side, don't forget the toilet paper, soap, liquid detergent, feminine supplies, personal hygiene items, plastic garbage bags with ties for personal sanitization use, plastic bucket with a tight lid, and disinfectant. maybe even a little bit of household bleach for sanitization. Next on our list is tools, and there are a lot of tools that people don't think about needing until they need them. Mess kits or paper cups, plates, and plastic utensils. An emergency preparedness manual, and there's some good ones out there. Portable battery-operated radio or television and extra batteries. Flashlights and extra batteries. Cash or traveler's checks and some change. Non-electric can opener, a utility knife. Fire extinguisher, small canister, ABC type. A tube tent. Pliers. Tape. Compass. Matches in a waterproof container. Aluminum foil. Plastic storage containers, rabbit ears for your TV, signal flare, paper, pencil, needles, thread, a medicine dropper, a shut-off wrench to turn off household gas and water, a whistle, an axe, plastic sheeting, and a map of the area for locating shelters. And finally, specialty items. Remember family members with special needs, such as infants and elderly or disabled persons. For baby, formula, diapers and wipes, baby food, bottles, powdered milk, pacifiers, and maybe medications. And don't forget the adults. Heart and high blood pressure medication, insulin, prescription drugs, denture needs, contact lenses and supplies, extra eyeglasses, hearing aid batteries. That's a lot of stuff to remember. And you can make this a special project, taking the important family documents and putting them together in a place where they're safe. Photocopies of credit and identification cards, maybe in a Ziploc bag, plastic container. But you want to keep these records in a waterproof, portable container. Your will and insurance policies, contracts, deeds, stocks, and bonds. Photo IDs, passports, Social Security cards, immunization records, bank account numbers, credit card account numbers and companies, inventory of valuable household goods or important telephone numbers, family records like birth and marriage and death certificates, your checkbook, cash and coins, and then of course some entertainment, games, and books that you might need while you're away. So, what's the target? The goal? The goal during a tropical event is to not need the items and procedures that we discussed in this presentation. However, being prepared is a good alternative and may make the difference between being a victim and being a survivor. On a personal note, from those who have been there, during the aftermath of Katrina, many suffered intense wind damage with trees through their roof and rain pouring through. Your prized possessions, though not as important as your very life, of course, should be taken with you. If you evacuate, and you can do so without compromising the essentials, take the things that are important with you. I want to personally thank you for taking the time to watch this video. It's our hope that you will never be in a situation where you will have to consider all the things we've discussed. But if you are, now you're prepared to be prepared and survive. For more information, go to normie.org or normieproetf.org or email us at support@normie.org. We're here to serve you. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. I want to welcome you all to Normie CE Training. This is where you get your Normie recertification credits for yearly recertification. I want to welcome you all. I want to welcome all of our admin people starting to pop into the room here. I see a bunch of them coming in tonight. This is good. Glad to see that. And I want to welcome everybody on all the other platforms that are here tonight. We're on Facebook, LinkedIn, YouTube, Restream, DLive, Twitter. We're all over the place. So for all of you watching on those other platforms, welcome, and I'm glad to see you here. Just as a reminder, at the end of our session, we will be turning off the live feed to all the social media platforms. For any of you Normie members that want to continue on with the special announcements that we will have, you will have to be in our Zoom room, which is impact.normie.org. And you have to be an active member to get in there. So just a heads up, you don't want to miss out on anything. So I see we got everybody in the room here. I know, Doug, you're out and about, so I want to send this over to you real quick, because I know you had a few announcements you want to make while the internet's holding out for you. So go ahead.
Well, yeah, thank you. I'm actually in Pecan Grove RV camp here in Lake Village, Arkansas, right on Highway 65, headed back to Louisiana after our trip to Texas last week, which was really, really cool. I'm looking forward to sharing with you some of the exciting things we did out there. We did 2 case studies, one on Thursday, one on Friday. We were in Dallas on Thursday, Fort Worth on Friday, and doing some case studies on mycotoxin testing. So really excited about that. But I'm really excited to tell you that we're looking forward to our first Texas class, certified mold remediation contractor class. It's the initial training. That's a 5-day class, so it's 40 hours. But I was able to arrange the venue at Pure Clean in Frisco, Texas. You'll be seeing that on the website probably within the next day or so. But that's a 5-day class. But here's the exciting thing about this particular class. Well, let me tell you the dates first. It's August 28th through September 1st. And the reason we're telling you this right now is because there are only 12 seats available. It's a very small classroom. They've got a large warehouse area where we're going to be doing our hands-on training, but it's a relatively small classroom. We don't want it crowded. And so there are only 12 people that we're going to be able to train in this particular class. If we sell it out, which I think is probably highly likely, then we'll go ahead and set up another class probably within a couple of weeks after that particular class. But that class, the exciting thing about that class is, as you know, Texas has one of the most strict requirements for licensure, 40 hours compared to the other training that's 4 days or 3 days. Our typical initial training is a 3-day class. So this 5-day class is a really high-level training compared to a lot of the other initial licensing classes. So what we're doing on this class is that if you come to this class, you'll be able to qualify for any of the states that have licensing except New York, and then all of the non-licensing states. So in one class, that 5-day class, you could sit for exams. You have to take a short module on the licensing law for each state, but you could get a license for Texas, Louisiana, District of Columbia, Florida, or all of the non-licensing states. The only one that it doesn't qualify for is New York, and I'd love to tell you why, but that's a long story. Anyway, it's going to be a great opportunity for you to get licensed. If you need a license in any of those states, or if you just want a license, DC license is incredibly easy to get. And if you're in a non-licensing state, you might want a DC license just to be able to tell your competition that you've got a license in a state that requires it. So that's going to be August 28th through September 1st. And I just wanted to share that information with you.
Thank you, Doug. And I know you're traveling, and we're going to be talking about the Normie Pro Environmental Task Force tonight. And that's kind of part of what you're traveling with today. Any chance you can swing a camera around or get Norma on the screen?
For sure. As most of you know, a year and a half ago, or almost 2 years ago now, we purchased a motorhome, and we affectionately call her Norma. And I'll just show you, she's parked right over here. That's her right there. And I'm taking her back to Louisiana, where we've got a place where we can store her inside and get her ready for some major event that might happen, where we can go out and start giving information out to the public. We're not interested in doing disaster recovery work. What we're interested in is going into the field and being able to give folks information they need about cleaning for health, for the insurance needs that they might have, what FEMA can and can't do for them, those sorts of things. Maybe even provide, we've got a command center, so we can provide an opportunity for them to charge their phones if they need to. We'll have phones there, so if they may want to make some phone calls to some friends. Anyway, it's just going to be a great opportunity for us to help folks that are in need. And so that's why I'm in Pecan Grove RV in Lake Village. I'm on my way back to Louisiana
Earlier today. All right.
taking Norma.
happened to the clothes you wore? All right, very good. We got somebody's mic on someplace. I'm not quite sure whose that is.
Then the only other thing I wanted to share is I didn't want anybody to forget about the class in 2 weeks, 3 weeks in Fort Lauderdale with the CMA/CMR class, June 6th through the 8th. And then also, if you'll go to training.normie.org, if you go to events.normie.org, you'll see the Cleaning for Health schedule. And we want to encourage everybody to take that OSHA training that we've been working on. Absolutely free class. Gavin does a phenomenal job. Does he have the stories or what? So, great to have. I know more about Ebola than I ever wanted to know, I can tell you. But anyway, it's a great class. It's a free 3-hour training. And I just want to highly encourage all of you Normie members to look at that schedule and come by Sunrise and take advantage of that. Looks like we may be having some classes in North Carolina as well. So a lot going on.
Well, thank you, Doug. And I appreciate you pulling over at the rest stop there so you can get on the call with us. We appreciate
I'm spending the night, and it's not a rest stop.
Well, you know what I meant. It looks cozy. All right. Well, this is, I think, a good segue to get into what we're going to be talking about tonight. I just want to acknowledge, we have quite a few of our staff members here tonight. Roger just jumped off the screen. Jenner's here. Tim is here. Mike is here. And we have Gavin in the room from ISSA and GBAC, who's going to be helping us out here tonight with some of the talk that we're going to have, because he's very familiar with what we're doing. And we've been in close contact for a while now, going over some of the particulars about what we're trying to do with the task force and with his Cleaning for Health and all the other things that come together. So with that said, I think we should get started here. And Doug, you may want to just check me on the dates, but I believe the task force came into existence in 2014.
I think that's right.
Because I know we had phone systems or set up then for regional FEMA calling, which I'll talk about in a little bit. But we started back in 2014, and we were involved in quite a few different projects back then, going back to even Hurricane Sandy, which is what hit the Northeast, New York, New Jersey, pretty devastating up here. Not as powerful as a lot of the storms that hit the South, but we are definitely not prepared for storms of any size up in the Northeast. I mean, there's parts of New Jersey where I'm from where almost 60% of the area is either asphalt or cement. There's no place for water to go. So even the small storms can be devastating up here. So we were involved with a lot of what they call long-term recovery groups, where we met with the health department, the state health agencies. We were out to different community areas and different parts that were really affected. I was involved with 3 different counties with the recovery group. So we actually went and we spoke, and we talked, and we helped people out. Just absolutely amazing, the things that we learned about how as prepared people are when you take it off of tabletop prep and you put it out in the real world, how much of it doesn't really work. I mean, they were all excited talking about some company donated a warehouse filled with mattresses for people that had lost places even to sleep. And they took all these mattresses in and stored them in a metal building, non-conditioned. They were no longer usable. The intention was good, but it was a lesson learned. You can't store things in a moldy environment. So in any case, these are the lessons that were learned that we were able to help out with correcting them going forward. Other things that we did a lot of work with military families. We were approached by some of our active members that were working with military families that were really, really struggling. And as a 501c3 nonprofit public charity, which is what the task force is, we were able to take in donations and help provide them with equipment, technology, and support to help improve their living conditions. So that was definitely a feel-good thing for us, and it absolutely helped them. They were kind of stuck and didn't have any place to go. So those are some of the things that we get involved with. Unfortunately, a few years ago, I'm sure you've all heard, unless you've really been hiding under those rocks, about something called COVID that kind of hit the world and shut down a lot of programs that were out there trying to do good because of social distancing and not being able to be in any kind of groups or gather. So the task force kind of took a back seat for a little while, basically because it had to. And we just kept moving on in the background, meaning we started striking up alliances. Gavin's here as one of our strong alliances with GBAC, the Global Biorisk Advisory Council, and ISSA. Great supporters of us, Normie and the Environmental Task Force. We're big supporters of them, and they are helping out with a lot of our training and grant work. Gavin, I'll have you in a moment. Just give me 1 second. Just want to get through 1 or 2 more things. So the program was on hold, but we haven't stopped. And we've gotten to the point now as we approach the 2023 hurricane season. It's time to really start stretching our wings with being available, seeing what resources are still going to be available from what we had, and to take on new people. There are a ton of people that we have trained over the last several years since COVID hit, and we haven't really been able to give them the opportunity to take part in the task force. That is what we're talking about tonight. And for those of you not familiar with Normie or just hearing about us or the task force for the first time, you are more than welcome to ask for information or to hopefully join up. And we're talking about no cost here. So, you know, this is all part of being a Normie member. You get to be part of this task force once you meet certain requirements with free training and things like that. We want the best trained and educated people out there in this industry. And the restrictions that we put on the task force are because of the unique things that happen in man-made and natural disasters. Whatever you've learned, whatever you've experienced working in this industry, 2 years, 10 years, 20 years, you are not prepared for the disaster side of what we do. You're dealing with federal, state, and county government entities. You're dealing with processes that are designed to work with 1- and 2-man operations, up to 10,000 firefighters jumping into a hot fire zone out in California. The command, control, the organization is all the same, just on different scales. That's what we want all of the people involved in our task force to be familiar with for their safety and the people around them. So with that said, Gavin, I know you're sitting there, and I know you've been involved with the ICS system, which is Incident Command System, and NIMS, which is the National Information Management System. It's all under FEMA. You know, you have any kind of quick take on that before we kind of really get into this?
Chainsaws, Lance.
Yeah.
Let's start with, so it was really interesting because, you know, my background is 12 years in the military. And when they say to you in the military, we want a volunteer who can ride a motorbike, it's not because they've got a motorbike, they just want to volunteer. So I could never ride a motorbike, but I've always volunteered to ride the motorbike because it got me into places. When you look at the emergency management and the disaster response systems here in the US, if there's one thing I would recommend to everyone to do, and this is, I've never paid for this, but this is what I've done, you know, over the last 30 years, I went and got my chainsaw license. And the reason I did that, Lance, was it was like volunteering. Whenever they do a tabletop exercise or they do a drill or they want someone to deploy, and I was a doctor, they went, gosh, have we got any guys who can use a chainsaw? And I went, yeah, I've got my chainsaw license. So I got to go to all these disasters on the premise that I was going to use a chainsaw, which I never did, because I had a chainsaw license. And it sort of segues nicely, Lance, into what we're talking about. There are things you can do for no money or low cost to become part of the emergency management disaster response community.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And I'm going to get into that in a few minutes, where I'm going to talk about some of the basic requirements of ICS and NIMS, which is really the whole framework of how all of this starts, exactly what you're talking about. But before we get into that, some of the other things that you bring to the table here are access to grants. I mean, right now you're providing training for the essential personnel. We have grants from other companies, which we'll talk about too in a little bit, you know, for more training. it's all about training, and we want to get the best training to all of our members, Normie members, Normie Task Force members. As much of it as possible is free. And that's the majority of this emergency management stuff. And I'm not saying let's all go run and do emergency management, but if you're going to work in any of these zones as a remediator, assessor, a drying company, a home inspector, you need to know the rules. You need to know the boundaries and the safety things that happen in those environments. You don't just walk in and say, okay, I'm here. They're going to send you 10 miles away to meet with a branch organization that's going to coordinate what's going on at that scene. And if you don't have the right credentials, you're not going back there. They're going to stop you. You're not going to be allowed into these areas. They need to keep them under control for safety at the very least, and then security and everything else. So with that, you bring the whole training about essential personnel, and you're the senior director of GBAC, the Global Biorisk Advisory Council. That opens up a whole nother area of things that you are able to help us deal with, from infectious outbreaks to just knowing how to decon ambulances and vehicles and work trucks. I mean, that's a whole nother side to this industry that people really don't train on.
No, it's you've got a really good point there, Lance. For the years that I've done emergency management, or I would say more precisely disaster medicine response, before the disaster occurs, you've got to get on the list. So whether it's a national deployment to a state or it's an international deployment, when we sit there and we know we're about to deploy, we go down and go, who do we know? Who does this? Who does that? Hang on, I need one of these. And that short list is people who are on the list. So there is a way to get on the list where you live locally, where you work, through your emergency management agency. A lot of communities have what's called the CERT, the Community Emergency Response Team, which is a volunteer of just local folks who get together and they'll practice, they'll drill, they'll talk about emergency, but that gets you on the list. You can actually just reach out to the local emergency management agency where you live and ask, what do I need to know? How do I get on the list? And it's called the list. So, and I'll tell you why, Lance, and if you sort of live in the world that I live in, I just got to notice now that Guam is a territory of the US. We have an Air Force base there, very important Air Force base. We have 2 naval bases. We have the Guam National Guard. Guam is about to get hit tonight at 9 o'clock with a super typhoon, Category 5 hurricane. It's called Mawar, M-A-W-A-R. It is the strongest storm that we have seen since 1962 in that region. And when a similar storm hit Guam in 1962, it wiped out over 95% of the buildings. And then a storm that wasn't as strong hit in 2002. And if I just check my notes here from this morning's briefing, it was 144 mile per hour winds, and it caused $700 million of damage in Guam. The storm that's expected to hit tonight, its last measurement was 155 miles per hour. We're calling for a storm surge of 25 feet and 20 inches of rain on Guam tonight. And they're the sort of situations we have addressed right now. Think about, what do we need? Okay, we know the military's there, but they're going to be destroyed. They're going to be devastated. They're going to be victims of the storm. What will the US be deploying tomorrow morning after the storm passes, and what things do we need? And a lot of that comes down to discussions that we've had with Doug and yourself about how we can do much better. If we look at sort of the Hurricane Ian situation, and I know Doug and I were texting like crazy at all hours of the night going, did the CDC just say use bleach? Because we don't do that. And so it's really important that we look at the science, the evidence that we have within our industry, and we bring those best practices by being on the team, making the list.
You're absolutely right. And you mentioned tabletops before, and that's what I was talking about. The tabletops are where the basics come from. But then from there, when you get out into the field, you need people from all different vocations to look at what's really going on and say, wait a minute, you can't do that. It doesn't make sense in the real world. But that's the whole point of us getting all these people with all these specialty talents. But everybody still needs the same basic framework. The classes that we were talking about from ICS, The basic classes that are recommended are ICS 100, 200, 700, and possibly 800. And what they are, 100 is what's called Intro to Incident Command. Now, you're talking about a Cat 5 plus hurricane hitting Guam. It's a massive, devastating event. But the same principles and concepts that are going to be deployed there already, that are being deployed there, are what would happen for a local brook overflowing its banks and flooding a neighborhood, just on a smaller scale.
Yeah, so this is a good point. All of my students at Penn State, where I teach disaster medicine, public health preparedness for both natural disasters and terrorist emergencies at Penn State College of Medicine, I tell them, if you want to make the list, there are 3 courses you must do. That's ICS 100, ICS 700, which the ICS 100 is the introduction to the incident command system. And interesting, everyone should understand, Lance, the incident command system is something that was invented in the US. And it was invented by, with the forest fires back in the 70s. And we have taken that system of decision-making, that system of allocating resources that are limited, of space, staff, and stuff to make it work in a disaster. It's about a 2-hour course. I'm going to talk about how to really do these courses properly. ICS 700 is the National Incident Management System, which will, when you make the team, you'll hear this acronym NIMS. It's the National Incident Management System. That's about a 3.5-hour course. And ICS 800 is the National Response Framework, which is the NRF. You must know the National Response Framework, just at that high 50,000 foot level. And then ICS 200, I would do 4th. I would do 100, 700, 800, and then the 4th course I would go back and do ICS 200, because you now understand what's going on because ICS 200 covers basic incident command systems for initial responses. But each of these courses are freelance and they give you a certificate. And
Exactly. Yeah, and that's all about credentialing. That's what I was talking about before. Getting into these zones, you need these credentials to be able to work in these zones, even to go to them.
Yeah, so when people come to me and say, "Oh, I want to come with you, Gavin, on the next tornado, hurricane, ice storm, forest fire," and I'll go, "Have you got the certificates?" Before I even ask for their name, if you've got the certificates, at least I can start having an intellectual conversation with them. What are your skill sets? What are your core competencies? What can you do? What can't you do? Do you go camping? Because I don't want this to be the first time that you find yourself in an austere environment. You complain to me there's no. You're not going to have a shower for 3 or 4 days because that's what it is, or there's not enough food because that's what it is. It's understanding whether they can survive in an austere environment. So you do those courses, and that really gets you to have that conversation with those that deploy emergency management agencies. But I also want to add one more caveat to this, Lance: healthcare coalitions. Yeah. Healthcare coalitions are funded by the federal government. For example, in the state of Alabama, where I do a lot of work with tornadoes, there's 11 healthcare coalitions. Go and introduce yourself to the healthcare coalition coordinator at the regional or state level and just say, this is what I do. How do I make the team? And it's not making the team to do the work because we all don't get paid. We get paid for what we do when we deploy. I get paid when I deploy. And I want to make sure that everyone is able to respond to disasters. I know we can do this as a volunteer situation, but I want you to be part of your core business. I want you to say, "Oh, I'm going to, I know hurricane season came up. I'm going to train and practice and rehearse and get to know people. And when I deploy, I know that I'm going to be earning money to support my family." And it's really important that part of that disaster response is not just based on doing it for nothing volunteers. It's actually part of your core business structure of being a remediator, restorer, or just a professional cleaning professional.
Well, that's one of the big things about the way this whole program works with ICS and NIMS, that as they're deploying or spreading out resources, another portion is already planning de-escalation. And it's all part of this dance that is done nationwide, even for regional operations, about moving resources around. To give you a simple example, for those of you that have lived in areas that have been hit by hurricanes and you lose power, well, if you're in Florida and you know a hurricane's coming, you're going to notice utility trucks coming from all over the country and deploying in different areas, ready to go in as soon as the storm is done. That all takes management and prep and plan. And it's not just, okay, guys, we're sending you 50 trucks. Where are those 50 trucks going to park? Where are the people going to sleep? Is there food for those people that are going to be there for 2 weeks? So this is all part of this management system. You can't just walk into a disaster and say, okay, I'm here. Because, 6 hours later, when you're hungry and there's nothing to eat for 50 miles around, that's all part of this planning and this management system. So I know Gavin had said about talking to your regional coordinators and things like that. That's what we're trying to do now, is develop a system internally of who's interested, what kind of resources do we have, what kind of community outreach do we have, and organizations around us we can work with, like GBAC and ISSA. SWA is another one, the Sustainable Workforce Alliance. They're also providing training for us under grants, free to our members, for disaster workplace safety. You need to have certain training before you can even get into these areas. I don't know if you've ever tried going into areas where they have the state police roadblocks. Stop. Why are you here? Oh, I want to go see what's going on. Turn around, go the other way. Unless you have a reason to be there and the training to be there, they're not letting you in. So like Gavin said, he mentioned 100, 200, 700, and 800. Absolutely agree. There are other trainings. Some of them do cost. I actually have 300 and 400. That's 24 hours of on-site training, much more in depth, much more hands-on, tabletop planning, deployment of what you learn and all the other things. But there's all kinds of specialized training available, and we can get that for you, most of it through either grants or for free federal assistance.
And what's interesting, Lance, is that the federal government has those courses for free, and they're self-taught, self-learn. But I don't do that. What I do with the government courses, I get people in a classroom or in a room, just somewhere, and I'll say, look, guys, ICS 100 is 2 hours. We're going to go through the subject matter together online, because it's a free online course. You can download the resources, and we're going to do it as a group. The only thing we're going to do individually is at the end, you've got to take this quiz. And if you take the quiz and you get 80%, you get a certificate. But the course, I will actually facilitate. So that's the same for 700 and 800. 700 is a 3.5-hour course. 800 is a 3-hour course. I get people in the room saying, right, tonight we're going to go through this 3-hour course, ICS 800 on National Response Framework, and I'm going to walk you through it. I'll answer any questions, but right at the end, you'll log in individually as yourselves to do the quiz, so you get the certificate and the recognition. So I don't have that expectations that people should do this on a Saturday or a Sunday or late at night. It's actually, we actually, as instructors and trainers and facilitators, and what we want to see people do better, we actually facilitate those government-free trainings in a group environment, so we can all discuss and learn from each other.
Well, one of the things I learned when I was in the 300 and 400, you see all the other people there that are in the room with you, and you see the massive amount of knowledge and experience of people that are interested in this, and not always just in this category, just in other industries. But hey, I need somebody that can fly a helicopter. Get Bob sitting over there. Look at that. He does that as a hobby. You know what it's like to grab those kinds of resources, and it's very difficult, but they're out there, So yeah, that's absolutely.
When I did my chainsaw license, imagine the guys I met and the girls and the ladies I met who were going for the people that I would never have contact with. And I sat down with a great group of folks talking about what motivated them to get involved in emergency management, disaster response. And that's when I did my chainsaw license, which again, if it just worked for me, just worked. You sit there at the back and they're not inviting you to the table. You go, oh yeah, I've got a chainsaw license, but I've never used it. I've never used a chainsaw. I just have the license.
I don't know. I kind of visualize you with one of those leather masks on with the chainsaw, and never mind.
Well, no, it's good because I think if you're going to get into this work, you've got to watch the Sharknado shows, and the best one is Sharknado version 4, because that's where the Australian guy goes, crikey, we're going to need more chainsaws. And I make my students watch that 1,000 times because they just have to get into their head how important it is.
But you're talking about chainsaws, and you get a disaster with hundreds or thousands of trees down, there's not enough chainsaws. There's not enough of anything. And that's part of the planning.
It's not just that. It's when you go into those buildings where you maybe are a restorer, a cleaner, you're just picking up, the left, whatever's left after the storm. The chainsaw really comes in handy. There's walls, dry walls down, collapsed buildings, collapsed doorways, garages, the walls, the whole lot. Yeah, it really does come in. But the point is that you show your versatility, that you're useful. You've got a few skills. As you've correctly said, Lance, 100, 700, 800. I would start with that. I then at the fourth I'd do 200. And then, but we do it as a group. We do all this learning as a group. But then we also can help facilitate, engagement with those that make the decisions, both at the emergency management, both at the local agency level, the state agency level, the federal government agency level, and then there's other organizations like the healthcare coalitions, which we want to get you plugged into as well. And let alone, the stuff that you and I talk about all the time, Lance, on emergencies we do with both law enforcement, with police, as well as firefighters. And then suddenly they come and go, hey, Gavin, how do I clean this? And I went, it's your piece of equipment. Yeah, but we've never had to, it's never been this contaminated with whatever. Yeah. And I now need some help on how to clean it so I can use it again tomorrow.
And that brings up the next piece of this, because we will be working with these different entities and agencies. When they have problems on the more personal level, a very localized side, who are they going to go to for help? People that worked with them during these disasters. They're going to reach out to the assessor or the mold remediator or the drying company when something happens to their home. So it's all part of the exposure and people being familiar with who you are because of the type of work that you're doing with them.
I think too on that, Lance, they don't. Okay, let's be fair here. There are people within the community, within emergency management, that have never seen the equipment we use.
Yeah.
Yeah, the equipment we use is amazing. We've got all this stuff that dries things. We can remediate, we can restore, but we also have testing equipment, thermal imaging, water moisture meters, ATP. A lot of things that no one has ever seen before. And there's tricks of the sort of best practices of what we do that we can bring the table going, oh, didn't know that. Yeah. You before you pull down that whole wall, we can find out whether there's moisture in there or not and save you the work. We can actually use science in the cleaning industry, in our industry, across all the different verticals that we work in a way that most emergency managers have never thought about this at all. Because we're trying. We know we were working with local Americans here at the local level, and if we can't help them, they're going to wait on insurance money that's going to take a very long time to come, or they're going to wait on a government or state grant, which will not be sufficient enough for them to survive on. So we want to ensure that when we respond based on evidence and science, that we can help them rebuild, restore, recover in a way that helps them. It saves money, saves lives. And this is an area of emergency management, disaster response that I think is a huge opportunity for all of us.
Well, communications is a big problem too. I mean, we've seen during major storms where, towers go down, phone lines go down, communications out. One of the things that we look for on the task force is ham radio operators. It's a basics for communications, and you're talking about technology changing. I just need to show you something. You can see this little tiny box. It's about the size of a piece of gum or a package of gum.
What do you got there, Lance?
This is an actual interface for ham radio that just having this active, I can take a little $100 walkie-talkie and talk any place in the world because I have this in the room with me. So the technology is out there to give us all kinds of resources to do stuff inexpensively, but people don't know about this stuff because there's so many niche markets and areas of interest. I'm a ham operator, but I have this small kit I travel with. I turn it on, and because I have this device in the room, I have international access to communications. I travel with, Doug mentioned it earlier, Command Center. It's providing Wi-Fi and Ethernet communications over cellular. So it takes everything that we do to the next level. I was able to actually go live from the Experience Center because we had the Command Center with us, and we were able to do that. While in the next room over, there were 6,000 people using cell phones that just graduated from Broward County College. So we brought it with us. We brought what we needed, is the point. So, you don't have to be the person that's going to go out into the disaster. We also have people that we will be bringing up on our phone systems. We did that in the past. If there's a problem in region 2 in the United States and we try to follow the FEMA regions, we may activate region 3 and 4, adjacent regions that are not affected by the problem, to provide phone support and other coordination resources. I've had people from Florida call me and say, we can't get generators or drying equipment. Hang on, let me call my contact in Buffalo, New York. They had the stuff shipped the next day.
And that's a really good point, Lance. The number of disasters that I've deployed to, in my career it's a big number. But the fact that we've tried in certain circumstances, especially when it comes to water damage, to rent, procure equipment, and it's just blown our budgets. It's been unrealistic. The emergency management disaster response teams and capabilities have evolved so much. If you go back to 9/11, 2001, people just turned up to volunteer, and it was virtually after 9/11, and with all the volunteers that descended, into areas of New York City, all with the best intentions in their heart. We said, right,
without training.
Yeah. They're there because they had a car and they could drive from somewhere. And then 2005 with Katrina and Doug, you guys, I've got a Southern accent, but you guys probably lived it. I only responded to it. So when I went down to New Orleans, again, volunteers just turned up out of the wazoo. People from everywhere turned up. And it wasn't, and so what we've tried to do, and with these FEMA courses now, it's trying to control the volunteers and get some sort of formalization coordination. So when I work with my students, the people I work with on deployments, those 4 courses that we talked about, they are the basic fun. That's how I can separate those that just volunteer because they've got good hearts, those that have volunteered that really know that we're going to an austere environment. It's going to be tough and there's going to be lots of work to do because they've taken the time to do at least 10 or 12 hours of a FEMA course. That helps us separate who we're going to take or who we're going to invite, because usually you have to be invited. People do turn up. They still turn up today. It's just happened just recently. People turn up because they've got stuff and they think they're doing the right thing, and then there's no coordination. So the idea is that these courses have been used by FEMA and for many of us in emergency management to identify those that we'll bring and take and invite because they've got the 4 certificates. I don't know much else about your background, never met you before, but you're coming because you got those 4 pieces of paper. That's what we're doing. That's our triage system right now in a lot of things that I do. And it's just, and then again, but it's you've got seconds. As a being a leader or decision maker in emergency response, I have virtually seconds to look at someone's credentials and go yes or no.
Well, it's lessons learned from all this stuff and techniques that you're taught. I mean, an example that we've talked over numerous times in some of the tabletops are an example of a terrible bus accident, 40 people on a bus. You show up as the first responders. The last question you ask is who's hurt. The first question you ask is who can walk. Otherwise, you have 40 people saying, I'm hurt. Now you have 40 patients. Who can walk? Come over here. Are you hurt? No. You stay here. If you're hurt, go over there. Next, who can't walk? You guys that can walk, go help them. So now you're reassigning resources based on what you have, but it's all about skills that you learn how to coordinate all of that. And that's what this is all about. And we don't want to put anybody in harm's way. We don't want anybody creating a situation because they're not trained. So it's imperative that people that want to be involved, and we applaud you for that, get this very basic training for starters. And we're trying to coordinate this all now and get you trained for free as part of the Normie Pro Task Force. And that's why we're talking, and this goes for everybody, even out on the other social platforms right now. If you're not a Normie member, you're more than welcome, to become part of our team. And that's what we're really looking for. I just want to mention a few other companies that we're working with. Obviously, Best Living Systems has been involved with donating equipment, and we've worked with a lot of the military housing. The Sustainable Workforce Alliance, they have grants and are helping us with training. GBAC with Gavin, always on call. I know when Ian came through Florida, they had over 1,000 people they were able to deploy as a workforce, to help out companies that just didn't have enough workers. They didn't have to be highly trained. They had to be able to load garbage bags, haul stuff away, but it was manpower. They were able to provide that. We work with Virtual PBX. It's a phone system that we use, and we work closely with them for our FEMA region type of calling. So these companies are out there, and they're all very interested in helping and being part of what we're doing. So I want to thank all of them publicly for that. I just want to mention it now, and then we'll get back to a few of the other things. If anybody is listening and they're interested in becoming part of the task force and finding out more about the task force, I'm going to give you a phone number that you're going to send a text message to. And the text message you're going to send is join space EPF. The space is not the word space, it's just a space in letters. So it's JOIN space ETF. And you're going to text that to 877-251-2296. And we will gather that information and reach out to you with more information. Doug, I see you popped in the room there for a moment.
I did. Yeah, I did. I just wanted to say just a moment about what we're going to be doing at the experience, because we're going to actually be building some training around the task force. Norma will be there. Hopefully, we're looking at actually driving her into Caesars Forum and having her as part of our booth, so that we can set it up as we would in a disaster recovery situation. And so we're going to be talking more about this ICS training. Dan asked a great question in the room. He said, can these free trainings, could they all be taken together in a day and a half in a group setting? I think we want to work through a way that we can do that. And obviously we want a lot of those folks prepared for what's going to happen at the experience in September. Would love to have them there with their badges.
So what is it? You have to get it up to 60 miles an hour to fit through the door? Is that how that works?
No, this one actually has a door big enough. Remember, Cincinnati, we had to park it outside, but fortunately, Caesars Forum has a door large enough. It's just we have to get a booth twice the size that we had in Fort Lauderdale. So it takes up a lot of room.
Yeah, that thing is a monster. I think we were looking at 10-foot doors and we didn't fit.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And here's another thing that people should be, should know about, Lance. When you deploy in responding to a disaster and you think you know what you're going to do, that's not how it always pans out. And if you think, I've got this piece of equipment, I've got, they know me for this is what I do in my day-to-day normal life, and I'm deploying to help because they want me to help with this. And then suddenly if I'm the incident commander or I'm leading a team, I'll go, hang on, I need guys to go do this. And I've had people say to me in the middle of a disaster, really bad situation, we didn't come in to do that. I went, yeah, you did. You came in to do whatever I told you to do. So we have, and you can't do that. You really have to be part of the team. If the team leader says, I need this to be done, then he's saying it for a reason. And it may not be what you think you deployed for, but it's definitely what needs to be done. And so many people, when they deploy, you won't see the big picture. You won't see all the moving parts. You won't see everything that's going on. You will fit into a little team or a team somewhere in a certain geographical area, and you'll be told to do this work. As we go through that initial response, as we move into recovery, then it becomes a little bit more defined, less chaotic, and you'll start to then go and do your remediation, restoration type work, your drying work. That will happen, but that's not going to happen in the first week or two with a hurricane, a flood, or a tornado. No way in the world.
Right.
And so it's really important for people to understand that when you deploy, just say yes. Just when they ask you to do something, just say yes, because that means you're coming back. You're going to get invited back, and you're going to get paid for it, and you're going to get to stay there longer, and you can do really well from a business perspective, on these disasters, because they're not just hours or days; they last for weeks and months.
One of the things that I've seen at a lot of emergency sites that I've been to, the piece of equipment that is probably the most welcome there is what they refer to as the canteen. The food trucks that pull in. So,
It's interesting, Lance, that in gosh, was it 2004? I got deployed to Indonesia after the earthquake and the tsunami, and I got deployed for 9 weeks. I lost 20 pounds on that deployment. But I remember I lived in a house with 26 other guys, and we got there on day 4 after the earthquake and the tsunami had hit Banda Aceh in Indonesia. So 160,000 dead, 210,000 survived. And I found a chicken, and I followed this chicken, and it laid an egg. And I came back into this house because we were eating boiled rice at that stage with ketchup and anything else we could find as a condiment to spice it up. We had boiled rice, and I had this egg, and I fried this egg, and I put it on top of my boiled rice. And I've never, ever in my life had to share an egg with 26 other people. But I did. And the point is, they wanted to go out and kill the chicken, but I protected that chicken for a number of weeks just so I could collect an egg from it every day. It was pretty special.
yes, you are. We'll go with that. Well, we've talked about a lot of this high level stuff and, disasters and the type of work and running with chainsaws and stuff like that. But we're talking about remediators, assessors, drying specialists, home inspectors, structural engineers, insurance agents. All of these people belong on this team. They all have a specialty. They all have a reason and a need to be there. And that's really what this is all about. We're trying to coordinate it on our level to work with these bigger entities and to be able to provide help and service. And it does come back, like Gavin says, to help you out with your businesses too.
Really, really good point you just made, Lance. Be able to tell what you do precisely and succinctly. As an incident commander, I do not have the time with my team, what we're doing, to sit there and listen to someone say, I do this, this, and this. I want to know exactly what you do and how you do it, and then you'll be assigned to go do what you need to do. So it's, if you haven't started practicing that, if you're asked let's just say it's a flooding event after a hurricane, with a lot of debris around, and you come up to the incident commander and he'll say, what do you do? You should be able to say, I do this. And now's the time before the disaster to write your elevator pitch, write your half a page, to be able to just say, this is what I do. These are my skill sets, my core competencies. I can do this for you. So the incident commander go over there and start doing it.
Because if you don't do that, you may wind up in the chainsaw division.
Oh, look, I've had people try to haggle and bribe me and all. No, you don't do that. What can you actually do so I can get on with my business of running this disaster response and manage and keep everyone safe and get the job done, and know that I don't have to, because you're not going to get a lot of supervision in a disaster response. You're going to be told you've got this, this, and this, and that's the job to be done, and you're going to get it done this afternoon or today, whatever it takes. And then tonight, when you go to disasters, you often have like a 7 o'clock in the morning briefing and a 7 o'clock in the evening briefing. So you have a briefing. This is what we're doing today, everyone. And then we have a debrief at 7 o'clock at night around dinner time. How did it go? What else do you need? What have you run out of? Do I need to order more to this? Did anyone get hurt today? What else did you find while we were out there? We saw this and this. Okay. And then that night, the senior sort of decision makers, the managers of the disaster, then start sitting down and say, right, what's the task list for tomorrow? Or what else have we missed? And so, when you go on a disaster, there'll be, it's very common to have a briefing about 7 in the morning and then another one at 7 at night.
Everything that we've been talking about ICS, the Incident Command System, and NIMS, sounds like, for these major disasters, like he's talking about for Guam and Hurricane Sandy and Katrina and this and that. These systems are used every single day all over this country. I mean, it's used internationally too, this program, but every single day, this is used from 1- and 2-man operations for coordination of services, all the way up to the 10,000 firefighters jumping into a fire zone, or bigger. So, everyone that's listening right now, there is a place for you. If you want to be involved, there is a place, there is a skill, there is training and education that we can get for you and get you as part of the team.
Yeah, and I think if people are going through these courses for the very first time and they want to get involved, have some national pride. The Incident Command System was made in America. It was made by the forest fires guys back in the 70s. So this is our system that the world has adopted for emergency management, disaster response. And so, yeah, we go through and learn that instant command system. We go, wow, damn, that was made by us. And we gave that to the world. I go around the world in different countries teaching ICS, as it's known, instant command system, to the rest of the world, knowing that the history, it came from here. And it's something we should be really proud of because it does help with, again, all the C's, the communication, the collaboration, the coordination. So it's a system that we really, when you get deployed and you're part of it, it's something you should be proud of.
All right. Well, Gavin, I want to thank you for your input and being here with us tonight. We do have a little bit more that we need to talk about in our private session coming up. So I want to thank everybody that spent the time here, especially on the social media platforms that we're all on. And again, I want to remind everybody, if you want more information, please send a text to, and I'll say the number slowly, 877-251-2296. And in the subject, just type in join space ETF, Environmental Task Force. And we will start sending you some information and help you walk through the process. Gavin, I really appreciate you being here. Everybody in the other platforms, I appreciate that. For our Normie members, if you are watching on one of the social platforms, please go to impact.normie.org now so you can get in for the special announcements that we have coming up shortly. And for the rest of you, please stand by in the room. Everybody else, thank you for attending. And I will be back momentarily with our private feed.
Thanks, Lance. Bye, everyone.
Thank you, Gavin. Everybody just stand by. I want to welcome my next guest, Max Crone, to our broadcast here today. And Max comes to us from outside of our normal network of contractors, but he offers a service that's kind of unique, and I'd like him to explain it to people. So Max, if you would introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about who you are, and the company is Benchmark, I believe.
Yeah, thanks, Lance, for having me. My name is Max Crone. I'm with Benchmark Payments. We're a payment provider, payment processor of both credit cards and ACH payments, or e-checks. And we've been working in the home services space for like the last 7 years, found a lot of success in it. And I kind of stumbled upon Normie from being in the carpet cleaning world and a couple recommendations. And then I found Doug was in New Orleans, which is also where I'm based. And I figured it'd be a great connection to reach out and start offering my services to Normie members as an added benefit.
Well, I appreciate you being here with us. And, you know, we talked a little bit, and you had said something that really piqued my interest. And I think it will for the people watching this too. Basically, you said that merchants, contractors are basically losing money with credit card services. Can you help me out with that a little bit? Because that piqued my interest.
Yeah, every single day. So as you know, every time you swipe a credit card, it costs about 3% of the total transaction volume. That's 3% average. If it's a debit card, it's a little less. If it's a signature business credit card, it's going to be a little bit more, maybe up to 4%. And so on an average $100 transaction, a merchant is only keeping like $97 and change. So let's say they're operating on a 10% margin between they're buying a product and they're reselling it as part of their service. Like maybe they come in, do some repair, and they take a part and they resell it at a 10% margin. Adding that 3% back in adds 3% back to that bottom line margin, increasing it by 30%. So you add 3%, but from 10% to 13 is a 30% boost. So there's a huge opportunity that merchants are missing out on in increasing their bottom line and increasing their margin and really growing their business, because at the end of the day, there's only so many things you can do to really control your growth in business. And a lot of it is putting money into marketing or hiring, all these really time-consuming activities. Whereas if you're saving credit card fees, you're immediately putting that back to your bottom line within, you know, the next time you swipe a payment after, you know, you start working with my type of company. So,
you know, I know the example you just gave about like $100 purchase, but, you know, in our industry, we're doing remediation work, we're doing assessment work, and we're looking at large ticket prices. I mean, if doing an assessment at $1,200, $1,500,
Mhm.
All of a sudden you look at that fee that comes out, that's huge. That, 50, 60, $80 in, credit card fees just to make the sale.
Exactly. And it just starts to add up. And eventually you, at the end of the year, especially now, a lot of businesses are doing their taxes for the year and they started doing it towards the end of December. And I'm getting a lot of calls with people that are saying, you're right, it's way higher than I thought it was. I'm losing, $400,000 a year, losing $100,000 a year just to banks for the credit card fees. And there you go. How can we fix that? And so then
how can we fix that? What can they do?
So the program that I've been selling the most, and it's because my customers want it, is the ability to pass the credit card fee on to the end user. It started off maybe 10 years ago, only in the nonprofit world, and gas stations were the first. And then it got approved with a couple bills were passed. There was some legislation that happened, some lobbying, and now in all 50 states, and actually just now in Canada since October of last year, it's completely legal to pass the credit card fee onto the customer. And as long as you give them an alternate way to pay, like cash, check, ACH, everything is great because you have two kinds of customers. Ones that are fine paying the credit card fee because they want the convenience. And then you have another customer who doesn't want to pay the fee and they simply pay you cash, check, or ACH, digital check. And so it's worked out really well in the past. I would say in 5 years, it's really gone mainstream. I imagine a lot of people who are watching this have heard about it and they've been thinking about it and they have questions about it. And that's exactly why I think this conversation is so important right now. Businesses are looking to save as much money as they can. And this solution is sitting right there for them to take advantage of.
Yeah, I noticed this a few years back with, I think the first ones that I noticed it with were American Express.
Yeah.
That a lot of the merchants were charging a percentage up front on top of your bill to cover credit card fees. And it kind of sounds a little bit in that direction. But one of the things that I've always had issues with is how do you find out what your fees actually are? What kind of rates you're paying and such.
It's a great question. Some merchant processing companies I've noticed make it a little difficult to find what your rates are. And the reason is they don't want you knowing what your real rates are, or if you're going to do a comparison to somebody else, they want to make it hard for you to even find, to send them like a merchant statement generally is what I take a look at to do an analysis. So certain companies, like I got a statement back from Square yesterday from a merchant, and they don't really have a merchant statement. I did some Googling and I was like, is this right? Did he send me the right documents? And Square doesn't really even have a merchant statement. So what's on a merchant statement is it lists out all of your transactions, how much they were for, and the exact card brand and type. So not just Visa, but Visa Business Signature or Amex Preferred or whatever it is. Each individual card, and there's hundreds of them, have a very specific rate. And so when you look at a merchant statement, there's really two areas to take a look at that are going to give you an idea what your rate is. One is what's called the effective rate, which is the most general way of looking at it, where you take the amount of fees that you paid and the amount that you had taken in, your revenue, you divide them and you get X amount, usually around 3%. So like, let's say, you were paying 3% and you did $1 million in business, you would have, $30,000 in fees. Is that right?
That's a lot.
Yeah, that's a lot. And so passing the fee onto the customer and giving them the option is this. I mean, some people say, hey, I don't feel comfortable passing the fee. And I go, you don't feel comfortable yet, but once you try it, you will. And so a lot of people kind of hop in that way. But so that's the general way, the effective rate. The way that I do an analysis is a little bit more in depth. I look at it for each card type and each card brand. And what that does is I compare that to kind of like a base. And if I see any of the percentages are significantly higher, you might be paying more for all the business cards you take. Let's say you do, a lot of contracting work, business to business, and the person who's paying you is another business. You might be overpaying on those rates. That's something I see that's very, very common. Reason is there's a system out there called Level 2, Level 3, and that reduces business card transactions interchange rate. I know there's a lot of lingo in there, but basically a lot of people overpay specifically when taking business cards. And that's a huge area that I'm able to reduce payment fees.
Well, what's the difference between the effective rate and an interchange rate? Because now you're throwing some terms out there that I'm not familiar with.
Yeah, so the effective rate is all of the fees that you pay to process a credit card combined. Interchange is just the fee that you pay bank to bank. You can kind of call it a bank fee. So you have the bank who issues the card and collects the payment at the end of the day. Then you have what's called the plus. So you have interchange. That's a rate that's a little bit more difficult to change. And that's why business cards do really well when businesses that take a lot of business cards do really well with us, because we are able to shift the interchange rate lower. The plus side of it is a little bit more variable, and that depends more on the issuing card type. And so sometimes they're as high as 50 basis points over interchange. Sometimes it's 10 basis points over interchange. But generally, I can reduce the plus part by about 50%, and interchange, depending on if it's business or not, 10, 15, 20%. But again, if they wanted to pass the fee to their customer, it reduces it 100%. So effective rate takes into account if there's monthly fee, if there's any chargebacks and there's chargeback fees, if there's insufficient fund fees, if there's a gateway fee, if there's a terminal that they're renting the big card swiper a month for $20. Effective rate takes all of the interchange, the plus, and any of the additional fees and adds it all together to create an effective rate. So sometimes what happens is credit card companies get you by saying, oh, we'll take credit cards for you at 2.5% or 2.8%. That sounds amazing. That's a great rate. But then you look at your fees and it's $100 a month to be on that program. And so they just shifted where the money is so that the credit card rate looks lower, even though at the end of the day, your effective rate is still around 3%. So you have to really look into an analysis. And that's something I've studied over the last couple of years it's pretty quick for me to look at it and be like, oh, that number shouldn't be a 4, that should be a 3. You're overpaying on your Visa business cards, And so, yeah, it's not as complicated as it sounds, but it's definitely the best way to understand if you're overpaying is to do an analysis.
I've noticed over, I'd say the last 2 or 3 years that more people have gone to using credit cards. Now, I'm sure COVID may have had something to do with that, not wanting to pass money back and forth and stuff like that. But are you seeing an uptick in credit card usage over cash and checks and stuff like that?
Definitely. I would say that COVID didn't jumpstart it, but it really accelerated the use of credit cards. Now that interest rates are going up, people are kind of deciding, do I want to finance this? For example, in the HVAC space, a new HVAC system could be $15,000, $25,000 or more. And they think, do I want to finance this? Or do I want to, for example, set up recurring billing on my credit card so I'm charged $200 a month for the next 10 months, And so sometimes, there are certain credit cards now that have come out that are 0 interest for 12 months, as long as you pay it off within 12 months. And so what a lot of people are doing is they're taking out one of these 0 interest credit cards and they're putting these $20,000 transactions on a credit card rather than taking out a loan at whatever the interest rate is. I think it's still going up by 25 basis points every time Powell speaks. So people are shifting away from taking out small loans to paying more on credit cards. So, and that's just in the last 6 to 8 months that I think the rates have been hiking, maybe a little more. And so that's another push into it. I mean, from cashless, from cashless transactions, I go to restaurants now and they say we don't take cash. And so that's all credit card, It's been pushing and pushing and pushing further and further. Every single day, more credit cards are being used. Plus, people like the idea of getting points and miles for every dollar they spend. I mean, I know a business, I met them at a trade show about a year ago, and we were talking about credit card processing, and I was with the owner, and he said all of the trade shows that they do over the year are covered by all the points that they've gathered from that year's spending. And so he's like, we basically go to all the trade shows for free. The hotels, the flights, it's all from our Amex points. And I'm like, that's awesome. So
Does this work with like the wallets on the phones and stuff like that? Is that the same type of credit card processing or is that different?
Yeah, it depends really on how a merchant is accepting a credit card. So if they have a retail store or if they have a terminal that they bring around for field work and someone wants to like tap their phone to it to take a payment, yeah, definitely. That's pretty standard in the industry, although there has been a shift from the analog type of terminal with the buttons on it to touchscreen terminals recently, which is what everyone likes because they're used to smartphones now and they don't want a older school terminal. If they're emailing invoices and a customer gets an invoice on their phone and they open up a link to pay, it would go to the saved card information that's like in their browser, the same way that when any e-commerce transaction. So depending on how they take payments, yes. And I will say that soon, not yet, everyone's kind of in an arms race for it right now, is the feature where you can tap a phone to another phone to make the payment. Apple just released that technology, I don't know, 6 months ago. And a lot of my peers in the industry have been talking about it. They haven't released it yet, which is great because that becomes extremely competitive with a company like Square, which built its entire business on that little box that you tap on to pay, and that's about to be eliminated. I see a lot of customers wanting to move away from hardware and have it all processed via the web, whether that means paying a little bit more for email invoicing because it's a little bit more expensive. Usually comes in around 3.3%, whereas like a swiped card could come in almost a full 100 basis points lower at like 2.4, 2.5, 2.6. And so, but people are okay with that because they want the convenience. They don't want to have to pair a Bluetooth device to their phone every time they take a payment or carry around a little Square. They already have so much that they're doing and so many tools. Why another one that's that small? So hopefully in the next 6 months, more, I think there's one platform that's doing it now that we work with. More will be doing it very soon.
You're too young to remember, but 40, 50 years ago, science fiction that was out there where there were movies and TV shows where basically money didn't exist any longer. It was all based on credit and electronic devices. It's become science fact.
Yeah, it really has. I've heard that only like 3% of the money that's flowing in our economy is actual cash. And that 97% of it is all digital and lives on your phone. And it's just numbers changing around.
Well, if you want to have some fun at a cashier one time or with the cashier, when you pay with cash, ask them if they need to see ID. Then they just get completely confused. So what's the difference between, you mentioned Square before and that and PayPal and using credit cards? Does it work the same way or are there different fees?
So as a bit of a boutique firm, what I mean by that is we have like a mid-sized office, but we have access to some publicly traded payment processing companies, kind of as our vendors. It gives us the ability to match a merchant with their needs. So if they're taking payments in the field, we'll set them up with a different solution than if they were taking payments over the phone in the office. Or if they were taking payments via e-commerce, we might set them up differently with a different provider than if they were taking payments via email invoicing. And so we're able to fit in the solution that they want and any matrix of it. I figured out I think it was Monday, I figured out that if you combine all of the different possibilities between in-field swiping a card and email invoicing and e-commerce and over the phone, I think there ends up being 120 different variations of how they might take their payments. And so we have solutions that fit all of those. Again, it's like email invoicing on the phone, swiping the card in the office and through a CRM. I think that was the fifth one. And so 5 factorial, it's 120. And so there's so many different solutions.
I didn't mean to interrupt you, but just listening to what you're saying, can you do like time payments and stuff like that through your system?
Can you repeat that?
Time payments, like somebody is, you're making a purchase and you have, 30, 60, 90 days on additional payments.
Yeah. So certain the platforms that are like more shifted towards e-commerce don't, because that's, on the spot transactions. But when you're looking at emailed invoicing Definitely. There's definitely solutions that do that. And then they also have text to pay. So you can text them or email them the invoice, and then, it says the net time at the bottom.
One of the things I noticed with PayPal, and because I've used them for years, I've used several of the other ones just trying them. They do a guarantee when they approve a purchase that even if the customer reneges on paying, you're still going to get paid. Is there any kind of fail safes in the system for that?
Yeah, so built into the back end of our processing are ways to kind of do what's called mitigation, but before it happens. So chargeback mitigation is a team that if somebody decides to do a chargeback, which is not a return. So a return is when they call your business and they say, hey, I want a refund, I want a return. And you say, okay. Chargebacks when they go to their bank and try to fight the charge with their bank. And so there's different ways that you can protect yourself from getting chargebacks. The most common one is getting a signature when somebody swipes a card. That's the most common. That's why every restaurant you go to asks for a signature. And so when it comes to the digital side of it, like taking a payment on an email invoice, there are just certain code and programming that's built into it. For example, having to fill out your name, address, phone number, email. The more information you get from somebody that's specific to them makes it much harder for them to fight a chargeback. So for them to win a chargeback rather. And so I would say that's not really an issue with us. Yeah.
Okay. Well, the other thing that I've come across with things that I've done and accepted are ACH payments.
Yeah.
Is that different rate wise and how that gets processed than credit cards?
Yeah, ACH rates are significantly different than credit cards. So I would say the average ACH rate comes in somewhere between 0.5% and 1.5%, depending on the network. I know that, sorry, I didn't mean to schedule this right when they were doing the landscaping next door, but if you can hear them blowing, I apologize.
That's okay.
Like QuickBooks, for example, charges 1% for ACH. So generally when I'm working with QuickBooks customers, we come in just under 1%. And so that's a lot lower. If the average credit card is 3% and the average ACH is 1%, let's try to push people to send ACH. And ACH is a lot more difficult to fight, to issue a chargeback. And so, sorry, every time he goes, blowing the leaves. So if we can push more people to do ACH, that's great. So if you charge customers the processing fee, some will shift over to ACH, so they'll lower the rates anyway.
Can you explain what ACH is exactly? I never quite understood what it stood for.
Yeah, ACH is an automated clearinghouse. It's automated clearinghouse. It's basically the company that fronts the money to the vendor before the credit card or before the transaction's actually gone through. So let me give a little bit. Yeah, so that's a good way to put it. I just want to just double check something here. So yeah, so basically the same way that, when you pay on a credit card, you as a consumer have 30 days to pay off your credit card, but the business still gets paid 1 to 2 days after that. So how does that happen? There's a company that basically puts the money into the merchant's bank account, takes on the liability of that credit card payment, and then gets paid a couple days, up to 30 days later. So it works the same with ACH. When you have a $10,000 transaction, there's a company that just pops that into the merchant's bank account, and then the automated clearinghouse gets paid, a couple days later on it, or up to 30.
Well, that's one of the things that I've always looked to do because there's some other payment methods that are out there like Amazon Pay and stuff like that. You could wait 2-3 weeks to get your money.
Yeah, so one thing that some of these, I love the strategy with PayPal. I also I hate the idea of having your payments in many different places. Sometimes I'll buy something on Facebook Marketplace and I'll open up my Venmo and I realize I have $400 sitting in there. And I'm like, I totally forgot about this. So I don't like having my money in different places. So what I try to do is make business more efficient by saying, stop using PayPal, stop using Venmo. Let's just use this email invoicing platform from your phone. Keep all your money in one place. One of the other issues with PayPal, which they've used to their advantage, is that you only pay a payment processing fee if you want the money within like 48 hours or something. If you wait up like a week, there's no processing fee. And a lot of people aren't cool with that. And so with us, you know, you get the money in 2 to 3 days or 48 hours. It could be next day, depending on if you're doing the zero cost program or not, in any scenario. So you'll never be held up. Your money will never be held up. I just had a merchant the other day who had like $10,000 being held by Stripe because they were like questioning the transaction because it was above his normal volume. And so like something like that would never happen with us. And he became a customer of ours pretty quickly.
So if our members wanted to get more information from you, how would they contact you?
So the best way to contact me is my email, which is maxcron, MAXCRON @govpn.com. I can put that in the message to you if you wanted to with the post, or myself, 516-448-4768. I'm happy to take a look at a merchant statement, kind of do an analysis over the phone and point out the areas that are overpaying.
Okay, well, I do appreciate you spending the time with us. We're actually going to expose our membership to this, and we'll see what kind of reaction we get. I know everybody's always concerned about the credit card fees. That's one of the big things, and it sounds like it's a probable, I'll go beyond possible solution for some people that it could make a big difference in their businesses.
Yeah,
and that small percentage does make a difference.
Yep. And what will happen is a lot of people are going to start thinking about passing the credit card fee to their customers. They want to see some other people do it first, and then some brave people will be the first of the group to do it. And then in a year or two from now, everyone's going to be passing the fee. So it's not a question of will you do it? You know, will you pass the fee to the customer? It's when will you pass the fee to the customer? Are you going to wait another year to start saving money, or is it something you want to take action on, you know, sooner? So I think that, you know, there's a lot of money to be saved, a lot of money on the bottom line that people are missing out on. And obviously we do what's called traditional processing, where we just save on fees, not just pass the fee on to the customer. But eventually all my customers switch over to passing the fee. They're always nervous. They always go, well, my customers give me pushback. Will I lose business? And I always do the math with them. How much business would you need to lose the amount that you would save? It's like $1 million, for example, is $30,000 worth of processing. How much, you know, if your average ticket's $1,000, you have to lose 30 clients over a year to just break even. So we end up doing the math, and they're like, you're right. So people love the program once they start it. So.
All right, very good. Well, we will possibly do another one of these sessions down the road, especially if we get a lot of questions about it, and we'll see where that goes.
Awesome. Yeah, I'd love to do a live Q&A or do a live walkthrough of a merchant statement with a specific customer. You know, maybe they want to hide their financials, but some people are open to that. But yeah, thanks for having me, and I'd love to do this again in the future.
All right, thank you very much. It's been a pleasure having you here.
Thanks so much, Lance.
The following broadcast is made possible by supporters of the Normie Environmental Task Force, the Experience Trade Show and Convention, Reusip, EnviroScreening Lab, and Best Living Systems.
All right, I'd like to take this opportunity now to introduce one of the newest members of our team, and Doug Hoffman, who, for those of you that know him, he is the executive director of Normie, the National Organization of Remediators and Microbial Inspectors. And what I want to do is take this opportunity now to bring Mike Mosley in, who is one of the newest members of the Normie team, and he's going to be deeply entrenched in the sales side. So a lot of you will be talking to him. So Mike, you want to say a quick hello to everybody, and we'll get this thing started.
Well, thank you, Lance and Doug. I just want to say how excited I am to be a part of the team at Normie. I've gotten to know you all for the last couple of years while I was doing my previous role with another company, and I'm just thrilled to be a part of what Normie does and helping a lot of people out there really live healthier lives.
Well, Mike, it's exciting to have you on the team. I mean, I've been working with you now for about a week and a half, 2 weeks. And just hearing about your extensive sales background is something I want to talk about in a moment. But Doug, if you want to jump in here real quick, give Mike the official welcome.
I do. I've been so excited to have Mike on board. He's been with us actually for about a week and a half. And he's getting up to his eyeballs in training on all the different companies and how they work together, and what he can actually be doing in terms of helping not only our membership, but also helping to get some of our products out there with Best Living Systems. So I'll just be the one to say that I'm so excited to have him. His official title is Vice President of Business Development. And although that may say a lot about what he does, I look forward to us talking a little bit tonight about where he's going to be specifically in supporting our members and also getting those great products out into the hands of people who need them. So welcome aboard, Mike.
Thank you, Doug. I'm very, very happy to be here.
So Mike, let me ask you a question. I was looking through some of the background on you, and I know you're out there on a lot of the social media pages where people are able to look you up and find out more information about you. But after reading it, I realized that we only have 24 hours in a day to cover some of the things that you've done. So we're gonna have to cut this down to a little synopsis of, your background. And from what I see, sales has been a tremendous part of what you do. I'm guessing you like doing that.
I love it. I love it. I love people. I like showing people how they can better their lives. There are a lot of products out there, some good, some bad. I like to think that I've chosen the good ones. And it's a way to help people live better lives, actually. I like what I do.
We spoke the other day, and I threw the thing out there about do the right thing because it's the right thing to do.
Yes.
And I saw your face light up with that because it's exactly what you were talking about. Same thing with the products, doing right with the products because they're the right product to use and they work. And you seem to have a passion for that.
I do.
Well, I tell you, talking about his people person skills too, I'll just say some of you probably know what his role was in the previous company that he worked with. And it was really to be in charge of direct contact with the distributors of those products, and which meant that they needed to have somebody that they felt comfortable they could talk to, that he would actually pick up the phone, that he would have the answers and the skills to be able to help them. And I think that's one aspect of what he's going to be able to do for us, Lance, that is going to be really exciting, something that we wanted for a long time. In some ways, I always use this phrase, membership mentor, but I think in a lot of ways, that's what he's going to be able to, that's the role that he's going to be able to supply, is being able to talk to these guys and help them work through all of the details and navigate through a lot of the details that we deal with every day. We got to take a lot of that information for granted, but as he said, there's a lot of stuff out there that we've got that we need to share with our members and help them be better at what they do.
Yes. Well, one of the big things, Mike, and I don't want to embarrass you with this or anything, but you come to us with a bunch of industry knowledge, and the market, the people and the players that are in it, and that's something that's very difficult to teach somebody coming in, even if they have a big sales background. So for you to be able to pick up the phone and talk to a contractor or an end user customer calling in, you understand the industry, you understand their needs. And I really think that's a tremendous asset to the Normie team.
I really do have a lot of experience in those areas, from retail to commercial products and programs. As a matter of fact, I worked with and for Zig Ziglar for a couple of years. Some of the listeners out there might know a little bit about Zig, and he always taught us that you help everyone else get what they get, and you'll always get what you get. And boy, believe me, that is so true. So from retail, commercial products, the one component that's there no matter what you're selling or where you go are the people. So if you know how to work with people, they know that you're sincere and you like what you do, the rest is easy.
So I'm going to spin off that for a second if I could. I wanted to talk about, because he mentioned the commercial side of it. I think that's an aspect that he's really going to be able to bring to the table for us. We have a lot of members that are very interested in commercial work, not only on our monitoring program, but also on the sale of commercial products. And I think Mike's going to really be able to help us in that side of the industry as well.
Well, I think the knowledge base gives him confidence, Doug. I think that's the biggest thing, knowing the industry and you have confidence. And then when a a consumer or somebody searching for information reaches out, when you talk to somebody and you can sense that confidence, it makes it much easier. The person's found let's say a home to go for that support. And that's really what we're all about.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know that Mike knows this story. I know some of our members do, but we have recently, over the last several years, been called out to do an assessment in a huge commercial environment. And they wanted us to do an assessment, and they actually had a couple of IHs, industrial hygienists, on staff. And anyway, they accepted our proposal. We flew to Kentucky, spent several days doing that assessment, and flew back. And while I was out there, I was curious. I asked the decision maker, why is it that you selected us? You have industrial hygienists on staff. They called apparently a lot of people to try to find out who should do it. And we were a little more expensive than anyone else. He said, well, I'll tell you, he said, I could tell from the first time I talked to you that you had a solution, and you said you could solve the problem. And he said, that's what I needed to hear. So I think you're exactly right, giving our members the confidence with the way we back them up and the way we support them, but giving them the training and the confidence that they need, that they can get into the marketplace and solve the problems that people are dealing with. Having somebody like Mike on the team just enhances that asset.
Absolutely. And Mike, again, it goes back to me, the importance is the confidence and the comfort zone that the end user or our members actually will get when they talk to you.
Thank you, Lance. Yeah, I'm excited about it because I do understand a lot about the commercial. I understand a lot about the residential markets, and I think I'll be a benefit to customers and Normie and the Best Living Systems alike.
Well, I'm excited because people will call you and not me. So, there you have it. No, only kidding. You'll see.
The truth comes out.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Well, Mike, welcome aboard. Doug, is there anything else you wanted to talk with Mike about?
No, I just I sharing his excitement. This is something that we've wished we could do for a really long time, many years, and I'm just glad that we're starting 2023. Is going to be a fantastic year, and I'm just glad we're starting it out in this way.
Well, Doug, let me thank you. Lance, let me thank you for all the help you've given me so far, and hope you'll continue to give me, and especially to those of you out there listening. I'm so excited and look so forward to working with you all and helping you build your businesses, because we can do that time together. I know we can.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Doug. Take care, everyone.
Thank you.
Greetings. My name is Doug Hoffman. I'm the Executive Director of Normie, the National Organization of Remediators and Mold Inspectors. And we were founded in 2004 as a trade association to support guys who were working in the indoor air quality and mold industry. And we've become the approved training provider for 5 states that now require licensing in the mold profession. And that would be Texas, Louisiana, Florida, District of Columbia, and New York. This particular course has been approved by the state of New York for continuing education for home inspectors. We are also an approved training provider for the Home Inspection Board in Florida. And this class is getting a lot of attention because you, in a lot of ways, are kind of on the front line of dealing with clients' concerns about mold issues, but you've not been given a lot of direction and certainly not a certification with the kind of credibility that you need to be able to provide those services to your clients. So I'm very excited about being able to share this information with you, and hopefully you'll take the step to put this in your tool belt as a few options that we're going to show you that will give you some options that you can use to help your clients get the information that they need without putting you in any kind of legal liability. Back in the late 90s or early 2000s, I tell people right after the turn of the century, I was invited to a lady's home to do a mold assessment. And I was doing very much what we're going to talk about you are doing today, taking a couple of samples, offering a solution. And what was interesting was when I went to her house and started talking with her, she had 4 children. 3 of them had been to the allergist every single month. And the 4th, that was just about 6 or 7 months old, they had scheduled for sinus surgery. Now, remember, this was in the late 90s, early 2000s, and so there was not a lot of information about mold and health concerns and the connection between the two. I felt like we knew something about what some of those issues might be and some of the results of mold allergens, whether it's airborne or actually growing on the surface or producing mycotoxins, which, again, we'll talk about in a little bit. But the point was that there wasn't a lot of information out there. And so we did our assessment and we recommended some solutions, which was at that time called the sanitization protocol. And we cleaned up the little bit of mold that was there. It was really not very much at all, a little bit on the ceiling. We cleaned it up, put in place our sanitization protocol, which included air filtration products and air purification technologies, plus some natural all-purpose cleaners so that they wouldn't be dealing with the toxic chemistries. And an interesting thing happened. She was so excited after 3 or 4 days that it seemed to her that her children were sleeping better. And about 1.5 years later, I got an interesting telephone call from her. And she said, I want to tell you something that happened to me. I got a phone call from our pediatric physician, and she said he was not happy. And I said, oh, why was he not happy? And she said, well, he wasn't happy because we haven't seen him in over 1 year. And he thought we had switched doctors. We canceled the surgery that we had planned for our youngest, and all of our kids are doing great. She said, I think we actually fixed the problem. That was one of the first times that I really began to understand the deep connection between our clients' concerns, real concerns, and the mold issues that seem to persist in a lot of environments. And again, I think in some ways you as home inspectors are on the front line of this, because many times when you do home inspections, someone's going to ask you, hey, it looks like that's mold. What do you think it is? And of course, you've been trained to be very careful about what you say and maybe not even take any samples or not even talk much about it at all, maybe refer it to someone else. But you've been very careful to protect yourself because of the potential liability that's there. And I certainly understand that. We understand that. But in the last year or so, we've actually created a certification through our legal department and our insurance carrier, a legitimate certificate called a certified mold screener. And I want to share with you that information and show you, train you in this process to show you how you could be able to offer services to your client that would be incredibly helpful and help them get the information that they need. Whether they get it from you or from another professional, the point is that you are there on the front line, in some ways the first responder, and you may be able to begin the process and send them on the right path so that they can get the information that they need and not risk any kind of legal liability on your part. That's what I want to talk about. So let me share with you this new training, the Normie Certified Mold Screener.
I want to welcome my next guest, Nick South from Sotellus. And it's an interesting name. And I think the easiest way for us to find out what Sotellus really is to ask Nick. So Nick, say hello. And what is Sotellus?
Hey, hello, everybody. Glad to be here. So what Sotellus is we're an online review capturing, marketing, and referral system. Basically a one-stop shop for all online needs, as far as communication with clients, chat boxes, marketing, and online reputation management.
So if we step back for a minute and let's look at you for a second, how'd you get involved with this? I mean, this is a very niche type of a thing. How'd you stumble into this or wind up there?
So, actually a long time ago, I used to run an Amazon FBA business. If you've ever done anything with Amazon, you know that reviews are everything with them. So if you want people finding your products and people seeing you more often online, you need reviews. So, during that time, I just saw like a very, niche and very important part of, how online reputation affects a business. And then I ended up running into somebody involved with Sotellus that, I ended up meeting the owners. I loved what they were doing. I love that their mission is to help empower the small businesses, to give them the same marketing material, and power that, these large franchises have, who have 50K to, burn a month. Right. So it really attracted me over to doing that with them.
Well, I've been doing a lot of the social media and marketing and stuff with Normie for many years, and it's kind of a education as you go, and then they change it. Once you understand it, everything changes again. The one thing that's constant though is the reviews. So, if you look at it from a distance, you see all kinds of reviews, but why are they so important? From your perspective, I mean,
right.
Private businesses, I understand, but from your perspective.
Well, I always, you can go the statistical route, roughly about 90% of people will look at a business's reviews. 70% of people are going to Google and research a business before they even call in. But then just think about yourself. Like I always ask somebody, everybody knows about Amazon. Everybody goes and buys stuff on Amazon. When was the last time you bought a product and you didn't check out the reviews? And I always use the example of if you see two products that are the exact same, but this product B is $10 cheaper than product A, but product A has 205 stars and product B has only 5. Almost everybody will choose product A and spend the extra $10 just to ensure that they're going to get a similar result or have a similar experience as those other happy people.
So to me, it sounds more like a reputation kind of a thing based on what other people that have used your services say.
Exactly. It reviews is reputation, right? It's social proof. It's where reviews are is just results from your actual quality of service, right? It's exactly why if you have, tons of 5-star reviews, people tend to choose your service more than somebody who has a bunch of 2 stars.
I've seen a lot of sites where you see, like 300 5-star reviews. Is that like real, or is that something that everybody is perfect and that's the only people that do reviews?
Right. So it just depends on that business. A lot of the times if they have that amount of reviews, right, and it's a lot of 5 stars, Google's very strict on finding out and flagging people if they end up having fake reviews, right? So we'll get this happen once in a great while. Somebody calls in wanting to buy reviews from us. We have to educate them and just let them know that we don't do that. That is illegal. You can get fined by the FTC. There's a lot of problems that can ensure with that. So most of the time they should be real, just because of the fact that Google's going to find out and flag them, because they'll search every profile. They'll see how many reviews those profiles have left on other places. And if they see that they're just all recently created and left 1 5-star, then they know they're not real. So
let's say I want to show the public reviews about myself. I mean, I know I have reviews on Facebook and Google and who knows wherever else. How do I use the reviews to show the public who I am and what I do?
So there's a bunch of different ways to market these reviews out and to get them in front of people, really. To get in front of people, one thing is, take your listings, put them in your email signatures, take other reviews you have from different platforms and post them like on your social media. The best part about with us and our software is that all that stuff is done automatically and they're all aggregated. Instead of just like if you're somebody who has, let's say 60 reviews, but they're spread across, 6 different platforms, it doesn't really look that great. Right? Because not everybody who goes to Google will also go to Yelp and then go to Facebook and then go to LinkedIn, etc. So what we do is we pull all these reviews in and we actually show all positive reviews on single places and use that to market out. So you have like one page with all the positive reviews on there. All the reviews get posted onto your Facebook page, inside your Google business, on your website, right? Basically as many places as somebody could possibly find your company, you want social proof.
Okay, but I can talk about Normie, and we are using, Sotellus with a lot of our review stuff, which has really made a big difference. But how do you get all the reviews in one place? I mean, they're all over the place on different market platforms.
Right. So that's the trick. If you don't have some form of system in place, the only thing that you can really do is you're going to have to take like your Google link, your Yelp link, your Facebook link, and you're going to have to put all these different little links to those pages, like inside of like your emails and your texts, which is, it's unreasonable. Most people aren't going to go click on all those different links. Nobody wants to see 5 different links to the reviews in there. So with our platform, you'll have one single link that incorporates all positive reviews from the videos, the Sotellus, the Googles, the Facebooks, right? And pulls them all into that one page. So you can use that to show potential customers, show them your social proof, but also taking that and marking that out even more.
Well, I know that's what we had done, where we've filled out in our profile on setting up our process with you guys, all the different locations that we're aware of that were reviewed. I mean, I'm sure there's others. And I've noticed that if it like pulls a review from Facebook, it posts it on Google and vice versa, and on Yelp and all these different places. That's what you guys do?
Exactly. Yeah. So if you run into somebody who, let's say maybe didn't have a Facebook account, so they couldn't leave a Facebook review, but they had a Google, right? So they'll leave you the review on Google. Well, we're still going to take that review, right? We still post it on the other places, such as your website, SEO, public page, and all that great stuff. But we still take that review and it automatically gets posted onto your Facebook wall, right? So all the different platforms that people are finding reviews on, like Google and Facebook, we're taking the reviews from the other platforms and posting them into there as well. Like, for example, on Google, a lot of businesses don't know about this, but there's a section on the listing called Google My Business Posting. A very big amount of business owners actually don't utilize it or don't even know about it because, it's Google. They're not going to promote a free feature no matter how powerful it is, just because they're not making money off of it. So we created this sort of partnership with Google where we're the only review system that automatically posts into there. So if you do get a review on a platform, like let's say it's a client that doesn't have any platforms, they don't have Google, Facebook, Yelp, etc. It doesn't matter, right? We'll still get the review with us, and we're still going to post it into the Google business, onto the Facebook page, and onto about 5 additional places after that as well.
So even if they don't have those review pages set up for their business, you're still going to have the reviews that are posted go out to those locations anyways.
So the business owner will still need to have an account on those locations. This is something that our coach will help them set up. But if the customer doesn't have an account with those platforms, they can't leave a review. So if they don't have a Gmail, they can't leave a Google review, but they'll still be able to leave a review with Sotellus without having to create an account or anything, which we could still take and then post inside the Google business.
Okay, I remember from the trade show that we were at, where we talked with you guys a lot, you had a specific app that would handle all that stuff right on the spot. Matter of fact, that was one of the things I liked most about your stuff, where not only can you do, typing, I like your stuff, it could be an audio or video review also.
Yeah, that's a big thing with us. A very big hit is that we are the only verified video review system on the planet right now that's actually acknowledged by Google. So because of that, there's a bunch of big things that come along with being the only video review system. Is that one, they're undoubtedly the most powerful, right? 80% of today's traffic online is video. Okay, so it's like everybody has seen a 5-star Google review that doesn't even have a review. It's just a rating, or they just said highly recommend. Right. But when you see a video of an actual customer that's been verified by another company, showing and proving that it's real, and that customer is just raving about how much they loved your service, they loved your product, the great business owner that you are, right? That becomes a lot more powerful and enticing for potential clients. And then on top of that, the great thing is that they're also the fastest ranking reviews because they're the only ones that are able to be played and watched more than one time. But yeah, and you're able to capture those on person with a patented mobile app that we have. So you just pull up your app, click a button, put the customer's name and number in, and get the review right then and there. And that way, that's why we have such a high capture rate, is because we figured out that just sending out invites is great, text and emails, of course, following up with them. It creates a higher conversion rate, if you follow up. But when you ask somebody in person, like right after the service is done, right at the height of their either excitement, their emotions, their gratitude, right, that is the best time to get a review, is right then and there on the spot. Because even the customers that want to leave reviews, not all the time, they don't always leave them just because something comes up, right? As soon as that service was done, they might have had to run out the house 2 minutes later to go grab the kids from school. I work for a review company, and that's happened to me before. So that's why the mobile app is such a useful tool, because you can capture a review on the spot in under 30 seconds.
Complicated to do. I've done those, but I haven't been out in the field recently doing that. And, is it a changed process, or is it just really click one button?
This is just click one button. You pull up the app. There's 3 types of reviews and 4 total buttons. It's that simple, right? It's video, audio, text review, or send an invite. If you're getting on the spot, you're choosing between the 3. Click whatever review you want. Just put the client's name or initials, and then you could do number or email. And then you just get the review right then and there.
About as simple as it gets.
Yeah, it could not be any easier to capture review in person.
One of the things that I noticed, and I had done this several times when I was out at trade shows and stuff, I've gotten video reviews, audio reviews from what I would call influencers. And, the regular review's powerful, but when you get somebody that's an influencer in that industry and they're giving you a video review on the spot, you can buy testimonials like that if you would want to. I mean, it's great.
I totally agree with that. We actually have I have a presentation that I like to show people, just how I explain the system. And in there, we have a lady named Heidi Powell. There's probably going to be somebody who watches this who knows who that is. She's very big in the fitness space. We got a video review of her because one of our clients actually did a DJ thing for her wedding or something around those lines. But because of that, we got an awesome review of somebody who has I think over 500,000 following or more. Right. So, and then being able to also get that person to also share that on their social media, which is what our system also does. I mean, you can't even buy that type of publicity.
I know when we first introduced you guys to the Normie base, there was a lot of excitement about it, which there still is. But Doug Hoffman, our CEO, actually did a lot of personal video reviews for some of our members, especially our charter members and people that have really been around for a long time. And again, I consider him an influencer with the industry. That was a very powerful thing for a lot of these people.
Yeah, 100%. Again, having a figure in that industry giving you the review. We have a coach who does something similar. Her name's Krista Mayshore. Another online, she's pretty well known and influencer as well. But in the real estate industry, she's one of the largest well-known coaches. And all the people who go through her coaching program, a lot of the time they'll send, her the invite to get their first video review, right? So when, obviously getting somebody of that magnitude in that industry, right, it makes a huge deal, especially when people are going and checking out your service and trying to look at your social proof, and if you're an established company.
And those video reviews will also show up on all the different platforms that you're tied into for reviews?
100%. Yeah. It goes to the public page with all the other reviews, the website, Facebook, Google Business. Also, they get to share it on their Facebook as well in front of their friends and family, all with a call to action from the business as well. So it goes on about at least 6 to 7 different places minimum.
That call to action you just mentioned, is that or considered the referral side of what this does, or is that different?
Yeah. So there's a few things in there. We have a special offer and lead magnet program that's attached with a referral program. So every customer that gives our clients a review, that customer is going to be asked to share the review. They could share it with people directly, and they can also share it on Facebook by just clicking a button, right? When they share it on Facebook, we know the average person's got about 500 friends, right? So instead of just a one-to-one referral, we figured let's try to get one to many. Okay, instead of just trying to capture one new customer per person, let's try to capture 10. So they get to share it on Facebook with an offer from the business. Now, if it's like a cleaning company or something, you can offer a discount off the service. But then we work with people who could be in like real estate who will give out like a free market analysis. So it's really just a call to action. It doesn't necessarily need to be an offer. It could be scheduling a consultation, things like that. But it's just a very easy way for a customer to refer as many people as they know instead of just referring one person that they know. Because most people can't think of somebody off the top of their head anyways.
Any secrets on how to get more referrals?
Yeah, so this is something that like our team will do in the training and the setup process, but I always tell the people that I work with, you should run some form of incentive program, and almost everybody can do this. There's a few industries where we do have exceptions that we have workarounds to, but a big thing is just an incentive program. You know, tell a customer like, hey, if you share this offer on Facebook and anybody who claims this offer from you, you know, I'm going to give you a discount off your next service with me. So it could be a share one, get one. You know, if you share this 10% and they claim it, you get 10%. But maybe if it's a one-time service, right? Maybe something you don't need consistently or on like a subscription, then you can just offer out some kind of, you know, almost like rebate. Hey, if you share this and somebody claims it, I'll give you a $20 gift card to Starbucks. Right? That's a big one. People just giving out gift cards if they refer people into them.
So to me, that sounds like a lead generating program. I mean, is there a way to capture the leads automatically, or do you have to manually go and look for them, or how's that work?
So with the referral program, when it's on the customer's Facebook page, if one of their friends are interested, all they do is click a post, right? It's going to show off their friend's review with the offer there. Their friend's interested, they click it. It's going to pull their friend's review up, and then right there is going to be an offer form. As soon as they fill that out, the customer is immediately notified. It goes on their back end. It can automatically be sent into their CRM as well. And then the customer will receive an email too with the information on how to claim that offer. And then on top of that, with the special offer program, that one's a little bit different. We don't have to rely on just the referral process. So we take the special offer that the customer wants to give out. So maybe it's 10% off the service. Well, every single place that we market and post the reviews out, there's going to be that call to action there as well. So whether they go on the website, on the Google Business, on the Facebook, on their public page, if they go Google them in the Google search engine, they're going to see that business's 5-star reviews, and every single review will have that call to action there. So the whole purpose is just making sure that any possible place that a potential client could find the business, we want their reviews and the call to action there.
Okay, so listening to this, and as one of our members listening to this, it sounds a bit complicated, though it's automated too. So how do you simplify it? What we would have to do?
So exactly how you said, it's all automated. The customers here don't have to do anything. The whole point, like automation is the new delegation, right? So the whole point is to make this whole thing run itself and make sure that's automated for the client. Because if we just threw our clients a system and said, have fun, you know, go figure it out, you're going to have to, you can get the reviews and then you're going to have to go post them all separately, like we'd be out of business. So our whole system is automated. The only thing the clients do on their end is just capture the reviews, and that can even be automated as well. They can upload lists of their customers, and then we'll reach out for them, or we can integrate and use their CRM to automate their invites too. The customer doesn't even have to set this account up. Every person here will get a designated coach. So they actually get a coach who sets their whole system up for them, gives them unlimited support, unlimited training, and just consistently follows up with them to make sure they're happy with the service. Because with our company, we're one of the only SaaS businesses literally in the industry who doesn't have a contract. So we have account managers and coaches in place to make sure that these people are becoming successful, because if they're not happy, then they don't have a job.
So you've mentioned coaches, advisors, services you provide. Is this like all add-on fees and costs? Because that sounds expensive.
Yeah, most people, and if you go to most other businesses or most other SaaS companies, you know, it can get very expensive. With us, it's definitely not. That's the best thing, is we're the most affordable in our industry because we're the only self-funded. Every one of our competitors that is public knowledge, and there's sites to look this up, but they've all taken investments. We've built this thing from the ground up ourselves, so we've never had to raise our prices in 7 years. During the pandemic, during this, time of inflation, let's say, right? We've never had to raise our price one single time, but we continue to add value, continue to add new products and services on top of these plans that, can be as little as $59, go to $199 a month. But obviously, anybody who's seeing this today, as you know, if there's anybody who's interested in this form of program or checking this out, it's very easy. You could schedule a demo with me. I'm sure Lance, you'll share the link to that, and you get a promotional price because of Normie. So that's something we do, is we take care of anybody who is a Normie client here.
Well, yeah, and that's something that we've appreciated, and we've had quite a few of our members actually take advantage of that. I don't want to talk specifics on the program that we're offering right now, but I'm sure that anybody that's interested, from our membership can reach out to us to our support@normie.org, and we'll reach out to them and get them all the information they need to sign up for this program. But to me, the exciting part is that this type of a service is out there. And from what you've described and what I've seen from us using it, it's easy to use. You guys do most of the setup, and it just runs from there. We have hundreds and hundreds of reviews. I know we have a lot of members with hundreds of reviews, same kind of thing.
No, 100%. That's what we want. We just want to make sure that we can take off. If you're paying for a service, you don't want to add extra time to that, to your client's plate. You don't need to take extra money from them and then make them have to do the work. So yeah, the whole thing here is taking care of the client, to the basically 99% of the work is done by us, from the setup to the implementation to the actual value of the product, and consistently making sure that it's getting reviews, getting you found, getting new customers, and it's all done for you.
So is there anything new coming to the system that you can't tell us about yet that you're going to tell us about?
So one thing we did just recently launch is like a chat box, and it's auto responsive. That's one of our newest features that I really do enjoy, just because we work with a lot of small business owners. Of course, some of them are owner operator. Some of them have teams from, 5 to 20 people. Well, our chat box gives people a chance to talk to a client that's on the website without having to be there to monitor the website, right? We send them out a text or an email letting them know somebody's there. But if they're not available, or if, it's outside of their business hours, then it just gets their information for them and sends that over to them. One thing too is one thing I will mention, probably should have, is our new dashboard we are launching. It's going to have just more analytics, even easier to navigate. And it's going to integrate with the app too. So those two things are going to be launching to be revamped, redone, and just give the customer a lot more access and make it just easier for them.
Okay, well, that is new stuff. So if our members wanted to reach out to you for more information, how would they contact you?
The easiest way I would say would be to go to Sotellus.com and go to /Nick. So you just put Sotellus.com /Nick, Nick. It'll take you right to my calendar. You're just going to pick a time that works out best. I'm going to jump on a one-on-one meeting with you. I'll answer any questions that you have. I can break down the whole product and just show you how it all works.
But to get the best price, they're going to have to let you know they're an active Normie member.
100%. You need to let us know that you're Normie, because you get a massive discount here when you come from Normie. So if you don't mention it, I'm just letting you know that if it's me, or if you end up talking to one of my other sales guys on my team, you're going to end up paying about double the amount if you don't mention Normie.
Well, we appreciate that. Nick, I appreciate you spending time with us. Anything else in closing you think our members should know about?
I think we're all good. Just, again, make sure to manage that reputation. Keep getting reviews, guys. Don't set a limit on that. A lot of people think once you get a certain amount of reviews, it's great. Just a statistic to remember, 85% of people will disregard reviews older than 3 months old. So if you don't have a system in place and an automated process to consistently get new reviews and build your reputation, eventually you fall by the wayside, right? Or your competitors start to outrank you and outshine you. So I just say, make sure, even if you're not using a system like us, you need to find a way to consistently get new reviews.
Wait. So you just said something there about reviews older than 3 months kind of like fall away. I mean, I know I've gone on sites and you see people with reviews from 2006, 2010. I mean, they have some value, at least they show you've been in business, but you know, what's the dynamic change for current reviews?
So I don't mean the reviews fall by the wayside. What I was saying is that your listing does, though. Your listing stops ranking. Your listing will lose its ranking. It will continue to stay stagnant if you don't consistently capture reviews. So the reason behind this, just it's a very easy statistic to go Google. I actually have one that I can share with you that you can feel free to post, but it just shows that 85% of consumers, right, that's when they check out reviews, if they're older than 90 days old, they tend to disregard them, because the whole purpose is this. Maybe you had 200 reviews in the first 5 years of being open or something, right? Or you have 500 total reviews right now, but you haven't gotten a new review in the past 90 days. Well, what happens is people question that. What has now changed in that business in these last 3 months? You know, what is there a difference in quality? Did they sell it? Is there a new management? People start to question, why are they not getting the same positive feedback over the last 90 days that they were getting prior? And I think that's and I don't disagree with them. I think that's a very valuable question for them to ask, is because if you were getting so much positive feedback before, why aren't you now?
Well, that makes sense. And that clarifies my question, because I could see value in old reviews being on the site, showing a history,
right?
You know, but it makes a lot of sense if you're not getting anything current. All right. I appreciate you spending the time with us. I want to thank you. I'd encourage everybody watching this to either reach out to us at support@normie.org or to contact Nick directly at sotellus.com/Nick.
Yeah, /Nick. Make sure to put the /.
/. All right. Thank you very much, Nick.
Yeah, no problem, Lance. Thank you.
It's my privilege to be able to introduce Michael Pinto, who's the CEO of Wonder Makers. He's a very valued partner with us at Normie, and actually he's fun to work with. So I'm going to bring Michael in. And I also have Doug Hoffman here, who is also a good friend of Michael's, and this is going to make for a very interesting conversation tonight. That's the easiest way to do it. So Michael, you want to come in and say a quick hello to everybody?
Well, thank you, Lance. I appreciate it very much. And yes, I was smiling because too much fun. When we deal with Normie, I know we get a lot of work done and everything, but it's just good people to work with, and certainly count you in that, as well as Doug. And just very pleased to be here talking about the NCMP.
Thank you, Michael. Doug, I don't know, you consider him a team player with us?
Actually, more than that. Michael not only is one of our senior trainers, but he also participates on our President's Council. I have a tremendous amount of respect for him and for his experience, and I think he brings something to us that we wouldn't have otherwise. So I'm grateful that he's become a good partner and a very good friend. So I'm glad to be here tonight, and I think this is going to be fun.
Absolutely.
Thank you, guys. You know, one of the things that I've seen Michael bring to the group is we've elevated the level of training that's available to our members. We have the basic training and the stuff that's very popular, but we now have these more advanced courses that really gets to or above the professional level, if you want to consider it that way. Now, knowing Normie and all of our initials that we use for our classes, I do want to talk to Michael about the NCMP, which is the Normie Certified Microbial Professional. So, Michael, I'm going to ask you, what is that? What is that all about?
Well, quite honestly, this is a continuation of a certification that was originally offered by the Restoration Industry Association. And early on in the mold remediation industry and the arena, and I'm going all the way back to like 1999, 2000, 2001, thereabouts. It was our assessment at Wonder Makers that there had to be more for some people in the industry than just a technician level and a supervisor level. And not that those are bad places to go for training or anything like that. But we just felt that if the industry was really going to not just survive but prosper, there had to be a cadre of individuals that people could look at and say, you know what, those people are really professionals in their industry. Very similar to, you know, a master carpenter or, you know, an engineer or somebody who's got some real experience. And that's what we tried to do at Wonder Makers when we developed the certified, originally it was certified mold professional, but now with Normie, it's the certified microbial professional course. And that's a good move too, because it broadens up what the students learn about, and it really helps to give us that bigger picture in terms of the students coming through the class. So the basic answer to the question is that the NCMP is, as you said, the Normie certified microbial professional. And what we're trying to do is elevate the knowledge of the individuals who come through that class so that they're more well-rounded and they're able to be the sort of person that if I have a question that just is really a tough one in the industry, that's the sort of people that you go to, the NCMPs.
You know, I've heard it described as upper level type of training. Would that be a fair evaluation to classify this as?
Absolutely. And the reason that we would consider it to be upper level is that there's actually some prerequisites. And I know that that can be dangerous, if you will, because it potentially limits the pool of people that can come for that training. But to even, you know, qualify for the training, a person has to go through either the Normie Certified Mold Remediator course or an equivalent. And depending on where that equivalency is, if it's from ACAC or IICRC, you know, it may be that combination course, which is more of a technician and a supervisor course. It could be, you know, somebody who gets into the CMA, CMR, where they're learning a little bit about the assessor side as well as the remediator. But like I said, there's going to have to be some level of training and generally experience in the mold field or in the microbial field before somebody qualifies for this course. Now, since it's the NCMP, they also, which isn't a tough criteria, but they do have to go through the Normie Professional Practices course, and that's just so that they understand what they're dealing with. Again, if they're professional and we have professional practices, it's pretty bad if professionals don't know the professional practices they're supposed to be following. So that's a prerequisite too, and that's built into the, you know, the emphasis of those professional practices is built into the NCMP course. So it is good that they know that before they get there.
You know, Doug, you and I have talked over the years about, you know, people coming to even our remediator or assessment course that needing a basic knowledge of the industry. I mean, if you don't know how to take an air sample, how do you go through a course about remediation or assessment? I mean, to slow the class down to teach that makes it difficult. And that's what it sounds like here.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. You know, we're old enough to know that there's some things that you just don't learn except by experience. And there are some things that are going to build on the foundation, the truths that you understand, the techniques that you understand. You've got to continually build on that if you're going to get better, and I think be a better asset for the public. Oftentimes, an entry-level course might get you into the business, might get you into the industry, it might get you a license. But one of the things that has always frustrated us, and I know Michael completely agrees with this, is there are some guys right now in Florida that are taking a one-day, quote unquote, refresher course to get licensed in the state of Florida. It's how in the world can you do that? We do a 3-day class, and in some ways I wish it was 5. So having an opportunity to really encourage our members to think in terms of developing their techniques and their processes and helping them better understand the industry is only going to provide better services, and I think more truthful services, frankly, to the public. And so, as we always say in our classes, if our members look good, we look good. And part of that is just making sure they're trained properly.
Absolutely. I think I'm going to add to that too. I'm going to jump in and add a little bit to that. You know, the other thing that we've seen since I've become a Normie member a few years ago and really got involved with you guys is there is a desire that the people who are in Normie who really want to be the best in the industry, they want to go up a step. And you see it in the folks that show up on the Tuesday night for the, the continuing education credit. You see it in the folks that are jumping around to the different tracks to pick up, information that's related information so that they can just be more well-rounded and everything. And I believe we see it in terms of the people that want this, as you put it, Lance, upper level training so that they can better understand how everything ties together and, be a real resource for both clients and their company. A lot of them come in just because we're seeing more and more transitions in these companies. There's, Doug, you said the we for older guys. Thank you very much. But we are seeing a lot of that transition. You've got a lot of people that are moving into retirement and leaving these positions of, responsibility in some of these remediation organizations. And we have a lot of people that are trying to step up to those. And like you said a minute ago, how do they do that without decades of experience? And I'm not suggesting that this course, a 3-day course, is going to, substitute for 10 years of experience. But for somebody who's got, half a dozen years of experience in the industry and wants to move into one of those management positions and, position themselves for when the owners retire to maybe even take over the business, being an NCMP is going to be very helpful to them, because one of the main things it does is teach them how to see the microbial contamination picture from a bigger perspective.
Right. We've talked a lot about, as I use the term, upper level type of training, and we've talked a bit about what's involved. But what makes this class really special? Is there like something you could really zoom in on to point that out?
Oh, I think the thing from my perspective, and having been the primary instructor for this for 20 years, the thing that the students all talk about afterwards are two things. One, it's a combination of learning and learning together. So there's a big emphasis on case study, and we get the students in the class, whether they're even participating online or live in the classroom. We get people working through these different case study scenarios, and honestly, at the end of the class, we hear every class where people say, and quite bluntly, what we learned from you, Michael, and the slides and everything was interesting, but what really made a difference in terms of this class resonating and us feeling more confident to go out and deal with some of these projects was working it through the case studies, because they're not simple. If the people don't know how to set up a containment and where they're supposed to put their negative air machines and stuff by the time they get into this class, they probably shouldn't be in this class. But we're talking about how do they integrate this into much more complex projects. And like I said, they really enjoy the case study. The other thing that makes the class special or unique or different is that it doesn't just end with a class. And I know this can be scary for people. They hear that there's a post-class requirement, but that is, if you're going to be considered a professional in the industry, you have to demonstrate that somehow. And so we do have a post-class requirement. We call it a capstone, but there's a lot of different projects that people can take on as part of that class afterwards to show that they're actually the upper level in the industry.
Okay, you can't get away that easy with just saying post-class requirements. I mean, you got to give us a little bit more about that. What's really involved with this, and how does it enhance what was taught in the class?
Well, again, if you're going to be a professional in the industry, then you need to have a profile in the industry, right? You need to be recognized as somebody who's got this expertise. And there's certainly a situation where you can point to the certificate on the wall and say, see, that makes me a professional. But what we find out is that the people who are looked at by their peers as professionals have taken another step. They've taken the information that they know about the industry and they've translated it into something that's tangible. So we're very open in terms of what these capstone projects can be. We've had people come through the class and understand, we're way behind internally on some of the safety and health programs or our respirator protection program, or we don't have good marketing materials now that we understand this in a little bit better way for our customers, or we don't even know we haven't been doing a good job putting ourselves out in the industry. So all of those things, we've had capstones in the past from some of the professionals where they do their own, marketing brochures or safety and health programs. We've had people actually do experiments. They come into class and they've kind of had what I call a burning question. And this one gentleman just was totally fixated on the whole idea of the 10 square foot rule, which came from the New York City guidelines. And he was very much reflecting my attitude, saying, well, if it's 9.5 feet, does that make it like less dangerous than if it's 10.5 feet? What if it's 1 inch, right? And so he actually did an experiment. He set up a containment area and did removal of less than 10 square feet. It actually turned out to be about 6 square feet of mold contaminated material under controlled conditions, and then did a lot of sampling while he was doing that to show what the impact was. And if you don't use your standard remediation techniques like negative pressure and HEPA vacuums, and the New York City guidelines say that you can just take a piece of drywall and cut it out, right? And he pretty much proved that to be false. Now that was I don't want to say way more, but that was on the kind of the top end of what somebody might do for a capstone project. A lot of them will actually just take their information and dig into one subset of the microbial industry, and then even write it up for an article for some of the technical journals or for the trade journals and stuff. And regardless of what they decide to do, 2 things are important in terms of the post-class requirement. One is that we work really hard in the class so that by the time everybody leaves, they know what they're doing. And then if they already know what they're doing, we can also help them in class provide the resources and the guidance and the encouragement they need to finish that up after class, so that they do class, they do their test, but more importantly, this capstone project is what starts to set them apart. If it is an experiment or it is a document that gets translated into a journal article or something like that, it also raises their profile and helps them to be recognized as a professional, not just by Normie and those of us that are kind of in the know, if you will, but all of a sudden it starts to bring them some recognition from their peers in the rest of the industry. So,
what I'm hearing from you talk about this, it sounds like, well, let's look at the government as an example. A lot of the government entities, they have to put a magical line, of what level is good, what level is bad. It's not a floating thing like radon, 4 picocuries per liter, 3.99999 is okay, but 4 is bad. same thing with the 10 square foot rule. To me, it sounds more like this class is a collaborative environment from all the people with all their experience being there.
Well, it's a collaborative class run by a dictator, but
yes.
I mean, it is, there's structure to it. You have to be careful with that. And again, I think that's one of the reasons that you see individuals like myself and Doug being the primary instructors on that class is because, we have to have the experience in the industry, but also as instructors to know how far to let that run and then when to rein that back in. So, yeah, I would say it is a very collaborative experience, but it's under guidance of the instructors.
So let me speak to that for a second, if I could, Lance, because I think this is really fascinating. And maybe this is kind of down into the weeds. Hopefully it won't be. But one of the things that we know about training, and this is why I love so much being able to work with Michael, was there are not a lot of trainers that understand this. There's a very big difference between teaching high school students and teaching adults. And part of the difference is that high school students don't know anything. Sorry, high school students, but they just don't know anything. And so they're sitting there listening to someone lecture to them, and they're hopefully listening and learning something that they don't know anything about. With adult learners, what you've got is you've got guys that are in that classroom who need to contribute and want to contribute and should contribute to the discussion because of the experiences that they've had that the trainer maybe hasn't had. So having someone at the head of the class like a Michael who knows the industry inside out, has got a tremendous amount of experience, but is still delicate enough to respect and honor the input that those students are going to have, makes the class, and as a term you said, kind of collaborative, but as he said, with a dictator. But that's how that happens. There are not a lot of teachers that can do that.
Well, and I want to follow up on that, Doug, and I say this in all humility. When I'm teaching that class, I learn so much. And one of the first admissions that I make to the students is that I am not a remediator. Right? I don't go out and tear buildings apart on a daily basis. And quite honestly, other than being out there, for the post remediation or doing sampling or sometimes getting out over the course of, multiple decades and actually getting my hands dirty just for the practice of it. I'm not a remediator. And so, and I never have been. I haven't been a contractor. I'm a consultant. I'm a trainer. I'm, a recognized professional. I'm an educator in the industry. But I have to tip my hat to the people who go out and do this every day. And by the time they get into this class, we generally, as you say, Doug, we have individuals that have a lot of experience and with the right coaching are willing to share what they know. So it does become collaborative. And sometimes it takes a half a day for people to warm up and understand that, we've got, I'm sorry, this is going to sound woke and horrible. It's a safe space for them to, open up and share their ideas and stuff. But I was using that term well before it was fashionable.
Well, it sounds like it's a extremely packed 3 days, and I guess that's one of the reasons that you have the post-class type of work. But it doesn't though sound to me like it's drinking from a fire hose. A lot of these classes where they pack so much information in. So, Doug, I know you've talked about that kind of stuff in a long time, and you've seen Michael teach this class several times. The flow rate, I guess, would be the best way to describe that. Comfortable?
Yeah, I think that's that delicate balance that I was talking about, as somebody who really knows what they're doing from a training standpoint, being able to give that information out in a way that it can be absorbed, but then start to see when the eyes are glazing over and take a break, And sometimes that just takes experience, just teaching experience and understanding how the classroom works. It is a lot of information. One of the things that we've really tried to do is to make sure that they have in their hands all the slides that we've discussed. They can take copious notes, obviously for an exam that would follow, the certified proctored exam that would follow. But I think the idea is that being able to gauge the climate of the class. That's just something that, as I said, not a lot of people are able to do, but that's why one of the reasons I'm so happy that we've got Michael on board, because I think we have several trainers like that, and they're not easy to find.
Well, thank you for the compliment. What I will say is that it's real work to teach that class too. I mean, to be an active listener, it takes as much energy as to be an active speaker. And each class is different, more so than the mold technician class or even the sensitized individual classes that I teach. The NCMP class is different because I have, as a lead instructor, I have a little bit more tendency to let some of that collaborative discussion run, and then have figured out how to bring it back, or how to, if I have to trim a little bit from some of the, subject matter that we're going to talk about. Like you said, they have all the slides there so that they're not necessarily losing any of the critical information, but we may, speed up going through some of that in class in order to give more time for the discussion, depending on where the discussion's going. Or sometimes, depending on who's in the class and the whole dynamics of it, or just toward the end of the class, a lot of times they're just tired. And so, a lot of times it reverts back toward the last afternoon of the class, where I do a little bit more of the lecture style presentation than throughout the rest of it, just because if they've really been at it kind of hammer and tongs for 2.5 days, it can be wearing on the students as well.
Doug, as executive director of Normie, how do you see the NPMC course really, or CMP, affecting the Normie structure? What does it actually bring to us?
Well, I think this is a good time for me to talk about the Normie Pro designation, which I think is so significant. And that Normie Pro designation, which, oh, by the way, no one has yet, which not even Lance nor Doug nor Michael has this designation yet, was actually born, the Normie Pro designation was really born out of a need, as many good ideas are, to provide to the public a professional who could handle virtually any kind of issue, any kind of problem that they might face. And it was born out of this need when you and I, Lance, got a call from BP Oil, and they said, we need somebody to go offshore and do an assessment on one of our deep water oil rigs. And we both looked at each other and went, do we really have a Normie member who's qualified to do this? Somebody who has the safety training, someone who has the security clearances, there's somebody who has the experience in the background. Because when you get out on an oil rig, deep water oil rig, there's only one way out and one way back, and it's a helicopter. And there's not a lot of discussion or being able to, run to Lowe's and get something. So we decided, well, this is something that we should do. And so we did that. But out of that was born this idea of how do we get our guys to a master level? I think everybody's very familiar with what that terminology is. ICRC talks about that, and others. How do we get our guys to the level where they can handle even those kinds of jobs? And so our dream was, and our goal was, which is now coming to fruition, was to have enough advanced training where we could have the designation Normie Pro, and we could give that to individual in the Normie membership who had the training on sensitized individuals, regular CMA, CMR, understood how to deal with formaldehyde, understood building sciences enough to be able to deal with air infiltration issues, knows what a blower door test is, knows how to spell a manual J, has had the advanced microbial professional classes. How do we put all of that together and say, this guy, this lady, we're going to give this designation to Normie Pro? And then when we get those kinds of calls, that's the person that we can send on that kind of project. So the Normie Pro designation, which again, I say nobody has, we're still working on that. We're hoping that by the end of the year, with the help of the President's Council, we'll have some very specific criteria so that folks can get there and get that designation. And we have some now that I think we could get pretty close, may already be there to be able to have that designation. That's where Normie is headed. We're going to set the standard for the highest level of professional training that's in the market today. And I frankly just don't believe anybody else has been doing that like we intend to. And with Michael's help, with the President's Council help, I think we're going to create something that this industry has needed for a long time.
And again, I just love jumping in on what Doug lays out as the foundation here. Truly, this NCMP class, one of the main ideas behind it is to help people see microbial contamination from a much broader perspective. And that was some of the stuff that you were talking about, Doug. You know, there's great pieces of equipment and there's good things that we can steal, if you will, from the radon industry, like Lance had referred to earlier. And there's things on the asbestos side, there's things in the safety arena, there's things from all these different industries, general indoor air quality. And the more we can get people to think about it in terms of concepts and how these similar concepts can be applied to a project, but when we're faced with a potential problem, we don't have to be restricted to trying to find a mold piece of equipment or something, right? We can see it from a bigger perspective and reach out and realize that, hey, there's things from the indoor air quality arena that we may want to put in here. A great example, just if I can be a little bit, suck up just a little bit, is the ionizer for the tail of the negative air machine that's available, the PRVK, right? That's not really a mold remediation piece of equipment, or that's not an idea that really came from the mold remediation arena, but it's an idea that fits the mold remediation arena really well, as well as asbestos abatement and lead and just air cleansing, air washing when you're doing whole house cleaning. It's a technology that we're bringing over from somewhere else, and people need to understand a little bit about how that interacts and can be used in so many different arenas.
So I'll give you one, if I can, Lance, I'll give you one insight into some of the things that are going to be different in this particular class and some of the other classes that we're doing. In fact, at the new CMA CMR class that we're going to teach next week, we're going to introduce the concept of air washing, low pressure air washing, which is something we've never done in our training before, but it's brand new. 2023 for us is not new to Michael. Michael knew what it was. In fact, he helped me understand how we could fit it into our training program. But I think the point that I'm making is that our classes hopefully will stay up with the industry, and in some cases maybe stay ahead of the industry. And that's why they're constantly changing. You come to a CMA CMR class that we do today, it's not the same class that we did before COVID. It's just not.
And the NCMP class that we're going to do next is going to be different than the one that we did before.
Yeah.
And the other thing I would share there, Doug, and building on that, is that the only way we stay at and above where the industry is to rely on the people that are working in it every day.
That's right. That's right.
And tease out of them I'll be blunt with you. I'm thinking about it now over the course of the last 2 decades. Basically, every concept that's in this NCMP course, I have taken from, with their permission and with their discussion in class, but basically I've taken from experts in the industry that are doing it every day. Yeah. And that to me is the best knowledge to share, is not, and again, I have gone through lots of levels of academic training, but there's a difference between information that's coming at you from an academic standpoint and information that's coming at you from things that have worked and really made a difference in the real world. So,
Michael, that's so important on so many levels. I mean, we teach in our classes about, for people that are becoming supervisors, to ask the people doing the work that have the working knowledge, how to improve their conditions, improve the technologies, give them what they need. And that's exactly what it sounds like you're talking about.
Well, the other thing I would add to that, Lance, is that it's important for the professionals to look and listen and learn. As I said, the more advanced I get and the more little buttons and designations and all the stuff I have, quite honestly, the humbler I'm getting, because I just am figuring out how much I don't know in all these different areas that I probably should know to pull together. And I'm honored, quite honestly, it truly is. I think about it, I'm honored to be an instructor in this class, because I'm sharing ideas. And, you may have heard the term, I'm sure a lot of people have heard this term, standing on the shoulders of giants. And the crazy thing about that is that a lot of the giants whose shoulders we're standing on for this class are peoples whose names are not necessarily household names or even really well known in the industry, quite honestly. They're just individuals who go to work every day, do a really good job, and are creative as how they do it, and we're kind enough to share some of that in that collaborative portion of the class that then we can, build on and use for the next one.
I knew the word collaborative was going to come back in there someplace.
Well, I had to for your benefit, Lance.
Thank you. Anything else about the class either of you would want to say?
Well, yes, I'll just say that I think this class, whenever it happens, we're looking at dates coming up in the next couple of months. But whenever this class actually happens, I'm really highly encouraged by the guys that have been taking our CMA CMR class. It's not too soon to get into this class, even whether you have a little bit of experience or a lot of experience. I think if you've been trained by Normie and you have that basic foundation CMA CMR class, this would be a very, very good class for you to take.
I want to add something completely different, and that is that our experience in this class is that it's challenging. It's a fair amount of work and everything. That shouldn't necessarily scare people who want to be professionals. But probably the biggest thing is it's fun. And the people that come through this class, talk to me even years and decades later about the relationships that they built in that class and their team when they were on their, because we divide them up and then put them in different teams at different points in time for the case study and stuff, and how they got to know some of the other people in their class. And a lot of those, believe it or not, in 3 days become friendships and professional relationships that they hang on to for years and decades. And just, it's one of those things where if you're a professional in the industry and you start to see yourself as a professional in the industry, you want to hang around other professionals in the industry. You have that desire to want to learn from them and share with them. And so we see this, and we see it happen in a very fun way in the class. So the fun factor is actually quite high, as compared to some of the other ones like the CMA, and not that that's not a fun class, but there's so much basic information that's getting across in some of these other classes that you don't quite have the same ability to allow the students in class to express themselves. And the collaborative nature and the case study nature of portions of this class allow some of those personalities to come out. And basically it just usually turns it into a pretty fun class.
I think listening to the two of you, and we've talked for probably close to 40 minutes already, the way I would just sum up what I've heard is 2 words: upper level.
Yep.
I think that does it. That says it all. Gentlemen, anything else? I think we've covered quite a bit of information here tonight.
Well, I'm just really appreciative of having the opportunity to chat with you and with Doug all at the same time and everything. And I would encourage anybody who's even, remotely curious to dig into it. And they can certainly call Normie and talk to Doug about it. They can, get the referral. They can chat with me about it. I'll be happy to spend more time explaining it. But it's a great class. I'm looking forward to having the next crop of people come through it.
And I'll just tell you that I'm excited to say that we've updated our website at training.normie.org to incorporate information about this class, the NCMP. Now, one of the things that's kind of unique about what we're doing these days is that this is going to be a trademarked designation, which means it's based on Normie training, and the NCMP cannot be used by anybody unless they've been trained by us. And so I think that's an additional level of credibility that you're going to get in the marketplace if you're in the industry that you'll not get anywhere else. And I'm just grateful in a very big way to Michael and what he's been able to bring to the team. And I think he's filled a void. And I'm excited about where we're headed with this whole advanced training program. So thank you, Michael, and thank you for being here, especially for this interview today.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you, both of you guys, and have a blessed afternoon, evening.
Michael Pinto, CEO of Wonder Makers, and Douglas Hoffman, the Chief Executive Officer from Normie. Thank you both for being here.
Thank you.
Yep.
Good afternoon, or morning, I guess. Good morning. Yeah, so I'm sure that Mo told you when we created Normie in 2004, one of the interesting things was what we created it primarily for the Louisiana licensing law. And the Louisiana licensing law was the first law to go into effect for mold remediators in the country. So it was the first licensing law, and then what happened in 2005? Katrina. And so we were right there able to help, I think, a lot of people with some of the issues that were of a concern to us. I'm not sure if he talked about the difference between the IICRC and us, but they come from the business more from we're not competitors, by the way. As you know, if you're an IICRC person, you get continuing education credits off of this class. So we work together. We just look at the industry differently. They come from the water restoration side of the business. We come from the building side of the business. And one of the reasons why we do that is not just my background with my licensing, but the main reason we do that is because we try to look at the house and the problem that they're experiencing in terms of a mold issue as a holistic kind of problem, not just fix this problem and everything is great, but think in terms of how we can actually improve their indoor air quality. So when I was moved to New Orleans in 2002, I was actually doing some of the things that you guys are doing now and some of the things that we would recommend that you do in terms of ongoing IAQ management, which is what we call our sanitization protocol. How you create an environment in which mold won't grow. And that was really based on my book, Mold-Free Construction, which you have access to if you have the Normie app. We do have an audio version there, so you can just listen to it. Might put you to sleep, but you can listen to it if you like, because it's on iTunes and on Audible as an audio book. But the sanitization protocol really does improve people's indoor environments, so you have the ability to do that. And I just want to tell you about somebody that I met when I was in New Orleans. I was doing some trade shows, and I got a radio program, and I got a call from a lady. Her name was Laura DeRocher, and she had 4 children. And her youngest child, who was 8, had some very severe sinus issues. In fact, as she was talking to me, she had, of all 4 of her children, the other 3 had constantly been to the allergist every month. Now think about that for a second. Every month, for years, they had been to this allergy doctor. And she had found some mold up in the kitchen area over one of the cabinets, and she was concerned about how that might be affecting their kids, because she heard me on the radio and she knew that mold was an indoor air quality problem. She'd never really thought about that before. It's mold, you know, how could it affect my children's health? But she was putting 2 and 2 together. She was saying, maybe there is a problem here with this mold that I'm seeing. So I went out there and I did the assessment. It took the sanitization protocol. It was not the amount of mold or the type of mold, or there wasn't a moisture problem that actually was causing the mold. It was actually a HVAC problem with the relative humidity. So we did the sanitization protocol, put it in place just like you see it today, exactly the same protocol. And she was really excited because in about a week she was feeling better. Her kids seemed to be feeling better. She wasn't sure. But the interesting thing that she told me when I was there visiting her was that her little child, the one that was just a few months old, they had scheduled that baby for surgery, sinus surgery. And she said, we've decided to kind of put it off because things seem to be going better. We'll see how this goes. Well, interesting story to kind of shorten everything up. About 1.5 years later, maybe 2 years later, I got a call from her and she said, I got to tell you an interesting story. She said, first of all, I got a phone call from my pediatric physician, the allergist. He was concerned that we had switched doctors because I haven't taken my kids to the allergist in almost a year. We decided not to do surgery for the baby, and the baby is doing great. Now, a couple of years old, doesn't seem to have any allergies to the environment and what's going on. She said, I think you really solved a bigger problem than you maybe think you solved. The reason I'm telling you that story is because we hear that story over and over and over and over again. Maybe not quite as dramatic, but we hear that story over and over and over again. You are in a very, very important industry. You may not realize it, but one of the reasons why it's regulated is because you're dealing with people's health. The health of your employees, the health of your clients. That's what you're dealing with. And rather than thinking about just being a mold assessor or just being a mold remediator, as Mo's probably told you, we want you to think in terms of being an indoor air quality professional, because that's really what you're doing. I'm sure Mo told you already that when you start cleaning up mold problems in an environment, it's almost like a surrogate of other things that are going on in the environment. You're reducing the mold, you're also reducing some of the other contaminants, the bacteria, the viruses, the particulates, some of the other stuff that's going on in the environment. So you can make a gigantic change to the environment. So our goal is for you to really think in terms of becoming an indoor air quality professional. And this is really the first step. If you haven't thought about that before, this is really the first step in that direction. And I'll tell you the other thing it'll do for you. I've been in business a very long time. I used to tell people I was self-unemployed in the construction industry. Been in business a really long time. And what you want is you want an edge in the market that makes you different from everybody else. And it's not about price, let me tell you.
So I'm excited to be here today with Larry Cooper because we're going to talk about a absolutely incredible event that we've got coming up in October. I'm so excited about it. And I'm just going to let you chat a little bit about where we're going and what we're going to be doing, Larry.
Well, Doug, we started this amazing company about a decade ago. It's called Restoration Journeys. And in this case, we're calling it Restoration and Remediation Journeys. And we are going to take you all to Puerto Vallarta, Mexico.
Oh, my.
I mean, get behind me, man. It just looks great, doesn't it?
Yeah, and I heard it was all inclusive, which is really exciting.
Yeah, so Restoration Journeys is where education and travel come together. And we love the opportunity to take business owners and managers and, you know, people that really want to learn to incredible locations where they can relax, enjoy themselves, they bring their wives, kids, whatever they want to do, but also be able to network closely with industry people that, it's a once in a lifetime opportunity to get to know and be friends. And so we have now booked Puerto Vallarta, Mexico at the Marriott Resort and Spa. And our dates are October 22nd through October 27th. That's this year. Amazing. I can't wait to leave.
So 6 days, 6 days, 5 nights. Yeah.
5 nights, 6 days, exactly. And if you want to add on 3 days before, 3 days after, we have that option available also. Doug, you said something about all-inclusive.
Yeah.
I mean, they're hard to find now. And all-inclusive means all of your food and all of your drink. Now, there may be some minor limitations on drink, like foo-foo, frozen kind of things with umbrellas. I don't know if those are included yet. But all your normal sodas, water, alcohol, that's all included. So you want to come down and drink some beer or margaritas, that's fantastic. But even better than that is we've partnered with Normie. And Normie is an amazing organization, as many of you must already know. And we wanted to partner with them because of the level of education they bring to our industry and to all of you. And so Doug and his team are going to be teaching a class for 2 days in the classroom, in the hotel. And then we'll also have lunch outside by the pool. We'll be down on the beach doing receptions. Doug, tell them a little bit about the education. What are you guys doing there?
Well, I'm going to be teaching for 2 days while my wife is laying at the beach. I don't know what that's all about.
Can't reverse that? Is that what you're saying?
She wants nothing to do with that. No, I'm so excited about this class because this class, I think, first of all, which is really important, is it qualifies licensed remediators and assessors in the state of Florida for 14 hours of continuing education, which means if they come to this 2-day class, they get all the hours they need for 2 years of education, which is pretty cool. But this particular class is called the IAQ Strategy, Sampling, and Solutions. And so it's not a basic level course. Like I said, it's primarily for guys that are certified mold assessors or certified mold remediators or restoration contractors. And the idea is, if you're looking at an environment, how do you decide how many samples to take and what kinds of samples to take? We don't want our guys to be swab jockeys. We want them to understand they need to take a combination of both surface and air samples. What kinds of samples and how many? And of course, based on the environment, that strategy changes the way you will take samples. So that's the first part of it. Then we talk about all the sampling options they have: air answers, swabs, aerosols, VOC sampling, all of that. And then we talk about, okay, so now you found out what the problem is. What about the solutions? How do you create a cleaner, safer, healthier environment? So it's talk about all-inclusive. It's an all-inclusive class that covers a lot of material in 2 days that really helps assessors take their and remediators take their business to the next level.
Now, I was really involved in the S520. I chaired that committee for quite a while. And we always looked at assessors as IEPs, right? Indoor environmental professionals. But what we found was that we were causing some limitation problems because there aren't IEPs everywhere that we're doing work, obviously. And so this kind of answers that call. But even more so for me, when I had an IEP on my jobs, I didn't really understand what they were doing. And that's really what this class is about.
Yeah.
Is getting into the framework of what's happening there.
Yeah, unfortunately, some guys in the industry, as you know, like to keep everything kind of close to the vest, make it all kind of mysterious and don't know how they come to the conclusions they came to. And one of the things I think that you and I have agreed on from the very first time we met is that the entire industry needs to share information, share education. Nobody has the magic bullet. Learn what you can learn from everybody. And that's really what this class is about. It's about saying, look, you want to understand how to do this? This is the way you do it and the way you do it right. Of course, it supports not only the S520, but it also supports our Normie professional practices, which is now the insured best practices document used in all states that require licensing. So we're real proud of this class. It's a great, fun class, a lot of interaction, hands-on stuff. And so it's going to be fun.
That is pretty darn awesome. And in that magic bullet, while we're down in Puerto Vallarta, I plan to search for that, just so you know. Been looking for it for a long time.
Well, you can look at it and I'll be at the beach. How's that?
I think that's a fair thing to do, man.
There you
So
go.
what we want you to know is that this package will include 5 nights hotel at the Marriott Puerto Vallarta Resort and Spa. Beautiful spa there. All meals, breakfast, lunch, dinner, snacks, midnight snacks, whatever it is, all included. There's actually mini bars and snacks in your room. There's room service. There's a fitness area, golf course across the street. Beach is right out the back door. The marina is walking distance. And then we'll look at excursions also. But the most important thing we haven't told you is that 14 hours is really critical, because if you attend the 14 hours, this is a tax write-off. This is an education program, and it should be part of your expenses that you can write off for being in business and continuing your education and learning. And you should bring your wife, you should bring your kids. We have special rates and programs for kids also. So if you are interested in bringing kids, we're going to have you call our office and talk to Jillian Olson. She's working on that program. We have big discounts for them. And so definitely check that out. There are other upgrades available, and you can get as nice a room as you would like to. This hotel is newly remodeled. It's absolutely gorgeous. We are more than thrilled to have this great opportunity.
Yeah.
So can I tell them the price?
Not yet. Not yet.
Okay.
I want to tell you that I've been looking at the pictures online. I went to their website and looked at the pictures. Absolutely incredible. And I think it's going to be a really, really fun event. Also, in terms of your education, I think we should mention that if you're an IICRC person, you get credits toward your certification for this class. So again, you can write that off if you're not licensed in the state of Florida, but you have an IIC certification. That's really important, no doubt. And I think you were going to recommend that I should bring 2 sets of clothes, small and extra large. Did you say something about that?
Well, Doug recommended we have a weigh-in at the beginning and at the end.
That would be fun. Oh, and you know what else? The other big news is, I think I told you this, which is kind of coincidental in some ways, but what's really exciting is next year, 2024, is Normie's 20th birthday. So let's have a birthday party down there and we'll celebrate, and I'll let you try to blow out the candles. How's that?
I think I could hit 20 still.
Absolutely. So anyway, you were going to talk about the price.
Well, I don't want to talk about it, but I think everybody will know that this is an amazing opportunity. So the all-inclusive with hotel includes the education, includes transportation from the airport to the hotel and back. We are looking at $2,100 a person. That's a great rate, obviously.
It is. Yeah.
There's going to be a lot of activity, a lot of fun. And then you can stay at the hotel the whole time at the beach and have an awesome time. Swimming pool area is gorgeous. Or you can go travel and see Puerto Vallarta. Downtown has great shopping also, and there's a lot to do. So we're very excited, obviously, to invite you to join us. And there's payment plans also. So if you were interested, you can break down the payments into 3 or 4 payments, and Jillian can help you arrange all of that. There's a small deposit of $500 due when you book it, and we will sell out. And so you definitely want to get in on the action and have some fun. Every one of the trips we've done has been unbelievably wonderful. I think we've done 12 of these trips already, and we cannot wait to be with all of you on the beach having a drink.
That's going to be fun. So how do they get a hold of you? I know you've got a website, and of course they could call us and we'll just simply direct them to you. But what's the website?
The website is restorationjourneys.com. And then our phone number here also is 303-469-0306. Extension 103 is Jillian. And I'm at 101. I'm Larry. And either one of us can help you. And Jennifer answers, she's going to jump in and help you also. So we're all thrilled to have this opportunity to work with Normie and to welcome all of you to Puerto Vallarta. We're going to take care of the details. One thing I know about travel, I've done a lot of travel all over the world. Going into Mexico, I always like to be met with a greeting sign that says my name for Restoration Journeys, so that I know exactly where I'm going. You'll be put into a beautiful luxury vehicle. You'll be taken right to the hotel that's about 10 to 15 minutes away, and you'll start your journey there. So
you want to do that only because you want to be sure to get to the hotel. You don't want to end up somewhere else, right?
Well, I've been on some trips where, you walk out and all these guys are grabbing your bags. I got a cab, I got a limo. I don't like confusion. I like to know exactly where I'm going. I like to know that I'm being taken care of. And when I get to the right place, they have my name registered. So
there you go.
That's always really fantastic.
There you go. Well,
those details.
Well, I can't tell you how excited I am and how much I appreciate you putting this together. I know that's going to be a really fun opportunity for us to be together, spend some time together, do some training, and just relax. So thank you so much for putting this together. For those of you who are Normie members, we do have our website, events.normie.org, and all of the information is there for you to go to click directly to Larry's website. They're handling all the registration, but we're also promoting it through our social media and so forth. So don't miss out on this opportunity. It's going to be absolutely fun. So thank you so much, Larry, for taking the time to talk about this. And I look forward to getting some videos maybe in the next few weeks when you're down there looking.
I will definitely get that to you. And I think you said the key word, relax. Just come on down and relax and enjoy yourself and learn as you're participating also. So
there you go. All right.
In Puerto Vallarta.
The following broadcast is made possible by supporters of the Normie Environmental Task Force, the Experience Trade Show and Convention, Reusip, EnviroScreening Lab, and Best Living Systems.
When you start on the pathway toward professional success, you have to know what the goal is and how to get there. Normie exists to help in that process. It's not just about taking a class to get a license, but also about starting on a pathway to professional success. Whether you want to work for yourself or be the best qualified employee on the team, this path will take you there and help you succeed. Pick a track, click on the class, and get your journey started. Normie is here to support you all the way to become the Normie Pro professional you want to be.
want to welcome today's guest, Dan Reese, who is and I'll use the terminology that he prefers, a wildfire strategist and aviation advisor. So I'm going to say, Dan, say hello to everybody, and I'm going to follow that up with, could you explain what that is? Because it's a big set of terms, and I really want to understand it.
Sure, got it. Well, thank you for having me here today, Lance. So in my career, I finished out mostly in tactical air operations for wildfire events. And after I left, I started a consulting firm, International Wildfire Consulting Group. And that was shortly after I finished running Global Supertanker Services, which ran the 747 Global Supertanker, which was an air tanker, aerial firefighter with a 747. So I help people who call me engage with questions regarding wildfire. Oftentimes it's technology, or it's chemicals, or it's process. It might be, something along the lines of NASA presentations for people who want to engage with NASA, or new equipment like say a fire nozzle. People who want to understand what it takes to engage in the wildfire community is pretty much what I do.
Well, it's interesting. I actually, before we went live here, did a quick research on you with LinkedIn and a few other sources. And just what you're mentioning, it's kind of interesting, where I saw an article that you were involved with for water conservation and firefighting, just by changing the shape of the nozzle and the stream of the water flow. It cuts it like in a third. So, I mean, that's kind of interesting stuff. I'll tell you what, though, some really sharp images and photos of those big planes dropping the fire retardant, on the site. So it's pretty impressive. Anybody watching this, you may want to take a look and find him on LinkedIn. Pretty interesting stuff out there. But before we started today, we were talking a little bit about the difference between the central part of the U.S. and the East Coast and California, which is where you're from. Now, California's been dealing with wildfires forever.
Correct.
The new phenomenon that's affected us on the East Coast, and I'm in New Jersey, is smoke from Canada, hundreds and hundreds of miles away, causing this choking of the air quality, not just outside, but inside of our homes. So what do you see, what we're facing now compared to what you normally deal with in California?
Well, it's clear and beautiful, and a really moderate temperature here, this summer with the weather patterns, which is really nice. I think that El Nino probably has something to do with that. As I watch the news sources and the science research with the polar vortex, collapsing somewhat and changing the airflow and the cooler weather, it's really nice here in California. And we've not had the fires, this year that we've had in the last several years, and the air's been clear. So it's been really nice. A little agonizing to see what's happening on the East Coast and the Eastern Seaboard and in Canada, where we don't typically see that. And ironically, we see a lot of fire on the West Coast, and it's highly publicized, but in the Southeast of the United States, there's a huge number of fires there that occur typically annually. Although I don't think in scope and size of what we see here with the integration of the population in what we call the wildland urban interface. But the smoke conditions definitely will get people's attention. And when we start seeing entire towns, being razed, like Paradise and Greenville and the towns up in Oregon and now Canada, it definitely starts to get people's attention.
Well, I've seen a big change in, I don't want to say weather patterns, but just because of the way we've been for the last, I'd say 3-4 weeks here in the Northeast, we haven't had rain. I mean, everything's extremely dry. Now, normally for us, June, we usually run that week or 2 or 3 of, we'll run those 85, 90 plus degree temperatures, and they start calling it the heat wave and everything else. We haven't had that, which I'm not complaining about. But the point I'm trying to get to is, when these fires produced this smoke that came down on the New York, New Jersey area, we actually got a glimpse of almost the start of what a nuclear winter would look like. And yes, it sounds very dramatic to say that, but we were barely getting to 70 degrees when the normal temperatures are 80, 85 for us here in New Jersey this time of the year. And we were told by the Weather Channel and all the other officials that are talking about it, that there is so much smoke in the air, it's blocking the sun from its normal thermal heating during the day. I mean, I have solar panels on my house, and I see my production was down, at ground level. It was horrible. So this is what you deal with out in California. We're only getting a glimpse of it now. And truthfully, we've been spoiled, out of sight, out of mind. We hear about the fires in California and okay, on with our business. I mean, this brings it home to us. And I think it's an opportunity for you to explain to us what we should be expecting and, what happens, because this may not be just a short-term thing. It may continue.
No, unfortunately, I would say that for the people on the East Coast, you're in it for the long haul until such time that the weather patterns change and these fires are naturally mitigated. We can make a difference. When I say we, and the fire service can make a difference when these fires are smaller, when they are in their incipient stages, when we get on and we can handle aggressive initial attack, and we've got the weather, in our favor to be able to make that attack successful. Unfortunately, what most people don't realize is once these fires become of that magnitude and size to where they're calling them mega fires, we can black the sky out with aluminum, meaning air tankers and aircraft, and that's all limited. And the bigger they get in scope, the more resources they demand. And we have a finite number of resources internationally and nationally, whether it's in Canada or the United States. No one agency can be fully prepared for this type of event, right? We have agreements that are between local agencies. We have state agreements. We have federal agreements. We have international agreements where we have standardization that takes place for everybody to engage. But, when we lack the capacity to adequately attack these fires when we can, that will cost us, and trying to build capacity during the event is just impossible. And once these events get up and running, they become very, very expensive. So the catch really when they get this big is that we need the capacity to keep fires small when they first start. And when they get this big and they draw this many resources, we have in the fire service what we call drawdown, meaning we've drawn the resources so thin that now our ability to rapidly and successfully initial attack fires becomes compromised because we just don't have the resources there to do it. So for, my small part of life here on Earth and the fires that I've, had to deal with in these quote nuclear winters, and my first experience with that really was in 1987. And the scientists actually came out in the Happy Camp in the Klamath area of Northern California to study what a nuclear winter would be like, where we had these major fires going in August, and we have what are called inversions. So anybody that's been camping and seen a campfire burn, the smoke will rise and then it'll kind of flatten out and form a haze. And that's what you're seeing here, only on a massive scale. And it does get cold. Unfortunately, those fires burn. They continue to burn under those inversions. And then when the inversion gets hot enough, we have what we call an inversion break, where all of a sudden the air will escape up through the inversion and the fire takes off madly for several hours under the inversion. But once they get to that point, it makes it very difficult for aviation resources to be successful to even get in to help the people on the ground, because it's just so smoky. We can't safely operate those aircraft in those spaces. So unfortunately, I think right now it's going to be enduring, right? The population that's being impacted there on the East Coast and the central United States and Canada are at a point, unfortunately, where they're going to have to endure until Mother Nature changes her mind.
What you're talking about resource-wise, is this what's caused some of the problems in Canada not being able to get a handle on these fires?
Well, I think it's important to put a couple of things in perspective. Fires traditionally need to burn. I mean, that's one way that Mother Nature, takes care of dead and dying material, beetle kill. There's a lot of reasons for fire to burn. That's good. Managing fire during peak burning conditions is almost virtually impossible. It only takes a few degrees of relative humidity, meaning the moisture in the air, or a change in wind to really affect what a fire does. So when we talk about resources and capacity, it becomes part of a matter of perspective. It's kind of like insurance, right? Do we want to spend money to build capacity so that when these events happen, we can really go after them? Or do we bet on the come that it's not going to happen? And unfortunately, when we listen to climatologists and scientists around the world and we experience what we're experiencing, where we see years and years and years of dry weather, where we see reservoirs drying up, where we see millions of trees dying, that just all adds to the fuel, no pun intended, for these fires to really take hold and go. And there's two ways fires are put out. A, Mother Nature lets them die out naturally, or B, there are firefighters on the ground that actually go dig those fires out and around to make them go away. So capacity, I think in Canada right now, you're seeing probably firefighters from around the world responding. I know that aviation resources and hundreds of firefighters from the United States are battling those blazes. And I'm sure that there are people from Australia and probably many other countries engaging to help, Canada. And it's not just a regional North American problem right now. We're having this problem. We don't see it, in Siberia, in Asia, in Europe, where you see fires, burning in Germany, where they don't typically burn. And when that doesn't happen, people don't think that they need to get prepared because they don't think it's going to impact them. And unfortunately, for those on the eastern seaboard here in the United States, that they don't really realize the impact that they are contributing to, say, tax-wise, right? We have realized and unrealized costs of fire suppression in this country in the tune of tens of billions of dollars a year, which really affects the GDP of the United States. So wildfire is a big problem, whether you're experiencing that smoke or not. We're all going to pay for it.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And to bring it down to a level where people watching this will have something in common with, recently we had the heavy smoke conditions. And that's what I'm going to call the smoke conditions. And they were telling people, stay inside, avoid going outside. Now, we know from the indoor air quality side of our industry that the inside air is normally up to 10 times more polluted than the outside air. So we're already now telling people to stay in an environment that we know is more polluted than the normal outside air for them breathing. We have sensitized individuals. There's a whole class of people that suffer because of that. But also because of the building codes, commercial buildings, public apartment complexes need to bring in fresh air on their heating and air conditioning. So now the systems that are ventilating the inside of their buildings are bringing in this air from outside, which is all smoke, VOC laden with chemistries. And that's a whole nother side that nobody's prepared for, because you still have to breathe. You can't hold your breath for 5-6 days. That doesn't happen. And we use an example in some of our teachings about the importance of breathing. And we say some people are able to go 20, 30, 40 days without eating, 3, 5, 7 days without water, 4 to 6 minutes without air.
Correct.
So it's not like you can avoid breathing. So you have to do things that are going to help. And that comes back to your point before about preparing ahead of time. We don't spend the money on the resources. I've been involved with the government world for many, many years from my background, and money was not usually spent on preparedness. It was always throw money at it when there was a problem. And to your point, if you don't stop these things when they're very small, they become unmanageable.
Correct. Capacity is it's a big deal, right? Being prepared both nationally and internationally is extremely important. My background really, I put myself through school fighting fire, and putting myself through school, I became a critical care nurse. And so I worked as a critical care nurse for several years prior to me becoming a firefighter. So it's concerning to me. I have two children, one 16 and one 19. And we were impacted, for instance, by the Camp Fire, which burned the town of Paradise down. And in that fire, I think there were upwards of 20,000 structures that were burned to the ground and 80 some odd lives lost. And that fire burned into my town. That's where it stopped. But my children were exposed to something that I chose to expose myself to as a professional firefighter. And that's unnerving, because it's not just the smoke that you burn, that one breathes in the minute. It's the side effects many years down the road that impact, firefighters. And firefighters are notoriously prone to all different kinds of cancers, and they're called assumptive conditions that the government pays for when we get it, and oftentimes our lives are cut short. So that's what goes through my mind. And personally, when we were inundated with that kind of smoke, I did limit my children going out because the air, like it or not, was worse outside. I did ensure that they were wearing N95 masks, similar to what people did, and I'm sure have in their possession as a result of COVID. Anything to be able to catch that particulate, changing out the filters, regularly in my home. Those were all things that were, top on my mind, just from my medical background and being conscientious of my firefighters when I was in the station as it related to, diesel exhaust fumes and the bays when we were pulling engines out or pulling engines in, right? That wasn't a place to idle because we just didn't want to be breathing that. Same for the public.
There's an educational component that is missing in many industries. And in our industry, again, out of sight, out of mind, because you don't see the microscopic particulate and organisms and everything else that you inhale, people don't think about it. But when you're dealing with the fires, again, when it's in California, here on the East Coast, we don't think about it. We don't see it. It's not affecting us on a daily basis. But the submicron particles that are in these smoke plumes that are going out, they go straight into your lungs, and they pass right into your blood system and all the chemistries that are associated with them.
And there's thousands.
What's that?
There's thousands of these, even just from a burning pine tree.
Well, and I've heard people even talk about, well, it's a campfire or it's a fire pit. We do this all the time. Well, that's true. But the factory up the street that burned with ethyl methyl nasty stuff in it, that's now aerosolized in the flames, that's the stuff that's involved in what you're breathing because of the homes that burn, the factories that burn, and all the things that are inside of it. Just the glues that are in the furniture, that you're sitting on, is all poisonous to inhale. And again, to me, it's an educational piece that people don't understand about emergency medical services, about law enforcement, about firefighting, that I look at this as an opportunity to provide awareness. Something as simple as a firefighter coming out of a burning building, the last thing you would want to do is cool him down by hosing off his turnout gear while he's wearing it.
Or give him a hug.
Or give him a hug. That jacket could be 300, 400, 500 degrees. As soon as you hose it down with water, you've created instant steam and you've scalded that individual.
Well, the technology has changed drastically, from the time when I was a young firefighter. Nomex was just coming out, and that's the protective clothing that wildland firefighters wear. And my first several years of fighting fire, I did not wear Nomex. And then when I was in the structure world, in the municipal world, I had one set of turnouts, and those turnouts were by my bed, by my bunk. When the bell rang, I would jump into them and go to a call and come back and peel them down, put them right next to my bunk and go to bed. That's just not the case anymore with what science has shown us and the medical world. Now, firefighters typically have 2 sets of turnouts, and they rotate them through structure fires, and they go right to the extraction machine, and they have to go out and be professionally extracted if you're following an FPA every now and then. I used to go do school programs with the kids, and I'd have my turnouts and let them get in it. Turnouts are the gear, that we wear, and let them touch and feel and see. And now that's even been outlawed, where, nothing that's been in a fire like that can go into a school. It's new turnouts that have never been exposed to smoke. A lot of changes environmentally in our profession, which, I think it's important for the public to understand the reasons for that. And it's important for the public to protect themselves as well, such as the things we just talked about: changing filters, not going outside, having your kids wear a mask. I mean, if I have 2 masks and I'm going out with, 2 kids, well, the kids are going to wear the mask, not me. I'm going to endure that change. But, it's a matter of perspective and doing what you can to research on your own. Read about the effects of smoke and what science is showing. Read about the cost of fires and what's causing it. And it's a very complex, wildfire is very complex, simply because there are those fires that need to burn, and there are those fires that probably should be put out.
From your experience in California, your years firefighting, and from dealing with the smoke out in the California area, what would you say to the people in the middle part of the country and the East Coast that have experienced this? And the wind could shift tomorrow, and the fires that are still burning could cause this to come down on us again. What would you recommend them doing as far as indoor and outdoor air quality, and what things to be aware of odor-wise and things like that?
Well, wildfire smoke has, in my experience, 2 different kind of smells. There's a smell when a fire is going through a residential community, for instance, when we have many homes burning and it smells like a structure fire, or if anyone's thrown, plastic garbage and things into a campfire, you kind of have that acrid smell. And that's the nasty stuff that you don't want to see burning, and you definitely don't want your children burning. As firefighters, sometimes we can't get out of those situations where my firefighters could put on a self-contained breathing apparatus. We call them SCBAs. Until that smoke was clear, that's what they did, and their turnouts were washed. So for those in the public, it really is limiting your exposure outside when you're listening to the environmental air pollution control advisories. Those people that are susceptible to lung issues and problems, I would speak to your doctor. I would see what kind of HEPA filtration systems that could be put into your homes, to help filter that smoke in your homes. And once again, my children, I put them into masks, no different than when they were in COVID, when they were walking around out there, when they had to be out. Otherwise, I kept them indoors.
Yeah, just to a point that you just made about wearing masks, the N95 masks, N100 masks, whatever you're able to get, they work great for particulates, but they don't do anything for the VOCs, the volatile organic compounds, which is the gases and the chemistry in the air. Right. That you need scuba gear, like you're talking about, self-contained breathing apparatus. Mm-hmm. And the public isn't going to wear that.
No.
So staying inside, it's really your best bet, at this point, and try to avoid these situations if possible.
Agreed.
All right. Well, I really appreciate your time. This is all about a public education and awareness that we're trying to push out there. There's many other segments that we will be playing following this. And I really wanted to set the stage, which is, I feel we've done that, as to the problem that's out there. It's not going away. It wasn't the 3 or 4 days that we had here, and the problem's never going to come back. It's things that we need to be aware of. Correct. And I really appreciate your time and help with that.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me today, Lance. Appreciate it.
Be safe, and good luck with your new adventures out there. And I look forward to seeing some more of those interesting images and videos of all these firefighting planes and stuff you got out there on your site.
Yeah, there's some
Thank you very
amazing
much.
pilots and people. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
The Perfect Fit Filter by Best Living Systems, another innovative product by Best Living Systems that will change the way you breathe indoors. Older style filters use cardboard frames which become quickly filled up with mold and dead skin cells, causing them to flex inward and allow air to go right past the filter. With the Perfect Fit Filter, there is no blow-by. Because there is no cardboard for the mold to eat, this Perfect Fit Filter is designed with a sturdy internal frame and sized to fit virtually any size opening. It allows the edges of the filter media to enclose the frame of your return air grills, so every cubic inch of air is filtered. No reason to go searching for your specific size in your local big box store. The Perfect Fit Filter is shipped directly to you when you need them. In a home or office environment, this incredible 1-inch filter provides MERV 7 protection to serve as a 90-day filter. How can you leave this filter in for 90 days? Popular pleated filters provide tiny crevices where mold and bacteria get trapped. Because you are bringing to their nests dead skin cells and other organic materials, the microbes find a safe harbor, an environment where they can grow and reproduce. This is called bio-nesting, and the Perfect Fit Filter reduces the possibility of these microbes contaminating the air we breathe. Because the Perfect Fit Filter is rated with a MERV 7, the industry standard for 1-inch filters, it does not restrict airflow or put unnecessary strain on your air handler. The Perfect Fit Filter, now available by monthly subscription and free shipping at perfectfitfilter.com. The Perfect Fit for people who like to breathe.
Good morning and good afternoon, everyone. Ms. Lance here from Normie TV, and we are live from Las Vegas at the Experience Trade Show. Over the next 3 days, during trade show hours, we're going to be doing interviews and a lot of live presentations right here on Normie.tv. So if you're watching on any of the social media platforms, we'll be broadcasting there also. Facebook, LinkedIn, YouTube, Twitch, or just Normie.tv. So we're working right now on scheduling quite a few interviews over the next 3 days. The normal broadcasting for Normie TV is going to be interrupted. We may have it running a little bit in between interviews, but we'll be shutting it down. So for those of you that follow us on any of the social media platforms, you will get notifications when we go live. And we're going to try to do a lot of it, as much as possible anyways, during the actual presentations here at the show. A lot of the vendors are here. A lot of the attendees are going to be here. The management side from the Experience, we'll be talking with them. So if you weren't able to make it, we're going to try to give you a little glimpse as to what's really going on here. So stick around. Keep the Normie.tv channel open if you want to watch it there, or any of the other social media platforms you're normally on, and we will be talking with you later. So take care. And welcome back, everybody. Again, we are here at the Experience Trade Show in Las Vegas, and I have Doug Hoffman with me. Now, they just opened the doors up to the trade show, and there was a wall of people literally coming over to our booth. And Doug, I know that the PRV-24K, the unit that we were just talking about, is like a big draw. But what kind of reaction did you see from the people that were coming over?
You know, it's really funny. Here we got 3 more people that just showed up. This device, this PRV-24K, which actually ionizes the air during the air scrubbing process, I think is going to be one of the hottest items here at the show. You know, we presented it last year at Fort Lauderdale back in the spring, and we got such a huge reception. People were really interested in it. So it's a pretty cool device.
You know, the people are going, what's that? You know, it's like they've seen something similar, but nothing like this. And we have the tubes extending out, the lay flat.
Yeah.
So we're actually sending the technology all across our booth, which is a pretty big area.
Yeah, I think the funny thing about this is most guys don't think about an air filtration device when they use it as an air scrubber. It's really recirculating the air that's really close to it. It just can't go out there very far, obviously, because it's got the vacuum sucking the air into the filter. And so it's going to
kind of get the air real close to it, but it's not going to take the air far away. So when we start teaching on tails, the idea of running a piece of lay flat out 20, 30, 40 feet, tying it off and putting slits in it, that was a kind of an innovation in a lot of ways. Guys thinking about, oh, well, now I can clean the air in the entire room and circulate all of the air, not just the air right around the air scrubber. Well, then when you add the ionizer to it, wow, it's like a whammy. You know, you've got a technology that's going to be incredibly effective, make the air scrubbing process probably half as long as it would be otherwise. And you're going to get, believe it or not, down into the zeros for the testing.
And that's what the people are asking me. So what does it really do? And, you know, when I started to explain about it, it more or less clumps the particulate into larger pieces so you can filter it out. Then they go, oh, I understand now.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, and we didn't even talk about, you know, how it helps move around the relative humidity, the higher levels against the floor. It just helps the entire process.
Well, that's right. And that's only half of the process, the ionization process. The other part is sending out that photocatalytic oxidation oxidizers into those areas, those cracks and crevices that maybe they missed with their fogging process or they couldn't get to, so they couldn't wipe it down. Now you're sending an oxidizer out that's going to destroy microbes. My goodness, it's just a win-win.
Yeah, and you're not talking about ozone, though. You're talking about different technology.
That's right. And so one guy asked me about that, by the way. He said, well, can you actually produce hydroxyls without ozone? The answer is yes. This ionizer, when you add the dielectric barrier ionizer to the PCO technology, even without ozone, it's going to give you the same results, in some ways better results than results with ozone.
Yeah, here's actually one of the DBI cells that you were just talking about.
Thank you, Dan. Yeah, this is the DBI cell. It's a really interesting technology. This is actually an internationally patented product from Korea, and Best Living Systems is the only company that actually has the rights to sell this in the United States. But this added to the PCO technology, it just supercharges that oxidizers to be incredibly effective.
Now, we were at the Experience show in the spring, and it was a good show. It was busy, but just from what you've seen in the last 15 minutes, we got mobbed with people here.
Yeah, I'm almost embarrassed sitting here doing this because there's so much to do, so many people to see. This is a huge crowd. It's probably, I would say, 4 or 5 times as large.
Oh, easily,
Yeah.
easily.
So,
Well, we'll have you back later on, and we're going to be doing this over the next 2 days after today. So we're going to do more interviews, and we'll be popping in and out on the Normie TV channel, and all the other platforms are on. So,
all right,
go meet the crowd.
Thanks. I'm going to. Bye.
Bye. So here we are trying something new, going mobile and live at the same time. So give me one moment. We'll see what else is happening here. Hopefully you should see our Normie booth. And now we're just going to kind of walk around here. It's David McGrath. Hello, David. Can't miss David in that suit. And as you can see, it's pretty crowded. I'm going to stay kind of close to our booth here. Just kind of giving you an idea of what's going on in the area. Walk a little bit further down. This place is pretty big here. And again, a lot of the other companies that we deal with all the time, they're in the general area here, and we'll be talking with someone a little bit later on. So hang in there, and we'll be back with another interview in about 5 minutes. DeGroff.
How you doing, Lance?
Good, good. And you talking there?
I can.
I don't know. Maybe you killed the microphone. 1, 2. You're good.
Okay. Okay.
Have to raise my voice.
I think it's the suit. I think the color is definitely wiping you out here.
The suit drowns everything out. That's why I don't need to exist.
Well, you wore a suit like that during the last show.
It's become the status quo. Everybody expects it from me, and they're significantly disappointed if I do any alteration of the design.
Well, your company is always on call, and it's a manpower resource, I guess is the best way.
We are supplemental labor specifically for the restoration industry. I have 20 years experience in restoration. It's all I know. It's what we do. And therefore it's what my guys know and do. We do restoration yesterday. We did it today, and we're going to go do it tomorrow again.
Well, you know, you're here at the show. I mean, you're not an exhibitor, but you are an exhibit. I think that's the best way to describe it, because everybody says, what is he wearing?
Bright orange suit. It gets the eyes on me. And, you know, if I need a part-time job as a traffic cone or something, that goes over pretty well too. I don't need a change.
Well, the big question is it AA or 9-volt batteries?
You can't see the car battery I carry around with me.
Is that what that is? Okay.
That's what's in the bag over there.
So on the realistic side, I mean, you're down in Florida. That's where home base is.
Yes.
And the hurricane had just come through there. I mean, it's another one out in the tropics right now. But how has that affected what's going on in your world?
I mean, overall, it wasn't a significant hit, and it did enter at a rather unpopulated area as far as, you know, comparable storms. We've had a slight uptick. I think we've mobilized 100 people to the area for about 3 or 4 different companies over the last 72 hours or so. So we are active in the area, but it is not nearly the response or, you know, the result that everybody was expecting. So it was, thankfully it was pretty light. You know, there wasn't a lot of damage. There was no loss of life. So, you know, just getting in there, cleaning back and getting life back together for everybody.
Hopefully it kind of stays that way. I know that we've been looking at, there's like 4 or 5 other storms out in the Atlantic right now. And they're talking about one that's forecast to become a Cat 4 in the next few days.
Yeah.
And they don't know where it's going.
That's always the crapshoot. I mean, you can plan the best you want, and then you sit there and wait and see what actually happens, you know, and you could be 300 miles off before it goes. You know how these things turn on a dime. We had the one set off the coast of Florida that was supposed to destroy the world about 3-4 years ago.
Yeah, but it saw your suit and it turned right. I think that was a distraction. Oh, no, we're not going there.
Hey, if that's what it takes, you know,
yeah,
keep people
work.
safe, saving lives.
That'll work.
One orange suit at a time.
You know, it's funny when I was riding here to the convention center from the airport, I've been out to Vegas maybe, 8-9 times now. I noticed something very specific. There's green on the trees, everything else is brown, and then orange, which is all traffic cones and you. And that's it. That's all you see out here.
I had a great observation about that too. Only people want to put green in the desert, human beings.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. So what do you think of the show? I mean, it just opened and it's mobbed here.
Yeah, jam-packed. Definitely a great turnout. Very exciting event. It's nice to see, one of the original events still being a flagship as it is. And, the new ownership, they're trying really hard and the results are paying off. I'm happy to be here again.
Well, I'm glad you're here. It always, for comic relief, if nothing else, we appreciate you being here. And you do a lot of work with us. You help with some of our trainings. You provide actually lunches and, other resources. So we do appreciate that.
I appreciate Normie since day one. I took my first class with Normie when they required us to be certified and for licensed in the state of Florida. And I maintained a lot of classes and we built a long-term relationship, and you guys have had my back. And frankly, it's something I'm extremely humbled by and appreciative of. So thank you very much, Normie and Lance as well.
No, you're welcome. But the question now is, are you going to be here for the rest of the show?
100%.
Do we have a different flavor suit or?
I'm not allowed, apparently. I went to one of the last trade shows and I swapped out the orange pants for black pants, and 50% of the people that complimented me criticized me. They're like, you're not wearing orange pants anymore. I'm like, I'm sorry, I'll go change.
Okay, so you just stay with your orange glow.
You got to please the fans, Lance.
I get it. Well, thank you for stopping by. And, again, over the next 2 or 3 days, stop by. We'll chat some more. I want to get some feedback from you as, what you're seeing at the show compared to the one that we saw in the springtime.
Absolutely. Would love to be back. Thanks for having us.
All righty. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Take care. Lance here from Normie.tv, and we are again going to be live today at the Experience Trade Show in Las Vegas. Doors are going to open here in about 10 minutes. And the crowd that we had yesterday yesterday seems to be small compared to what we're looking for today. So there were a lot of people here for the training tracks that we had running earlier today. We did quite a few presentations, and we expect a very large crowd in the main trade show hall itself. So we'll be coming to you later on and off between now and the next 3-4 hours with interviews, and possibly we can do another walk around to show you some more vendors and some of the new products that are going on. So if you are following us on any of the social media platforms, you will get notifications when we go live, like you hopefully did for this. And if not, you may want to follow us so you do get future notifications. Again, you can always watch us at normie.tv or on most of the major social media platforms. Just look up Normie and you should find us. See you all in a little bit. Thank you. Other interview, and I apologize for us coming in and out, but we have people that just keep coming over and talking with us and want to be involved in the process. So here we are. So I have Joshua with us from Property Craft out of Colorado.
Yes, sir.
And well, tell us a little about yourself, because I'm not really familiar with you other than what we just had a slight conversation.
Yeah, no worries. I born and raised in Southern Colorado. Property restoration. So the water, the fire, the flood, the smoke, the mold, the odor. We also have an environmental division that does asbestos, lead, land reclamation, a lot of indoor air quality. Just try to be a voice for the property.
So you're dealing with that niche market of people that have to breathe, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. And we've really tried to bring air quality into all aspects of our business, not just microbial growth, not just asbestos or lead. We're really paying attention to what the air quality is as we're doing a category 1 water loss and really trying to make that environment better as we move through the process.
Oh, okay. So in Colorado, there's no licensing laws.
There's no licensing laws for microbial growth, but that's a platform that I'm standing strong on. And I really do that. We need to start to regulate ourselves as we move forward. We are over-regulated with asbestos, which I love, but it holds the contractor accountable to doing things right, not only for themselves, their employees, but for the property owners and the public that's within those structures as well.
You know what you just said just kind of struck a chord with me, because during a lot of the courses that we teach, I refer back to something that my kids experienced going through band and everything else in high school, that the instructor would constantly tell them to do the right thing because it's the right thing to do. And that's just what it sounds like you're talking about.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's something that within our company, we really try to strive, not only with our employees, but everybody that we're involved with, from all of our subcontractors, our electricians, our HVACs, really trying to get them to start to understand that from that perspective as well. We are in construction, but there's no reason that we can't construct clean and keep that environment well as we're moving forward. My dad's a regional building inspector in Pueblo County, and so he's part of that regional authority. So it gets real fun around our dinner table all the time.
I could see that. You know, everybody leave the silverware on the table when we talk. You know, nothing flies. Hey, so as far as Colorado goes, is there anything in the wind as far as regulation or licensing on the microbial side?
You know, not that I've heard of. Our company in general, we're on a growth phase, and we're going to move outside of Colorado at some point. As I talk to my C-suite, as I talk to my other owner, we're looking at the states that are actually regulated and starting to regulate a little bit heavier. I think I had said it earlier in the conversation, the asbestos is definitely over-regulated. Right. So not only do we have the EPA, OSHA, but we have CDPHE as well. And it's trying to find the regulation that's most stringent and working our way through that. But if you can follow those sets of rules, the process, it's there for a reason. I never thought I'd be sitting up here saying, hey, we need to be more regulated. But the farther I get in this industry, the farther I work with water, mold, fire, air quality, the more I'm becoming an advocate for us needing to have some sort of regulation.
Well, without the regulation, you're standing out there on the edge by yourself.
Yeah.
And you're competing against people that aren't following any rules or regulations.
Yep, absolutely.
And doing things that are not helpful to the industry. And then you come in trying to do it right, and you're questioned and scrutinized. So we see that all over the country. Because I mean, we teach in all 5 states, and counting DC as a state, that require licensing. And we've actually sent to all governors over the last 5 or 10 years a draft of a bill that kind of works a combination of what all the other states are doing that are licensed. And you get some movement, but it just drags on and nobody wants to make those decisions.
Yep. I Property Crafts behind you 100%. Whatever you need in Colorado from us, we'll be there with you.
Well, we're not as big out on the West Coast as we are on the East, but we do have a lot of classes and a lot of personnel now starting to take over out there. And I'm just sorry, I'm not distracted. I'm just looking around watching people, wandering, taking stuff off our table. We have the Normie TV stickers and keychain things, whatever stuff.
This conference it's huge right now. If you're around, get over here, at least come to the exhibit, come say hi to Normie. There is so many vendors here. It's unbelievable.
Anything shock you this year? Anything new?
I literally came here right at 2:30 and I've been kind of sitting in this area. I haven't made it all the way through yet. So
are you going to be in any of the training tracks?
I decided this time not to do it. I just got done with the experience in Fort Lauderdale in April. Worked all summer long. Did the CORE conference, the CORE Collective conference last week in Austin, Texas. And so I decided not to do any of the tracks this time. Shame on me, but didn't want to miss the exhibit.
Oh, I'm glad you're here. That's the important part.
Thank you.
Well, I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Lance. Very nice to chat with you.
Doing interviews the next few days, so feel free to stop back.
Absolutely. We'll make sure to get some of my team over as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Lance.
We'll say Mark Quigley, which is the name that he goes by, for his friends, which apparently I have now considered. So this is all good. So how you doing?
Pretty good, Lance. Thanks very much.
Yeah, Mark's been with us for quite some time. He's gone through some of our training, and you're located in South Florida, right?
Yeah, Southwest, over in Naples.
Oh, okay. Well, you were down there for all the damage from the previous storms from last year.
Actually, Hurricane Ian. So we're still struggling with some of that damage. So, yep, it hit us pretty hard.
Well, you weren't affected by the recent storm that just went through. That was north of you guys.
Yeah, it a little bit more rain, but no, it hit up quite a way north of us. So no, not at all.
Well, I don't know if it's good or bad, but there's 5 storms out there now, and there's one they're forecasting as a Cat 4. They don't know where it's going. They say it's heading east. I mean, towards the east coast. So anyways, kind of keep your fingers crossed it doesn't cause.
Yeah, I'm not surprised at all, especially with the temperature of the ocean. So
somebody said that around a week or two ago that the Atlantic Ocean by Miami hit 101 degrees.
Yeah, I heard that. That's just bizarre.
The same report I was watching was talking about them going to a category 6 and 7 on the hurricane scale because of the increase in the water temperatures. They feel they're going to need to increase that. It's almost up to tornado speeds.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, that's just that would be horrific.
Yeah. Well, as far as your business goes down there, because I know you've been busy, what are you seeing as far as the industry? Because I know there's a big shift in insurance and everything down there. A lot of insurance companies are bailing out of the state.
Right. So even though I've done the Normie training and I'm a licensed mold assessor, I'm actually from the biohazard industry. So
Right.
that's where a lot of my time is really spent. So we could be looking at unattended death or suicides or those type of things. But bio also brings into being bacterial contaminations.
Right.
And so a lot of people ask me to come and test because I'm a mold assessor, so I will test, but I'm looking at it from a slightly different point of view. And so I will test for mold, I'll test for mycotoxins, I'll test for bacteria. And so we know, insurance will cover for mold, but it gets a little bit hazier when it comes to biohazard. So a lot of the homeowner policies do actually cover for that, and a lot of people aren't aware of that. So I don't generally deal with insurance at all. So because of the fields that I'm in.
Do you do crime scene cleanup?
Yes. Yep. Uh-huh.
How about things like fentanyl, meth labs, stuff like that?
Yeah. So it's with fentanyl, it's becoming a pretty severe problem. So yes, there is that as well.
I know I can tell you in the Northeast, fentanyl has gotten so bad that it's now acceptable to sell Narcan over the counter from almost all drugstores. They're actually giving it away. If you contact the state, they're just giving out Narcan to counteract the fentanyl effects.
Yeah.
And dealing with that, that's one of the things that, the people that are listening right now, if you're in this industry and you're dealing with crime scene cleanup, or just in general, being aware of fentanyl is a must, because you can come in contact with it and not realize it, and all of a sudden become a victim of it without being somebody that's a user.
Yeah, well, I was talking to one of the county that I'm in, I reside in and operate in is Collier County. And I was talking to the undersheriff there a couple of months ago, and he was saying it's becoming a major concern, and there isn't a week that goes by where one of their patrol cars is contaminated. And he even went to extent saying that while there aren't the proliferation of labs, he's expecting it to come. So yeah, it's becoming a growing problem. And so you walk into a contaminated space or an unattended death. I mean, how did that death happen? And so you need to know, was it a drug overdose? Because there is certainly different protocols that you've got to undertake for the cleanup.
One of the big things that we've been talking about with a lot of our members in trainings is being aware of fentanyl and some of the other street drugs, if you want to call it, that are out there that you're not aware of. You could be going in to do a simple mold job. I'm not saying simple, but just something isolated to mold, and come in contact with all this other stuff, dealing with hoarders, dealing with drug addicts. You don't know the people that you're dealing with. And if you don't know how to recognize the symptoms, if you're being affected, it could be too late by the time that you do realize something's wrong. So being aware of that's just something that you have to know.
Well, that's exactly right. So, I mean, one of the things that I do first and foremost is doing a risk assessment. And so if I step onto a site, I've got to assess that risk. What is the risk to myself? What is the risk to my team? And what is the risk to the future inhabitants of that scene? So yeah, that's one of the first steps that you've got to undertake.
One of the things that we see with a lot of our members, and we try to talk about this, and it's a touchy subject, is when you're doing interviews and you're doing your risk assessment, as you call it, you want to listen to the person you talk to. You want to believe what they're telling you. But more times than not, they're not giving you the truth, or at least a full picture of what's really going on. I mean, I've been in the emergency medical field for almost 50 years. And we were, for the last 10 years or so, dealing with people wearing fentanyl patches. And, they'll have a prescription for a fentanyl patch. Problem is, you'll see somebody going through an overdose, and you take their patch off. And as you're checking them, you're finding another 8, 9, 10 patches stuck to them. And these things are dermal absorbent, meaning if you touch them or touch their skin, you are getting affected by it. So if you're not using gloves and PPE or sometimes masks, you could become a victim of trying to help somebody or clean up an environment.
Well, I mean, that's exactly right. And so any situation, the minimum that I walk in in with is a powered air respirator. And I learned that lesson the hard way in 2013 down in New Zealand. I had an active asbestos sampling business, surveying business down there, and used to sample a lot of mold as well. And so the government department that we were testing for at that time, they asked us to test this particular building. My mold assessor was there. My asbestos assessor was there, and I was the only one there without breathing apparatus. And I went there because I was going to be there for less than a couple of minutes. I just wanted to set these two guys up, and I was gone. And so did that, walked out. That night I got pretty sick, and luckily the next day I was scheduled to fly back home to Naples, and I ended up on my back for the next 8 weeks under the care of an immunologist because I got mold poisoning. And so that's how I discovered I was highly allergic to mold. But so any environment I generally walk into that is a known contamination, I'm always protecting myself. But even when I'm just asked to go into just an ordinary home, for the last 2 years, ever since COVID happened, I have prioritized my immune system. So I will always be doing things that will undertake to strengthen the immune system just in case I'm going to step into a contamination that I'm not aware of.
Do you find that on some mold jobs that you're doing, you start to cross the lines into like the crime scene side of meth labs?
No, it's pretty clear cut. So for me, I will get asked to sample for either mold or mycotoxins, and then when I'm asked to deal with a unattended death, then the police have already been involved, and the scene is cleared before anybody else can step in. So yeah, there is a pretty clear delineation between what sort of things that we're dealing with.
So a little bit outside the normal conversation, do you deal with any specialized equipment like explosion meters and stuff like that for sampling the environments that you're going into? Just for your own?
No, nothing really. It's I mean, the main sampling that I do is I do sample a little bit for asbestos, but I'm nothing like I used to do in New Zealand. I mean, down in New Zealand, I did over 200,000 samples. Here, what I discovered is that the licenses that I held for New Zealand and Australia, once I got north of the equator, my intelligence diminished, and those licenses weren't recognized up here, so I can't use them.
Right.
So I don't really do that much of that type of sampling. So the only sampling I'm really doing is mold, mycotoxins, or bacteria.
As far as asbestos, because you mentioned that earlier, I know for years they talked about removing asbestos. You got to remove it. You got to remove it. You got to use leaf blowers and blow out all the spores and do all that. Now it's shifted, at least in the U.S., to leave in place and encapsulate. Is it that way in Australia and New Zealand?
Yes, because the hierarchy of asbestos is, or actually really any hazardous material, it is removal first. And if you can't remove it, you encapsulate it. If you can't encapsulate it, you seal it. And so the ultimate is to remove it. But sometimes if it isn't in bad repair and the fibers aren't being released, then yes, it's probably better to either encapsulate or seal. So that, yes, it really depends on the circumstance.
So where do you see the industry going? And I'm going to ask more specific to the crime scene cleanup and the fentanyl problem.
Well, yeah, it's a growing business, growing industry, really, because it's becoming more and more prevalent, and so I'm in an environment, an aging environment, being Naples, a lot of retirees. So I'm not going to say that it's God's waiting room, but it's one of them. So,
well, it's funny you mentioned that, because the aging population, I'm changing gears here, is one of the fastest growing segments of the population to abuse illegal drugs. Heroin, methadone, and any of the other drugs that are pain relief, because it's cheaper to buy off the street than it is to get prescriptions, if you can even get prescriptions now. So you're running into any of that. I mean, fentanyl is a big problem because of pain relief.
Right. Well, no, it's not something that I've really come across. It's again, I'm stepping into an unattended death that's already been cleared by the authorities. So it's not as if I've got to drag the body out.
Right, you come in after the medical examiner has done their deal.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it's the cleaning side that you deal with.
Yeah.
No, and I understand that. The problem is the unknowns. Do you get a history or a report from law enforcement of what you're dealing with? Or are you going in blind and just have to ask questions?
No, you've got to ask questions. So really it begins with a phone call. So the initial phone call that you ask, it's a who, what, when, where, and how. And so you gather as much information as you can before you step into that scene. But one thing I have noticed with a lot of the hoarding cleanups we do, hypodermic needles.
Yeah,
it's which it was initially was quite surprising, and so you've got to be prepared for the worst. So even if it has been cleared or whatever, there'll be things that you perhaps didn't expect to find.
It's funny you said that. You mentioned who, what, where, when. Tomorrow, I'm actually doing a presentation on sampling technologies. And the one question that you didn't ask is why. And with what you do, why isn't important. But with the assessment side, testing, the type of testing, it's all about why you do it, why you don't do it. So it's just interesting the way that you listed all of them except for the one on the testing side.
Right.
So,
yeah.
Well, as you can see, the industries are very, very closely matched to each other.
Right.
Crime scene cleanup, mold assessment, mold remediation, water drying, biohazards. It all works together, but it all has its own specific differences.
Yeah, definitely. It's I was involved in the hazard industry down in the South Pacific, and now here I'm involved in the biohazard, but there are certain definite crossovers. And so biohazard here, mold industry here, there are certain crossovers. So you're exactly right. There is certain similarities between all the industries.
I have to ask you, so you mentioned South Pacific. One of the things that I've come across that people don't think about is plants. Now, the different environments and regions that we live in have obviously different types of plants that grow. There's a lot of very toxic and poisonous plants out there. Do you ever run into that at crime scenes or regular mold jobs?
No, not at all. I haven't. No.
Hey, the only reason I bring that up is my wife loves exotic plants. And we have a lot of tropical plants, even though I live in New Jersey. So we bring them in the house, out of the house, depending on the season. there's certain plants, especially we have a few from Hawaii, that the sap is actually poisonous or toxic. That, oh, it's a gorgeous looking plant. It is, unless you ingest or touch the toxins.
Right. Yeah, well, I think the closest I come to poisonous plants is southern vine or those type of things, but they're outside really. So no, not an issue.
Well, the other point to that is there's a drug called Digitalis that is a drug that's used for regulating heart rates. It can actually stop a heart, and it is in a plant called, I believe, foxglove,
right?
Which is very common throughout the U.S. and many parts of the world. That people don't realize just handling that plant can cause your heart rate to change to fast or slow or things like that. And this is all involved around not being a crime, but just being the unexpected things that you come in contact with. And as crime scene cleanup, you never know what you're dealing with.
Yeah, exactly. Well, exactly. I mean, it is a crime scene. So with those sort of situations, the person has stepped outside of the law. So you don't know what they've been involved with.
Right. And truthfully, the word truthfully doesn't really apply, because you're not going to get that information from the people that you're working for or with.
Yep,
so,
for sure.
All right. Well, I appreciate your time. Your insight is always interesting, because the crime scene side is different than what we normally deal with. And I know we want to start getting more advanced to crime scene exposure training, because even if you're not doing the cleanup, you need to be aware of what to look for.
Right, of course. Yep.
So, one of the things about meth labs is the volatility of the chemistry. Going in with electronics and just starting them up could cause an explosion.
Right, of course.
That's why I asked you earlier about explosion meters. It's different things that fire departments would carry. But, it sounds like you have a procedure, you have a practice that you go through for safety, which is something that all of our people need to do, no matter what piece of the industry they're in.
Yeah, for sure.
So I thank you, sir. Appreciate it, as
always. Always a pleasure, Lance. So anytime.
And like I said, we're going to be here for the next few days, so we may drag you back in here for something else.
Yep, no problem.
All right. Thank you very much. Give
Thanks
me
a
one
lot.
second here. Okay, everybody, we are back, and I have Michael Pinto with me right now, who is one of our Normie members and senior trainers, actually. And we did quite a bit of training this morning, where Michael actually did the final session in our training track, dealing with mycotoxins and dealing with sensitized individuals, I believe.
It was very exciting, and it is pretty much new information. The science has been collecting slowly, in my opinion, over the last 12 or 14 years. But when you finally put it all together and actually see the picture that is painting for you about mycotoxins and the dangers that they pose for people and why they're so difficult to clean up and why we have to adjust our cleaning methodologies to deal with them, it really is kind of mind-blowing for a lot of people.
Well, you had standing room only in there this afternoon. I was in there and I took a look and said, every chair is like filled here, it's standing room only. So people are getting aware or becoming aware of the sensitized individual issue, and they want more info on it.
Well, the sensitized individuals, and then that ties back to the mycotoxins, because the poisons are clearly what's causing a lot of the health effects for these sensitized individuals. So for those folks who aren't as familiar with that terminology, the medical science, the physical science in regards to the mold, the sampling science, and the remediation science are all coming to a focal point right now that's helping us understand the importance of the mycotoxins, and most importantly, how to deal with the mycotoxins.
How about the medical field? Are they paying real attention to this, or are they still, it's not quite in their arena?
Well, it's interesting that you mentioned that, because it's really segments of the medical field. The naturopaths and the doctors that specialize with the physician assistants and things like that, that specialize with the sensitized individuals, they get mycotoxins. They're on it. 4 or 5 years ago, when I was talking about mycotoxins and had the, sense from some of the kind of more esoteric research studies and stuff that they were more dangerous or bigger part of the problem than what we understand now or that we now understand. There was some skepticism on the side of the medical professionals, but the ones who are dealing with sensitized individuals, they get it. The majority of the medical professionals, however, don't deal with that, and they still don't get mold, let alone mycotoxins. So two different parts.
We see that all the time where somebody will go to a doctor or an allergist and they're treated with all kinds of injections and oral medications and then sent back to the environment that's causing them the problems.
Yeah. And I certainly don't want to, paint with too broad of a brush or say anything negative toward our medical professional colleagues and stuff. But people don't understand a lot of times the allergist, just by their training and by the way that whole industry is developed, they're about symptom control. They're not necessarily about solving the problem. And so then when you add the extra of the problem solving goes into the environment rather than into the person necessarily, then you've got two strikes against you. Yeah. And so we've done little training seminars and things for allergists, and by and large, they're not interested.
No, and I've seen that because I've talked with allergists too. And no, we stay in our lane. We provide allergy shots and medications, but nobody addresses the cause.
Yeah, it's symptoms versus cause. And I would point out that that's some of that is actually true for the remediation industry too. How many people are there just to rip out the mold and never, take a close look at where the water's coming from or how is the HVAC working or not working? And how many times have we talked about HVAC units being oversized for a house and then you've got excess humidity? Well, if you're just dealing with the mold itself and not fixing those underlying issues, those poor people are left. What is it going to be? 6 months, a year before the mold comes back because you didn't solve the water problem?
You're absolutely right. I mean, I did a presentation this morning. Actually, my segment was before yours. And I talked to the group about words mean things, but they mean different things depending on what industry you're in, what your education level is, what you're exposed to. And telling somebody something that we take for granted because we know how it affects people, they hear something different. And it's very confusing when you try to tell somebody you need to, well, why? It doesn't make sense. My doctor said this.
Yes. And not to turn it completely back toward myself or anything, but that's one of the reasons that the presentation this morning on the mycotoxins was laid out the way that it was. It was foundational first. We have to, people don't even know what mycotoxins are, where they come from, why they stick on surfaces, why they're difficult to clean. So, if you don't back up and start with those basics, even people who have been in the industry for 10, 15 years, they're looking at you, well, why should I change what I'm doing now? Right? Because it's been working so far. Well, it's been working for some, and, I'm not denigrating that, but for the sensitized individual, or you run into a situation where the mycotoxins are playing a heavier role in the exposure issues, and your standard remediation just isn't going to cut it.
Right. And that causes frustration with the people that aren't being trained or not being trained, but the public that you're dealing with. And then you start to get a bad reputation because you're not fixing the issue because you're not addressing the sensitized individual's needs.
Yeah. And worse than that, though, you're getting a bad reputation, but you're getting a bad reputation to the rest of the industry too.
Yeah.
So how many times have I heard by the time the client gets to us, we've had 3 remediations. We've had 4 remediations. These people are suffering a little bit.
Absolutely. I've had 6 people out here doing this, and it's over and over. Why are you any different? What are you going to, and then you get to explain to them, the different levels of training and the causes. It makes sense to people at that point. Though you did say something a moment ago that just hit me, and it's a line from a movie I saw. You said, turning around about me, what you were saying.
Yeah.
I said, I think the line from the movie went something like, okay, enough about me. Let's talk about you. What do you think about me? Gee, just breaking it up from.
I like that. So what do you think?
I can't say. It's just live.
Yeah, it's
there's
true.
no editing here.
It's true.
No, it was really great. It is great working with you. We've done some training together. I've attended a lot of your classes. I've done a lot of the admin support, behind the scenes. So we've worked on a lot of stuff, and the reception that you're given from the students is really, it can be, I guess, overwhelming, because they just want to flock around you. Tell me more, and they become information sponges, and you just can't give it to them fast enough.
Yes, and a lot of that is because they aren't getting the answers from people that they expect to get the answers from.
Right.
And I would say the other thing I've kind of made my career on is being that bridge between the professional and the layperson. And I thank God I've got an ability, and it's a gift, to take these very complex issues and present them in a way that people understand at a common level. And it's not saying that people are dumb or anything like that. It's just they don't spend all day reading the studies and being the mold geek like
they're not
I am.
exposed to the industry.
Right.
They don't see that. One of the things that we found out about some of the more advanced courses that you teach, we have to be cautious that you don't let somebody in that has no training.
Right.
Because it becomes a detriment to the class, because they're so far behind, they don't understand. And then they're asking questions that the majority of the class that has training already knows the information. So it's something that becomes difficult. You don't want to make prerequisites. However, it's something that we really need to discuss and talk about for these classes.
Yeah, because you have to respect the other people in the class too.
Yeah.
You can't have one person. You run into the other issue too sometimes, where people have a lot of experience and they come in and because of the experience they have, they almost act like they're a co-instructor. They just want to comment on everything that you say. And at some point it's like, I appreciate that, but if you want to be an instructor, develop your own material and talk to Normie and see if it passes muster to do a class. But
you're right.
The other thing I did want to mention is that the training also has to be based on something real. And one of the reasons I think it's such a good fit with Wonder Makers and Normie is because Normie talks about professional practices. They talk about this is what you need to do. This is the goal that you need to meet for your different remediation steps.
And there's endpoints. It's not just open,
Right.
There's requirements and things that you have to reach in order to qualify that job is done right.
Right. So sometimes it's not so much, there can be a lot of flexibility in the how we're going to do things, but ultimately we have to get to that endpoint. We have to know where that project is going to end. And then that's what the professional practices do for us. They tell us both how to get there, but they also, because there's steps to it, but they also say at the end, this is what the end result should look like. And that's huge.
So let me put you on the spot here. And what do you think the chances are that we could take the segment you did this morning and actually do it for a Normie continuing education training?
Okay, just put me right on the spot. Thank you there, Lance. I appreciate that.
Not that we're twisting your arm or anything.
Yeah, so now what am I supposed to say? No?
Well,
well, thank you for the offer.
You got to remember, it's not about you. It's about me thinking about you. That's where that goes.
Yes. Well, actually, what it should be would be about us serving the Normie membership. And if you think that what you heard today was good enough that you would like to put it up on the training and everything, I would be honored. I mean, it's the presentation's already done, and so it's not that much more work to just go through it another time. And I'm sure there's a lot of Normie members who weren't able to make it down here to the Experience Conference, and I think that would be a forum, and then people could ask some questions and stuff too.
Sure could. One of the things that you know, I always talk about is with technology, don't fear the technology. You don't have to understand it completely, but you have to be aware that it's there. Same thing with this. Don't fear learning about mycotoxins and more advanced training and technology in this industry. Be aware that it exists, though, because you can always say, I don't know the answer, but I know where to go to get it.
Exactly. And the fact of the matter is that one of the things we talk about in the session and certainly can emphasize a little bit on the, member training is just some clues that you should be familiar with to know that you're walking into the, kind of the mycotoxin minefield.
Sure.
So that, because that's going to be the thing that hurts people the most, is that they are doing their standard remediation. They're having great success with that. They expect that this next project is going to be pretty straightforward.
And the conditions have changed and the requirements have changed.
Or the occupant is different. Right. And if they don't have enough information to identify those clues that tells them that, then they could be in trouble.
Yeah, absolutely right. Well, I think it would be very beneficial for any crowd that we can put, whether it's online or in person, in front of you to learn about this technology, about the research that's been done, about things that they can do to improve the work that they're doing for desensitized individuals, which is what, 25% of the population now?
Yeah. Yeah. I want to pick up on that comment too, because one of the things that's most important to me is this idea that in the restoration industry in general, and even in the mold remediation industry, there's so much MUS, that's muss, made up stuff.
Yep.
And so the information that I brought forward this morning that I'm, that we'll have to set up a time to share with the rest of the Normie membership, it's not made up stuff. It's science. It's documented. It's, you do the hard work. You got to get the footnotes. You got to have the studies, legitimate peer-reviewed studies, so that, it's real science behind it. And as I explained in the session this morning, it's not that anecdotal data isn't useful. So if I run a project the same way 5 times and I have success 5 times in a row, that's anecdotal data. And that tells me, okay, I'm on to something. But that's not scientific data that is explaining why you're having that particular success.
Well, it's funny you mentioned that, because this morning during my presentation, and what mine was about all different types of sampling technology and equipment and things out there. But it all comes down to the question, why? Why do you use that device? Why do you do that type of sample? Why don't you do that kind? And this industry doesn't always address why things are done. And that's what needs to be there.
And I mean, we'll take it back one step previous to that. The one before you was Doug talking about assessments. Exactly. And it's the same thing. Why do you do the assessments? Why should you do a better assessment than what you're doing right now? And he's got like 6 things there. You're protecting yourself from liability. You're answering the question is what's going on. You're helping to write a work plan. I mean, he goes through that whole list, but by and large, it's answering the why question so that you can then move confidently from the why to the what are we going to do.
It's funny. I talked with Doug before I did the presentation, and he made a change to the PowerPoint that I had set up for it. It was the word why that was on the screen. We're in Vegas. He changed it to WHY on dice. We're in Vegas. It had to be that way. So it made the point.
Indeed.
Well, thank you, sir.
What a blessing.
Been a pleasure. And we'll do more of this, and we will get together as far as picking a time to do a recertification training or some sort of training with your presentation that you did today for the Normie membership. And we'll see about doing it on an open feed like this.
Yeah. And I just got to tell you, thank you, Lance. I mean, if you thought it was good enough to actually invite me back to share with the other Normie members, that's high praise for me. And I appreciate you very much. I joke with you too much, but I do appreciate you.
Now, you know what? It's such a serious industry, yet you have to lighten up a little bit.
Yeah. Yep.
I mean, I went to a woman's house once to do an assessment. She was terrified. that we were going to find mold and it was going to be a horrific situation. And I could see how she was shaking. And I took her by the arm and I said, come with me. And we walked to the front door. And I said, do you see a bulldozer out there? She's looking. She said, no. I said, we're not knocking your house down. We're just here talking. Relax. It's not that bad. And she calmed down. So there's a fear out there, and we really need to help people with that.
Yeah. And unfortunately, there's too many people in the industry, remediators and assessors, who think it's their job to put that fear in people, because I would just say because they can then take advantage of them. And I'm sorry to have to say that about people in our own industry, but there's people in every industry that are going to not do it the right way either.
Well, the easy way is we try to set a bar at a high level, and the measurement of that bar is you do the right thing because it's the right thing to do.
That's right.
And that's it.
Yep. And that's what those practices, those normally professional practices, are all based on. That's why those practices get adjusted on a fairly regular basis to keep up with what's going on in the industry. I'm telling you, I'm so excited to be part of Normie. That is a plug direct to you guys, because
we'll take it.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Enough about you. What do you think about me?
Yeah.
We'll go back to that.
It's enough about me. It's what I think about Normie.
Right.
So there you go. Blessings.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Stand by a second. Experience live. And we are now talking with one of the players, we'll call you, Mike Delzano from BMP Media.
BMP Media.
R&R.
I'm the publisher of R&R.
And these guys are running the show.
Yeah, if you can believe that. And I used to, I always try, I wanted to avoid being called a player when I was younger. And I don't know, somehow I lured my wife into marrying
Trust
me.
me, you're
anyway.
not younger
I'm
anymore.
not.
Neither am I.
No,
It's
we
okay.
had the discussion way too much, you and me.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
We are, we purchased, our company purchased the experience last year, and we'll probably, Larry, this is Larry Cooper's last show, as has been well documented. So starting on Saturday, we're gonna take over. We're really excited about this. What a great event this has been for so long, and we're just honored to be in it, really.
I've gone to many of the experience shows with Larry doing it, and it's always been such a warm, friendly feeling. And last show was your first one under new management, and I noticed a big change even with this one, feeling more like the old experience show, which is nice.
That's great to hear. Thank you. We one of the things we wanted to do, this is such a traditional event. Both of the events are so traditional and they're so ingrained in our industry. The last thing we want to do is come up and say, you know what? We're changing the name. We're changing. We're not. No. We want to make it. It's hands-on is the key. Family friendly, fun, things like that. We definitely aren't going to end that anytime soon.
Well, I think one of the big transitions, and we talked about this over the last show, you guys run a lot of other shows also, but this one's kind of special, and I think it's outside the normal mold, and I think you guys got it, I think you listened.
Yeah, BNP Media runs 65 events, and we have about 40 or 50 other regular media brands like R&R. So they do this a lot. They do this for a long time, and you're exactly right. This is not a cookie cutter event. And we learned that quickly. Yeah, it's just dense. There's a lot of fun things. I learned something today. I'm supposed to be having some kind of a boss type role starting Saturday. I'm like, oh, you know what? I better look into that.
Wait a minute, I'm in charge. Where'd that come from?
Let this happen. But that's okay. That's okay. I think we're in a position now to kind of. And I was talking to Larry the other day. We just want to, and as you know, we gave him the award last night, but for good reason. He's been a leader of our industry for a long time, and I think that what we want to do is just expand on it if we can. Take what's been great and maybe see how we could tweak it to make it a little better.
Well, I noticed, obviously this is your bigger show. You do 2 experiences a year, and this is the bigger of the 2, but it's been crowded.
It's a good show. It came out, and it's funny. These events are all like this. The attendance is down, attendance is down, losing sleep. And then suddenly last month, it all comes together. It always seems to work out like that, but it's still, I don't know. It's my Italian and Polish upbringing makes me scared of that a little bit.
Well, it's funny because we did our training track today, and I actually was a speaker on one of them. But when I wasn't, I was going around scanning the ID badges of people. And I started to hit a bunch of badges that wouldn't scan. And I noticed that they were all people from the UAV conference, all wanting to be in and watching our presentations.
there is a drone conference going on right now down
Yeah.
the street. And actually, some people have actually legitimately registered for both of us, not trying to sneak in like our drone
Well,
friends today.
they wouldn't scan, so I knew
Okay.
they were bad. But but they were sitting there watching the shows. Going, okay, whatever.
Yeah,
That's
so great.
Yeah, so it was really interesting to see all these other people from a completely different industry sitting in on lectures on mold and indoor air quality, and it's pretty good.
It is pretty good, and we have great content here. We have great relevant content. You talk about I know you on the IAQ station on Normie TV. There's a few other brands I work for BNP Media. The IAQ is so important. It's crossing over so many brands. I listened to some of our keynote speakers today. Legitimately, we all wanted to clean and watch the air quality during the pandemic. And suddenly when the pandemic ended, I guess everybody thought, well, problem solved, we're good. But you and I both know that's just simply not true.
Well, the strange thing, and I'll say funny, but the strange thing about when COVID hit, the population that we've been trying to talk to for years realized that breathing is a thing. It seems to be something important now. We need to pay attention to that. And there was such awareness brought to it that now people are starting to listen when you talk about other things that are out there affecting their health. When you go to the doctor and they treat your symptom and then send you back to the same place that made you sick, they say, wait a minute, this doesn't make sense. And they're coming back to the indoor air quality.
Yeah.
I have a good friend that owns a very large air conditioning company, and they deal with major hospitals and school systems and everything. And he says, oh, we stay in our niche. I said, well, your niche is growing because of what's happening with buildings. He goes, what do you mean? I said, when's the last time you went into a commercial building that had windows that opened? They can't do away with the services you provide.
You're right. That's a great point.
They don't open, whether it's for security purposes or for keeping temperature control. They don't have windows that open. So your air conditioning company becomes the way that buildings breathe all year long. And he goes, you're right. We've never looked at it that way.
I just watched Dr. Skinner's presentation yesterday, and
Dr. Gavin,
he did a great job, as he always does. And he said some things like that. We all were making jokes about touching dirty knobs and handles and stuff, because that didn't do anything. What happened was the fact that everything was flying through the air.
Yeah,
that was the problem. And it always is, whether there's COVID or not, that's always going to be the problem. And I think people are starting to really turn the corner and realize that that's what we got to look at. And I thank you and Normie for shining a light on that as well. So well.
Well, we talk about it, and during some of the trainings that I do, I talk about how come indoor air quality now has become an issue. And COVID was the main driving force for that. But when you put it in terms that people understand, where I tell them that you can go 20 to 40 days without eating, or a healthy adult can do that. You can go 3 to 7 days without drinking water. You got 4 to 6 minutes without breathing. That's it.
That's it.
So I think in the importance level, it's up there, because you can't say, I'll breathe tomorrow. You can't stop it. And the average person breathes 20,000 times a day. So wait a minute, you mean that's what I do? Well, yes, that's what you do. How can you not pay attention to it?
No, that's exactly right. It's more and more important. And you know what? I read somewhere too that, and I guess this is a duh thing to say, but you never think about it. When you're asleep, you breathe.
Yeah,
when you're walking, you breathe. The only time we think about breathing is when we're thinking about breathing. Other than that, we naturally do it.
Or if there's something wrong with the conditions we're breathing. The wildfires in Canada again highlighted the problem. The eastern part of the United States. Now I know this part, the western part of the United States, deals with the fires from California all the time.
Right.
I'm on the East Coast. We don't have these issues. If it's a localized fire, something small, it goes away in a day. We were infiltrated, I guess the only way to do it, with smoke from Canada for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
I mean, you looked up at the sun and it was in the middle of the day, dark out. And we never experienced that. But the air quality got so bad, people couldn't go outside. And what stuck out in everybody's mind was the indoor air quality in most homes is 10 times more polluted than the outdoor air. So people that are sensitized go outside to feel better. They couldn't. So now they were looking at air that wasn't crystal clear It was foggy, smoky, and it became an attention getter. It's like hitting somebody a cloudy glass of water. Drink that. I'm not drinking that. Well, you can't say I'm not breathing that.
Yeah. What do you mean? It's the same water. Why won't you drink that? Right.
Well, it's cloudy now.
Right.
You know, so it hasn't been filtered as well or whatever. But it was an attention wake up moment for people.
Yeah. I used to work for a magazine called Snips, which deals in the HVAC, the duct, sheet metal, the duct wing of it. So that's big IAQ wing. And then we learned a lot about that. And it's just a fascinating how important that is. One of the things we go through life just taking for granted, but it's essential. And just continuing to work on it is what we're doing. And we're going to start, we do a lot at this event, the experience, frankly. There's a lot of discussions about that, a lot of discussions about cleaning, obviously restoration where we live. And again, you hear a lot of happy people over there. There's a party has begun.
Yeah, well, they put the bar right next to our booth, which was okay.
Yeah. I have a funny feeling you picked this booth specifically for that.
Well, we were here first, and then they brought the bar over. I think Andrea was involved with that.
Andrea?
Yeah.
Yes.
She was involved.
Our lovely event manager, Andrea Hansen.
Yes,
help out
and
with
I
that.
thanked her for that.
Yes.
I really did.
Very good.
Yeah. So going forward,
Yes.
what do you see happening with the experience?
Well, we're going to be in Chattanooga the first week in April, and this specifically, that's what's right in front of us now. Right after the show, we'll start gearing up for that. We're going to be doing a plant tour at Shaw Flooring. That's the reason we're in Chattanooga actually for this.
Great.
We'll be back here at the Caesars Forum next September, right after Labor Day. As the traditional date.
Okay.
And as far as the ins and outs of the experience, what I'm doing is I'm going around from booth to booth and calling the sponsors and saying, look, we all love the experience. This is the time to discuss what you'd like to see. You know, what I don't like this. I like this. Now, again, not wholesale changes at all. Just if you want to tweak something, if you'd like to see something, I can't think of a better time than now to have that discussion. And I'm ready to have that discussion. It's exciting.
Well, I'll tell you, one of the strange things we were discussing this the other night, we're sitting out at the lounge in the center of the Lynx Hotel where we're staying. And we're talking about the difference of going to an event in Las Vegas. And one of the big things that came up was, besides the gambling and all the other, glitzy stuff, you can actually walk 5 minutes in any direction and come across an oxygen bar where you can sit and just breathe oxygen in for a few minutes to sober up, to feel better, to wake up. Or better yet, they now have IV stations with nurses where you can go for an IV if you're dehydrated.
Well, you walk, I mean, that's great, by the way. Number one.
That's for me, but,
right. I think a negative, usually I try to be positive, but with Las Vegas, I get a little negative sometimes. But you walk through the casinos and you breathe smoke for 10 minutes getting out. Yeah, I could go for some oxygen after that. It's probably a good idea.
Well, I don't think it's the reason they do it, but how you doing? How you doing? Sorry, we got people just stopping by saying hello.
Your fans. I like it.
So, you know what? It's just a whole different experience out here. It really is.
Yeah.
If you could shorten the 6-hour plane ride, that would make it better. Coming from the East Coast.
You get a direct flight?
Yeah.
That's great. I couldn't even get that from Ohio. I had to stop in Denver and get that nice bumpiness over the Rockies, which is always so fun.
Depends on the time of the day and the thermals rising and stuff. But yeah, we spoke with some of the pilots about that, and they were very friendly and wanted to talk about it.
Very good.
It's gonna get a little rough now. Okay.
I think that this is where I think I can't ever predict this. I can't see us ever leaving Las Vegas in the fall.
No, it's part of the culture. Plus you're getting your West Coast attendance. Yeah. I know Larry did a show in the middle of the country around a year ago. I forgot where it was.
Cincinnati.
That's right. And he was telling us some statistics that it's within 6 hours driving of, I think, 60% of the U.S. population. That's massive.
If you look at a population map, it's just amazing how many people still live east of the Mississippi.
Yeah.
As compared to the West. I mean, it's been 150 years since the gold rush or more, right? But still, not a lot of people out here compared to the East Coast.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you know what? The gold rush is something that I talk about with a lot of our members, and I warned them about with advertising and stuff like that. And they go, what do you mean the gold rush in advertising? I said, well, during the gold rush, everybody went out west to do digging and everything else to find their fortune. the only people that made money were the people that sold the picks and shovels.
As we talked about that. You called me a typical salesperson. I think last time I answered this jokingly. I hope.
Yes.
I said, well, they had a need and they provided the need. It doesn't matter. There was no gold.
It oozed out. Yes, it did. Yes, it did. So I noticed, I think that was your wife that was here a few minutes
Yeah,
ago.
she was, she looked at, rolled her eyes that he won't stop talking and walked
Had
away.
Too much
Yeah.
fun and just walked away. So yeah, I get that. Well, I appreciate you spending the time. I know you have a lot to do here with all these vendors and everything, and greatly appreciate it. And you know what? You seem to be listening to the people that are here, because I do notice a big change in the show from the last one.
Well, that's exactly what we're trying to do. People love coming to this event. There's a loyal audience here, and we're gonna see what they want and continue on from there. So I'm just happy. We're so thrilled to be a part of this. Thrilled to be partners with Normie and such great sponsors of this event, and let's hope that continues forever.
Well, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir.
And all the changes and everything else, and putting the bar next to us. It was all good.
We could have that as part of your sponsorship next year if you want.
I'm going to hold you to that.
In your booth.
We got witnesses. They're all online. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye. We're still here at the Experience Show, and we've been doing interviews, and they just did a big spread of food they put out. So everybody kind of migrated away. So it's a little bit quieter for us now to talk and do another interview. I got Mr. Jones here, and I'm going to call him Mr. Jones because he's just so proper about everything that we do.
I like that.
He's the founder and CEO of Superstratum. And I'm going to let you just explain what that is, because the name itself sounds gigantic. So go for it.
Yeah, it's a little catchy name we came up with. It came from one of our flagship products called our Smart Polymer Coating, the super. We all know what that word means. It's strata, which means that top layer. So it kind of goes along with this idea of our Smart Polymer Coating that, one of the unique things about our protocol is that we finish that protocol and we add that Smart Polymer Coating layer that is invisible. It's water resistant, abrasion resistant. And so that's where the name came from.
So it's a chemistry or a chemical company.
Mm-hmm. We're a chemical manufacturing and development company. We're primarily focused on the problem of mycotoxins. So we work with a lot of mold remediators, contents cleaners, HVAC cleaners. And we also have a new service company, our first Superstratum Network Pro in the Middle Tennessee area that's going out in the field and using these protocols to holistically treat entire building envelopes and to remove the mycotoxins often left behind from molds.
Okay. Well, I'm going to talk about that in a minute, but I want to go back to the chemistry side of it.
Yeah.
Your product, what you're doing, how does it differ from a lot of the other stuff that's on the market? There's all kinds of stuff out there.
Absolutely. So, a lot of chemistries that probably a lot of people listening will be familiar with, the peroxides, the peracetic acids, even, the quaternary ammonium salts. These chemistries, uniquely to our polymer coating, they can do a fine job at removing mold, at killing mold, removing stains. But oftentimes, once that moisture comes back, that chemical is washed away. There's no long-term performance when you're removing that mold. So our polymer chemistry is designed to last, in many cases, 25 years. We just got a review last week with somebody that used it 15 years ago and came back to us and said, wrote this big review, actually had to go find our new company because so much time had gone by. So really the biggest difference in the existing chemistries is our moisture resistance. Our coating actually loves moisture. That's what makes it active.
How is it for UV resistance? Like, is it an outdoor product also?
It's also an outdoor product. So we get, the efficiency of that product depends on the surface you're putting it on and how much wear it's getting. So if you sprayed it in your shower, we typically see about 10 to 12 weeks of performance. You won't have any grout any mold or mildew growing in that grout line. You put it on an exterior application, say vinyl siding, or if you got a lot of our customers, they'll power wash their slippery sidewalks or their brick and spray it down there. We see about 2 years of, protection against growth in those instances. And then once you get inside the home, get into cavities, that sort of thing. And we give a 10-year warranty on that. But we see performance, like in that case, 15 years and 20 plus years.
What does a warranty mean? You say like a 10-year warranty. What is that?
Yep. So we will replace that product. We guarantee that product will work. There are some stipulations in that, of course, around, if there's future water damage incidents.
Mm-hmm.
But really what that is, it's that protection, for that remediator, knowing that they don't have to come back. And if something went wrong or if there was a moisture event after, they're not going to get that call back. They're not getting blamed for that. If that extra layer of protection, it's very economical. It's very cost effective, to include that protection. And one of the ways that we're utilizing this product, a lot of builders now are starting to pre-treat homes. In fact, we just treated a 24,000 square foot build. It was a brand new $20 million home. and they coated every piece of wood in that building with this polymer to protect those cavities.
Well, we know there's always a problem with building because the lumber yard shows up, delivers the stuff, it lays in the dirt and the rain and everything else, and nobody ever cleans it. So
Exactly.
this
It's
is new.
inoculated as soon as that house goes up.
Interesting. So in the comparison to other products, what is your product classified as?
Yeah, well, I'll back up a little bit here. We have a few different products. So
okay.
Our patent pending protocol, what we call our SMART protocol, this is a combination of 3 different chemicals, which I'll talk about. The SMART polymer coating being the last one, but it's a full protocol. It involves some hardware, some different things. Of course, every job is different, right? But what our protocol primarily consists of, the first step is a hypochlorous acid. This is a chemical that's starting to gain some popularity. We have a unique version of that product, very shelf stable, and it has the right pH balance. So the first step of our protocol is we fog that into that environment. So that's the first chemical. Second chemical is chlorine dioxide gas. We come in after that humidity is raised, we use the gas in that environment, and then we'll use multi-cluster ionization, put positive pressure into that building, push the gas out, replace it with the fresh air, and then we'll use the coating last. So of all of our, we have a few of those chemistries. Our polymer coating is proprietary and unique. The other 2 chemistries, and this is something that's very important to us, is they're biodegradable salt-based chemistries. They don't leave any toxic chemicals behind. We exist for that sensitized patient. Those are our customers. They're the people.
And that's what I was
sick.
going to ask.
Yeah.
I mean, is there any kind of residuals, off gassing, anything like that can cause long-term effects?
No, we have for years and years on our coating, even for years and years, we've had actually people say when we found this technology, it was being sold under the brand name. And when we took it offline, we started getting emails. And one of the first emails we got was a customer who said, I've used this thing for years. It's the only chemical that I can use in my house that doesn't create additional sensitivities. And that's what we found, with these customers. They've never had any problems with hypochlorous acid or chlorine dioxide. And even our polymer coating, is not causing reactions in people.
Any special precautions for usage?
In regards to the polymer coating?
Well, any of the chemistries.
Well, so hypochlorous acid, no, you don't need any type of PPE. It's a very, very gentle chemical. The chlorine dioxide, yes. The gas there, it can't be inhaled. So when you run that part of the protocol, that's typically done overnight. You vacate the house, remove the people, pets, and plants. But it's biodegradable. It breaks
you
down
need
to a
scuba
salt.
type gear for that?
You need a full scuba suit.
Okay.
Well, of course, PPE on that, a gas mask when you're setting up. And then on the polymer coating, we typically recommend a mask or some overspray, but if it gets on your skin, you just wash it off. It's very gentle and safe.
Where is this as far as EPA registrations and stuff?
Great question. Yeah. So we have an EPA registered product that we are actually just now launching. So that'll be new up on our website probably. Well, this is live, so not by the time this airs, but very, very soon. But primarily our chemicals are not EPA registered. And the reason for that is we are addressing the mycotoxins. Mycotoxins fall outside of the realm of the FIFRA Act. Now, the only exception to that is our polymer coating. And because of the uniqueness of that technology, a lot of people in the industry are not as familiar with what's called the treated articles exemption. Right. And this is something that I explain often to people that the EPA has made a particular exemption within the FIFRA Act. And that says if the antimicrobials used in your product are used to protect, if you're not making any public health claims, and the purpose is to protect an item from degradation of mold, then you don't need an EPA registration. And the EPA gives specific examples of that, and our product fits very, very squarely in that category. So we are limited on certain things we say. This is not a disinfectant. You do not clean mold with this protected product. If we apply it to a clean surface, once that surface is it has been remediated.
Which again is the multi-step process.
Exactly. It's part of our protocol. But once that coating is down there, the way that smart polymer coating works and the technology, it will be protected from any growth. It will survive hundreds of wet dry cycles, and that surface will stay protected.
Interesting. And it has a longevity to it. You have your own protocols for it. One of the things about not being EPA registered is you can ship that internationally. I know in Canada, they cannot take anything that is EPA registered.
Yeah.
So, it does give you a larger market too. That's interesting. That way.
Yeah. And, it was a big thing at our company over the last 2 years of R&D with this system, trying to decide what to do. And it really came, it's what we worked a lot with Normie on this, and Doug and you guys, really trying to understand how we position this, this new system that we're introducing on top of traditional remediation and tear outs and those sorts of things, right? So rather than coming in and saying, here's a new way to remediate mold, what we're saying is, here is a more complete way to treat an entire home when you're remediating mold, because there are these other chemicals and elements that are left behind that traditional remediation doesn't cover. So we can point to other companies, who have the pesticide registrations, who do that remediation work. But our company is specifically focused outside in the chemical side, not on the microbiology of the mold. We're focused on removing the chemical.
Well, obviously you can't make kill claims on anything that's not EPA registered, but effectiveness wise, as far as molds, bacteria, viruses, even the COVID issue that we dealt with, is just a product that will work in that area.
Yeah. Yeah, certainly, as cleaners and protectants, we have a lot of mold remediators using our products on jobs that aren't mycotoxin jobs. And, there's a lot of success, especially on the coating, because it gives a remediator an entire new tool in their tool belt, right? Especially in disaster relief, these types of things, or when you're dealing in these high moisture environments where you're trying to manage, this really gives, that technician an economical tool, right? Where they can protect virtually any surface, interior or exterior, from growth over an extended period of time.
Fantastic. Well, we got to change gears here for a moment. I mean, your team is basically across the aisle from us. And I know John, and I've talked with him many times. And you guys did what? Rock, paper, scissors to see who lost and had to come do the interview with me? Is that how that worked?
Yeah, if it's between me and John, I always lose. You can tell who wins in that fight.
Yeah, he's a big boy.
He is.
What is his position? What does he do?
John is our chief science officer and chemist. He has a pretty extensive background in polymer technology and air filtration, and is general contractor as well.
How does he find time to do that when he's in the gym all day long?
He'll laugh at that.
Yeah. No, and he was very interesting. I know we had talked in the past, and his knowledge is just incredible. He caught me by surprise with the way he speaks, but makes it capable for the layman to understand the product.
That's exactly right. We started working together very early. He basically came along. He showed up right when we first discovered our polymer coating, and he had all the background. He joined the company, as a partner, and his unique blend of, and Normie preaches this all the time, right? But we have mold problems because we have building problems. Exactly. And there are so many components to what can create this, which ultimately leads to a person being extremely sick, which is the mission of our company. We're trying to fix that. Mm-hmm. So in order to fix that, we have to fix the environment. In order to fix the environment, there's all these pieces that you have to look at when you look at a building. And John, I laugh, I call him the Swiss Army knife sometimes, because he has all these really unique, he's got history in air filtration, and HVAC systems, which contribute to a lot of these problems. He's built homes, he's built buildings. He's a chemist by trade. He formulates chemicals. That's really been, I think, the differentiator of our company, is that we've kind of come